Welcome, everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started here. I'll just give a moment for folks to take their seats. I now call to order this meeting of the Anchorage Assembly. It is Tuesday, May 10, 2022. Madam Clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Madam Chair. Mr. Solt.
Present.
Ms. Allard, I understand, is running a few minutes late. Mr. Peterson.
Present.
Mr. Rivera.
Present.
Mr. Cross.
Present.
Ms. LaFrance.
Here.
Mr. Constant.
Here.
Understand Ms. Zolotel is excused this evening.
Yes, Ms. Zalatel is excused.
Thank you. Mr. Dunbar.
Present.
Ms. Quinn Davidson.
Here.
Mr. Perez Verdia.
Here.
Madam Chair, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Ms. Johnson, would you lead us in the pledge, please?
I pledge allegiance to the flag
Of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Cross, would you read the land acknowledgement, please?
A land acknowledgement is a formal statement recognizing the indigenous people of a place. It is a public gesture of appreciation for the past and present indigenous stewardship of the lands that we now occupy. It is an actionable statement that marks our collective movement towards decolonization and equity. The Anchorage Assembly would like to acknowledge that we gather today on the traditional lands of the Dena'ina Athabascans. For thousands of years, the Dena'ina have been and continue to be the stewards of this land. It is with gratefulness and with respect that we recognize the contributions, innovations, and the contemporary perspectives of the Upper Cook Inlet Dena'ina.
Thank you. We have minutes of previous meetings. Could I get a motion, please, to approve the minutes from the regular meeting of November 9, 2021, the continued regular meeting of November 9, 2021, continued to November 10, 2021, the special meeting of November 12, 2021, and the special meeting of November 19, 2021.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, the minutes from those 4 meetings are approved. Next is the mayor's report. Ms. Johnson.
Thank you, Chair LaFrance. Good evening, and thank you for being here. I'm Alexis Johnson. I'm Mayor Bronson's Chief of Staff, and I will be providing the mayor's report in his absence this evening. I want to provide updates on a few priorities and events that we are currently working on. Tonight, we have a chance to turn the corner on homelessness in Anchorage. After months of negotiations and discussions, we have a clear path forward on a navigation center. The Nav Center is a critical component to the larger homelessness response system being built out in Anchorage. Doing nothing is not an option. The question before the Assembly is about far more than just a dollar figure in a building. It's about the way we care for our most needy and vulnerable around us. Do we want to provide the services, care, and resources to those experiencing homelessness? Do we want our residents continually shifting from one shelter to the next, or do we finally want to have a center that can address their needs head-on and compassionately navigate them to services or housing options that best suit them? This bipartisan problem requires bipartisan response. I urge the Anchorage Assembly to make the right choice today and to vote yes on the funding of the Navigation Center. This week is National Police Week and Alaska Law Enforcement Week. Let's all take a moment this week to thank the men and women in blue who give it their all to protect us. The thin blue line sometimes is broken, and this week we remember the fallen heroes who gave their all in the line of duty. With spring in full force, the mayor proclaimed May as Bike Month in Anchorage. We encourage everyone to get outside, enjoy the beautiful sun and fresh air, and to take advantage of our incredible trails. Make sure to mark your calendars for May 20th as it is Bike to Work Day. For more information on bike-related events, keep your eyes on the Health Department and the mayor's social media pages. Thank you so much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Next is the Assembly Chair Report. Welcome and thank you all for being here tonight, whether in person or online. I want to note a few things. First, for the last few months, the Assembly has been holding work sessions to review how the first tranche of ARPA funds were used by recipients. We followed this series of work sessions with a work session April 29, where we revisited the framework that we developed for distributing CARES Act and the first round of ARPA funds out to the community. The Assembly is accepting proposals for the second round of ARPA funds, which is expected to be about $51 million. The link to apply is on the home page. If you go to muni.org and click on Assembly, you can find the form there. The Anchorage Assembly recognizes that this one-time funding through the American Recovery Plan Act, ARPA, must be wisely spent to allow it to do as much good in our community as possible. To achieve this goal, the Assembly envisions funding projects which focus on economic resilience, those that will increase our competitiveness as a destination city and make all parts of our city vibrant and welcoming. Successful proposals should provide long-term investments and be transparent and equitable. Projects should be aligned as much as possible with the Assembly's ARPA priorities: child and family support, housing, economic development, and a healthy workforce. The deadline to apply is Friday, May 20, 2022 at 5 p.m. There is another work session scheduled this Friday from noon to 2 p.m. in room 155 of City Hall to further discuss the planning for distributing these funds. Second, I want to comment on election integrity. Recently, the integrity of our elections has come into question, and I want to reiterate that we have extremely transparent, safe, and secure elections in Anchorage. The April 2022 election was reviewed and recommended for certification by the Election Commission, a nonpartisan body with 3 of the 5 members appointed by the Bronson administration, who looked very carefully at contested ballots and observer complaints and found no major complaints or credible evidence of widespread problems. The vote at home, vote by mail system is designed with many levels of backups and checks and balances to account for any human error that may happen during the process and make sure elections are safe and secure. If by chance someone didn't receive their ballot in the mail on time, there are many other options for voting, such as requesting a replacement ballot, voting at an accessible vote center, or voting by email or fax. The election team worked hard in the weeks leading up to the election to help people who had trouble voting. They spread the word about deadlines and procedures on social media and in the press. They delivered special needs ballots to people who are housebound, and they answered countless calls from people across the community who had questions about voting. The voter hotline did not receive more than a handful of calls from people who did not receive the ballots in the mail, and they were able to direct those voters to the other ways to vote. Next, you may have noticed a change in the agenda. The Assembly branch is always looking for ways to make it easier for members of the public to participate. And if you look at the agenda at the end, there is a new section that contains information about legislative drafting format. There is a note and then a table that includes a key that identifies how the underlined, bolded, bracketed, italicized formats are used to convey proposed changes to ordinances. So I encourage you to take a look at the table. I think it's helpful not just for members of the public, but for others as well, because it can get confusing trying to figure out if it's a change, if it's something new, something deleted, and so on. Finally, we have a very full agenda tonight, and I want to note that items in the 10G section of the agenda are for introduction only, and those items will not be heard tonight, though there is a note or a date listed for public hearing for those items. Also, a reminder that this is a business meeting and we are here to do the work of the municipality. Please help create a climate of respect. Would you please silence your phone? Sir, I'm about to go over the rules, but would you put your sign down, please? There is a rule about the sign of thank you, 8.5 by 11. Thank you. So please refrain from personal attacks and speaking out of turn, shouting, clapping, and pacing, and keep signs to 8.5 by 11 inches in size. Larger signs do interfere with people being able to see. Please stop speaking if a point of order is called so I may rule on the point of order and the record is clear. If rules are not followed, I may interrupt speakers to call for compliance. If compliance with the rules doesn't occur, then I may pause the meeting. If there's an actual disruption, I will give a warning. If the disruption persists or happens again, the person will be asked to leave. If you're here to testify on a public hearing item, when you come forward, please state your name, the community council or area of the muni in which you live. Please stay on topic and direct comments to me or other people on the dais. I'll interrupt you if you're off topic. And it's helpful too if you're speaking on an ordinance that you provide comments on any proposed amendments as well. You'll have 3 minutes and the community council representatives will have 5 if they're speaking for their community council. Assembly members don't typically answer questions during this period. That comes later during the debate portion. Thank you. We will now go to committee reports. And we'll start on this end with Ms. Allard.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We didn't meet with the Community Economic Development Committee this time around, but we will be starting, and I have some items that I'll be adding, but right now I don't have anything to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Solt?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. A couple things. First, you're likely going to be seeing a schedule change for next week's Housing and Homelessness Committee as I will be traveling next week. I don't have a date set just yet, but that notice should be going out hopefully in the next couple days. And then second, there will be a municipal audit committee scheduled. Not exactly sure when. I'm waiting for a soon-to-be-released P-card audit, but I hope to tackle both that P-card audit, which I hope to have soon, and then item 10F7 on our agenda today, which is the sole source purchase audit. In particular, that item, there are some concerns that I have with some of the findings, but I do want to encourage my colleagues to just accept it today, because that is our normal practice, and then we can have a municipal audit committee to delve into the audit itself. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
Nothing to report tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report from me tonight. I just wanted to mention that I'm feeling a little bit under the weather, and I regret I can't be there in person, but I'll be there here on the phone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Dunbar and I chair the Budget and Finance Committee of the Assembly, and we'll be holding our next meeting next Thursday, the 19th, from 12:10 to 1:10 p.m. I believe that's in person, room 155 at City Hall. As you know, we just completed the first quarter budget revision process. This body's support added back the mobile crisis team and increased it to 24/7, which will save money in the end because we will be able to access a Medicaid 1115 waiver, which is good for the city. We will need to address the mayor's vetoes, which is scheduled for Friday, and then after that, we'll know how we're moving forward. So that's it for budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No update tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No report this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. So to confirm, Madam Clerk, do we have any late on the table items? Okay, let the record reflect there are no late on the table items, at least so far into the meeting. So we will take up the addendum. Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to incorporate the addendum as printed and distributed?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the addendum has been incorporated into the agenda. Next, we will move on to appearance requests and initial audience participation. We do have one appearance request, and at this time, I would like to welcome the Youth Advisory Commission. And if you would come forward and step over to the podium. Oh, and could you make sure the
Thank you.
And would you like 5 minutes? There is...
I don't need 5.
Okay, thank you. I'll set it for 3. Welcome.
My name is Rebecca. Behind me is some members of the Youth Advisory Commission. I personally am from District 5, and I'm the current chair of the Youth Advisory Commission. Good evening, Chair LaFrance, and honorable members of the Anchorage Assembly. Thank you for allowing us to be here tonight. We, the members of the Youth Commission, are incredibly grateful for the Assembly once again to be accepting a youth representative to serve on the Assembly. We look forward to collaborating with you on initiatives and improving the lives of youth in Anchorage. Our main goal for this year is to advocate for youth mental health awareness and to amplify youth voices. We look forward to presenting ideas, ongoing projects, and collaborating with you. Thank you, Chair LaFrance, and all other honorable Assembly members for hearing the youth of Anchorage tonight.
Thank you. Actually, would the rest of you stay for a moment and introduce yourselves? And I do have a member in the queue.
Hello, my name is Denali Chewbacca, and I'm the Vice Chair on the Youth Advisory Commission.
And my name is Sarah Price, and I am a member at large.
My name is Josiah Chewbacca, and I'm also a member at large.
My name is Moses Vukolich, and I'm also a member at large.
Great, thank you so much. Thank you for being here tonight.
Don't go anywhere.
Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would make a motion to change the order of the day to take up item 11A, which is the appointment of the youth member to the Assembly body.
Second.
So a motion has been made by Mr. Constant to change the order of the day to take up item 11A now, and it has been seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. The purpose of this motion is to allow the Youth Advisory Commission's nominated member to take their seat.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to change the order of the day to take up item 11A now. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the order of the day has been changed to take up item 11A. We now have before us item 11A, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 253-2022, Appointment of Youth Representative and Alternate Youth Representative to the Anchorage Assembly. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would ask to make a motion to amend line 23 because Ms. Price is not going to be able to serve past June 21st, that we would make it June 30th, 2022. So that's my motion, is to amend line 23 to June 30, 2022. Thank you. And this would just square up the document with the term that she's able to serve.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And the amendment to change the term to end June 30th, 2022 was seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to amend AM 253-2022.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
The amendment passes 10-0. We now have before us the main item as amended. Is there any further discussion? Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I just want to say, after having reviewed the resume of the appointee and after the confirmation hearing that we did have, I find that Ms. Price is highly qualified for this job, and I look forward to hearing her perspective over the next month or two.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I definitely want to echo those comments and look forward to supporting your nomination today and to working with you in the short time that you'll be serving as the youth representative. You know, the youth rep which traditionally sits over there, has gone unfilled since 2020. And so it'll be great to have that energy and voice back at the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Yes, Ms. Price, would you come up to the microphone? So I think we have the benefit of hearing from you at the confirmation hearing, but it might not be bad if you are comfortable expressing a little bit about who you are, maybe a couple minutes, what your plans are, so that the record here on this meeting has a bit of that.
Yes, thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Constance, thank you for this opportunity. So a little bit about myself. I'm a graduating senior this year from Eagle River High School. I have been a citizen of the city of Anchorage since 2011. I've been going to school here since second grade. So I've fallen in love with the city, and more importantly, I've fallen in love with the passion to serve my community, and that specifically addresses the youth of Anchorage. There's so many unique challenges that we've been faced with, whether it's over the last 10 years or just over the last couple, and I really hope to serve as an amplifying source for youth, no matter what their beliefs are, no matter what their different ideas are. I hope I'll be able to offer you guys a new perspective on this, and I'm really hopeful to bring some of the ideas of the commission forward and just to work collaboratively with all of you guys to create some real action that's going to have impact on youth and make them feel like they are seen in the city of Anchorage again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Price. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on AM 253-2022 as amended.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
The motion passes 10-0. So we will now take a few moments to conduct the swearing-in ceremony.
Okay. Perfect. All right, thank you.
So I'm going to have you raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Sarah Price,
Solemnly swear
that
I will support and defend
the
Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
the Constitution of the State of Alaska,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and the Charter of the Municipality of Anchorage,
and that I will faithfully perform
and that I will faithfully perform
the duties of Anchorage Assembly Youth Representative
the responsibilities of the Anchorage Assembly Youth Representative
to the best of my ability.
to the best of my ability.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Where do I sign right here?
Welcome, Ms. Price. It's nice to have you up here. We will now move into initial audience participation. And for this initial audience participation, I'd like to prioritize time for members of the public who would like to speak on a consent agenda item, those who cannot stay until the second audience participation at the end of the meeting, and those who would have difficulty staying for a public hearing item already on the agenda due to childcare or travel issues. As a reminder, if you choose to speak now on a public hearing item already on the agenda, you may not speak again when we open the public hearing on the item. Also, if you choose to speak now, you cannot speak again during the final audience participation. Please direct your comments to the assembly or the chair. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and please avoid personal attacks. In addition, audience members are asked to avoid clapping or other disruptions during audience participation. And with that, we will move on to our first member of the audience. If you come forward and adjust the microphone, welcome.
I'd like to ask if the mayor, what you're doing with him, is that on the agenda? Can I speak on that?
Do you mean the item concerning the navigation center?
No, you trying to get rid of the mayor.
You may speak on whatever topics you want. Just go ahead and state your name for the record and
My name is Chris Tyree, and I live in
Chair, point of
Wasilla, but
information,
we do have
please.
property in...
One moment, ma'am. Ms. Allard, you have a point of order or point of information?
I'd like to do a point of information, please.
What is your procedural question?
My procedural question is if the chair could please explain that even though tonight they can't speak on certain items that are on the consent agenda, that those items may possibly be available to be spoken about on a further date. That if they speak about it tonight, they can't speak about it in the future.
And so, Ms. Allard, you're referring to items in the 10G section for introduction?
All items too, yes, Madam Chair.
Well, presumably we will take up all the other items on the consent agenda except for the 10Gs. And the 10Gs, it's correct. If someone wants to speak on an item in the 10Gs now, when it is open for public hearing, then they may speak on that item then.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Okay, my name is Chris Tyree, and I'm from Wasilla. We do have property in Anchorage, and even if we didn't have property in Anchorage, I would still get involved because this is America, and a lot of you members are ruining our country. But anyways, I would like to say, if the voting was being questioned, then why are you questioning the voting of the mayor? Why are you invalidating what the public has done with voting the mayor? And I'd like to say something about when he shut off the water. Did you know that China was selling tainted tablets for cheap, and Spain bought some, and they put it in their water system? They were fluoride tablets, because the Chinese sell the fluoride tablets to us. But anyways, Spain bought a bunch, and they had COVID in them. Their water was tainted. I don't know if the mayor knew this or not when he turned the water off, but he has a right to, if people complain about the water, they should be looked after. You guys didn't care. You wanted the water right back on. People were complaining that it was hurting their bodies and stinging their bodies and stuff. Did you ask anybody? Did you ask the public about this before you decided to get mad at the mayor for it? But in the meantime, I would like to say something about the General Index to the Unanimous Declaration. This is what our framers said when they framed the Constitution. All men, no, the right to abolish bad government. We need to abolish some of the government with you guys. You all are abusing your power. You're going up against the people on things that you shouldn't be because we pay the bills. We pay the police department. I've told you what laws you're violating. You're under color of law, color of office, and color of state law. And color of office says real well that you're a fraud. A lot of the things you're doing, you cannot do. You're not allowed to do. Homeless people are not your agenda. It's the people that pay the taxes that are your agenda. And their safety and the roads and their properties being taken care of to where there aren't people on their property stealing and stuff. But anyways, there's a lot of things you all are doing that are not your job. And I would like to let this public know, there a corporation. Did you know that? They're not a government entity. That's why we can't fight them. That's why they're going up against us the way they do. And they don't have the right to be a corporation. A corporation is about money. It's about keeping money, making money, having money. It's not about the people. It's not about what we feel, what we need, what we want. So, and I resent my property taxes being used on homeless. That's why I give the church money. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
My name is Andrew Gray, and I live in District 4. I'd like to thank the Assembly for passing a resolution on Thursday, April 28th, to use the Golden Lion Hotel for its intended purpose as a substance misuse treatment facility. Our community needs this resource, and I'm grateful that we are moving forward. Secondly, thank you to the Assembly for reducing the size of the proposed shelter at Elmore and Tudor to 150 with a surge capacity of an additional 50. We know that smaller shelters are better for the unhoused clients they seek to serve and the communities in which they are located. I am not opposed to a well-run, appropriately sized shelter in my neighborhood. What I am opposed to is a waste of taxpayer money. Assemblymember Quinn Davidson pointed out that when she was mayor, she could have purchased the old Alaska Club on Tudor with necessary renovations for $4.7 million. The proposed manufactured shelter costs $12 million right now, but we know that's likely to go higher. Another concern, as Assemblymember Cross pointed out, the administration's construction deadlines will not be met, and the proposed structure will most likely not be complete by November 30th. I'd like to now address the mayoral administration. I appreciate you for reading all of my emails and listening to me with my concerns. Good leaders are willing to listen to all sides and take into account those that they disagree with. I am grateful for most recently your statement that Mayor Bronson and his administration do not call into question the results of our most recent election. Because of that, I ask that you reconsider your proposed audit. If there's no question of the results, as Mayor Bronson has stated, then why would we waste taxpayer money on a third-party audit from an out-of-state firm? Finally, I'm concerned about the closure of library on Sunday afternoons. For working families like mine, weekday evenings are a challenge. The decision to close the library is very unfortunate for working families, and I ask that you reconsider. When I was here 2 weeks ago, I presented a petition expressing concerns about the deputy library director. I know that the mayor and his team care about what Anchorage citizens think. I know you care the same way that I do. Please continue to listen to us, be willing to compromise with us, and cooperate so that together we can all make Anchorage better. That's why we're all here, all of us. Thank you for allowing me to testify.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
My name is Jackie Goforth, and I have a present for you. I am a writer, a researcher, a historian, the chair of the Recall Palmer 3 campaign. I am also a retired level EAS 20, that's Executive Administrative Salary Postal Employee, and I want to tell you something about your mail-out ballots. Please look at the first handout I gave you. More than 28 million mail-out ballots have reportedly gone missing in the last decade. Look at the second one. This is from MSN. The latest government report, 15 million mail-out ballots in 2020 that are unaccounted for. The next one, news and politics. The USPS fails the mail-in ballot test. CBS News decided to send 100 ballots out and only 97 of them came back in. I'm giving all of that to you because the mail-out ballot idea is a really bad idea. I suggest that everyone in here books a tour of the plant down by the airport and the graveyard shift because you will see a bunch of machines that work mail at 8 per second. 8 per second looks like this. Okay, the machine reads them, it cancels them, puts a postmark on them, puts a barcode on there, which is a zip plus 6. It's not just zip plus 4. Zip plus 4 is your block face. There's an extra 2 digits that put it in order by the carrier, 01, 02, 03. And I want you to know that every so often, on top of these machines is a big red whirling light. And every so often it will go off and go, woo, and you will see a cloud of dust because somebody has mailed a nickel or a gift card or some staples got caught, and by the time they turn that off, 3 to 5 seconds is expired, and that is 40 letters. Then they will open up the belt, shut the machine off, open the belt, drop everything down into a bucket, and afterwards, someone comes and gets the bucket and puts the pieces of the ones they can find in what is called a body bag. Says, "We care." If you've ever received one of these with your mangled up mail, that's only the pieces of mail that they could find. Okay? So if you're wondering why some of these pieces didn't get where they were supposed to go, it's entirely possible that they completely disappeared in that dust cloud. Finally, I live in Palmer, just outside Palmer, but I have a P.O. box here in Anchorage, and I have had it for 22 years. And I want you to know that I got one of your ballots. I got one of your ballots to your Anchorage Assembly. And the Postal Service could have delivered it absolutely correct, but I could have voted. It's ethics and integrity that kept me from that. I also want you to know that my daughter moved 7 years ago. She got a ballot. My son, he got a ballot. Somebody who used to live there, they got a ballot. There's no excuse for putting the Postal Service into an election unless you plan on committing fraud. Please watch the movie 2,000 Mules, and you will understand exactly how much fraud took place. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. I ask the audience to please refrain from clapping. Ma'am, would you come back? I was trying to convey that Ms. Allard is in the queue for you. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. Do you know where our mail-in ballots come from for our municipal races, for our elections?
No.
Washington.
Washington? Okay, then they went through several different mailing systems. In fact, the one here in Anchorage is 72,000 square feet. I came from the Colorado-Wyoming district. The plant is on 7500 East 53rd Street. It is 530,000 square feet. You can see these machines, a sea of these machines, and those red lights go off constantly with a cloud of dust, and every single one of them is 32 to 40 letters that just got shredded. So when the Postal Service is losing mail, it isn't that they're losing mail, it's the machines are eating it. And the belts also have to be extremely tight to get it to the right slot. As the belts wear out, the mail goes all over. So the 3 letters that were missing from the CBS study, they got there finally, but they got there too late to count. So if you have 3% of your voters whose ballots don't get there, that could be a game changer.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Hi, my name is Francesca Elagreza, and I did not have a representative. I have oligarchs who think that 6 people can change the will of thousands. And it seems to happen a lot that we can sit here, stand here, and talk to you, but you're going to make up your own decisions for you and your own agendas. You put on a show like you care, but we know you don't. You walked in here without a mask, and then you put one on when you're on the dais, when it does nothing except show propaganda. But 6 people cannot change the will of the city. You're being oligarchs. This is not an oligarchy. I don't know why you think that you took an oath to the Constitution, the state of Alaska, and the Charter, and then you can make up your own rules and pathways to do whatever you want because you don't like the way the city is or who we elected. But it's not fair to the people to take our voices. You're going to do whatever you want to do because that's what you've been doing for quite some time. You shut down businesses and decided who was essential, who's not essential. You do whatever you want, and it has to stop. We hired you to represent us and to represent our voices, but then you go and say, I'm going to make a pathway to have 6 people take away an executive position. That is not your responsibility. You have to keep the branches separate. You had a taste for over 180 days with an acting mayor that you placed in there that we did not elect. You did not give us a special election to put in someone that we wanted to represent us. You do whatever you want, and it has to stop. You're not representing us, you're representing yourselves, and it's not okay.
Thank you for your participation. Again, folks in the audience, please refrain from clapping. Welcome.
Thank you. My name is Sandy, and I'm from District 3. I'm here speaking today about my concerns regarding Assembly Order 2022-60, which is being introduced today. I strongly encourage the Assembly members to vote against this order or to have it thrown out altogether if that is possible. I am very upset that you spent my tax dollars having it drafted. Mr. Constant, I'm looking at you and I'm addressing you. It is my opinion that you have offered this order for the sole purpose of getting someone replaced if the Assembly doesn't like this individual or disagrees with him. This way of thinking is not within the separation of powers within the chapter of the municipality. Secondly, I am appalled that you want to override the decision of 45,937 Anchorage voters, mine included, and would even introduce such an order to remove my mayor. I am disheartened that, in my opinion, most of you cannot accept the mayoral election was rightly won by Mayor Bronson. Get over it. I firmly believe this is why the behavior that is going on with the Assembly is taking place. I talk to many people throughout the day, and the Assembly comes up quite frequently. The words people use to talk about the Assembly are childlike, unbelievable, crazy, self-serving, just to name a few. Can't believe they spend tax mayors like it is their own. Can't believe incumbents got back in. These are my words, and these are the words of the people of Anchorage that I talk with. I prefer to give acknowledgments rather than criticisms. I would love to be able to stand here and acknowledge each and every one of you for the great job you are doing, but I can't. I firmly believe that most of you believe you own this city. Let me reiterate and reiterate it loudly. You do not. The city belongs to all of the people, and you are elected to represent all of us, not fulfill your own personal agenda. Your behavior drastically needs to change. There are many items you could collectively come together with to do great things for Anchorage. I have lived here since 1964, and I've never seen an assembly behave so atrociously against a mayor in the manner in which you have. No matter what Mayor Bronson does or even attempts to do, you are against him. This is a downright shame, and I hope you can put a stop to it. I stand behind Mayor Bronson in every decision he has made. He is a loyal man, a man of integrity, a Christian, and I think has been a terrific mayor. He truly loves the city and wants nothing but the best for Anchorage and all of its citizens. I urge you to stop this nonsense and live up to your campaign ads that you will work with the mayor instead of working against him for the good of Anchorage. Where is your integrity? You made that promise. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Okay, this is the final warning. No more clapping. If the clapping persists, I will start to remove people from the chambers. So please. Okay, who was that in the back? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the meeting in which you live.
Dustin Sherman for the record, District 6, and right now my representatives are Mr. Salt and Ms. LaFrance. So I want to applaud the testifier before me. She said a lot of the things that I think most of us in here tonight believe and agree with. And I think that whenever you look at the separation of powers, one power shouldn't have the power over another one to be able to remove them. I completely agree with that. It would be like Bronson saying one of you up here is doing a bad job, so I'm going to kick you out. It just doesn't work like that. We elected him. The amount of people in the city that elected him, what happens to their voice whenever he's removed? You've just completely taken their voice away from them. So I think that's in poor taste. On the testifier before her, they had mentioned voter integrity. I have a friend in Colorado. His name's Jason Carpenter. He received ballots not once, but twice this year, once for the assembly election and once for the mayoral election last year. So, and he's contacted the clerk's office and he's still getting ballots. Or maybe it was the state that he contacted, I can't remember. He's posting it on Facebook every time he gets them, so it might be something to look into. Our voter rolls need to be cleared so we know how many people are actually voting. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome.
Madam Clerk, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry, Mr. Constant.
Mr. Sherman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I would ask that you consider checking with your friend again and making sure that he did talk to the state, because the municipality has no control over the voter rolls. And so even
if it's a local election?
Yeah, the state law requires that the state controls the voter rolls. So if he contacted the muni, that's helpful, but he's the only one that can have his name removed from the state voter rolls. And so it's after 7 or 8 years or something that the state will mark the ballot as undeliverable. But until that time, we have no control over that process. And so if he's contacted the muni grid, I would recommend he contacts elections.
So let me ask you this. So how somebody that's lived in the same place for 7 years, that's never changed his address, lived in Colorado, never lived in Alaska one time, start getting
Yeah, I can't answer
ballots?
that question. Yeah, I don't have any idea, but specifically for him.
There's other issues too. I mean, look at the mail truck that just burned down in Kenai.
The email is elections@alaska.gov as well.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Mr. Sherman. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Brenda, District 3. Let the record show I accept your oath of office as a binding contract between you and me to uphold our constitutional protected rights. Even the suggestion of an ordinance to remove a mayor with a simple majority vote by the assembly, based on accusations at that, and then replacing with an assembly member is egregious. You well understand that is not sound legislation. If an elected has done something illegal while in office, there is already a remedy. So I would challenge this community to search for understanding why an assembly body would propose adoption of an ordinance of this nature. What has happened recently that the body would react in this matter? Of note, our mayor has exercised his veto power over assembly budget items. In the interest of strengthening any integrity, accountability, transparency of our election system, our mayor also requested a forensic audit of the April 5 municipal election. Residents of Anchorage and Alaska should pay attention to who spent the time to craft such a proposal and to those that may vote to pass it. It is a sad state of affairs when we have perpetual and constant attacks by this assembly on the executive branch of our city government. Rather than continually acting offensively, I implore you to be a good example for Anchorage and really work towards fostering healthy relationships in our city.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Jordan Harari, and I live in what's called Reelsville. The most open and transparent election ever, huh? Really? Does that include the Dominion employee just suddenly showing up without notifying the IT department of the municipality that, hey, we're going to do something really crazy here in the middle of an active election? No? Well, can we find out what he did? Can we find out what was on the flash drive that he plugged in? No, you're just going to certify an election anyway and dismiss all of that evidence? Yeah, okay. Sounds pretty open and transparent to me. Oh, the election commission also recommended that the election be certified. Oh, was that also including the minutes of the meeting where the municipal clerk essentially forced them to do so when they were wishy-washy on whether to certify it or not? No? Really? Open and transparent, huh? Let's get to the bottom of this. I'm an IT admin. I've been so for 10 years. If anything happened, like what happened at the municipal election center with its Dominion employee, I would be fired on the spot. There is no accountability here. We're not even talking ballots. Have you seen, as some other folks said, 2,000 mules? Geo-tracking data showing individuals going to up to 27 different drop boxes in the 2020 election on the same night, dropping off tens, maybe more ballots at each drop box location, looking with video evidence from the state, showing them on camera doing this? Most transparent and honest election ever, huh? Sure sounds like it. But why rush to certify an election without public testimony? Oh, sure, could have voted to extend it, but you didn't. No, we're just going to stand up here and pretend like everything's okay. That's a way to run a country. I feel like it was the most transparent and honest election. Let's run a country based on our feelings. Logic, no need. No need for that. Really? Okay. All right. You want to play Clown World? Let's play Clown World. You guys aren't leaders. You're a farce. You have a member up here wearing a mask after not wearing one just before the meeting starts, but wants to show herself on camera. Virtue signaling, really? What kind of pretend nonsense are you playing at? Let's remove this pretend clown world stuff and get to real business and real life and actually perform your jobs and be the strength that we need you to be. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live. And if you could turn on the microphone.
Rochelle Griffiths, Anchorage resident. The homeless issue in Anchorage is out of control. The city is not the same as it used to be. The homeless under the influence of drugs and alcohol urinate and crap in the home that we live in. Do you assembly, people of Anchorage, mayor, and the administration, health department, APD, have pride in a place you call your home? Are you willing to go to any length to stop our beautiful city from being trashed? I cannot even walk downtown streets without smelling urine, seeing aggressive drunks taking up the sidewalks, or see people starting a fire in a doorway of JCPenney, which is a fire hazard. I used to enjoy walking downtown. Now it is disgusting and dangerous. I invite all of you to take a walk downtown to see for yourself. The Housing First model, giving hotel rooms to addicted homeless people at the expense of taxpayers in Anchorage, is a complete failure. Those who support this model are enabling people to stay sick in their disease. Getting people into treatment and having them learn how to obtain and keep housing is a better model. Renewing a liquor license at the Aviator Hotel packed with alcoholics is like renewing an illegal drug supply to a place packed with addicts. There is no difference. You're just asking for trouble. Recovery services should be available to those who need help. There are people who need help. We have heard their stories, who do not have that phone number or resource list readily available when they reach that point of deciding they want to make the change. And the outcome is heart-wrenching. Putting all your eggs in a basket to get a navigation center built does not sound like a good plan. We already have the Sullivan, and our city is in ruin because simply housing the homeless does not fix the root problem. The root problem is the disease of addiction. The police department should be holding accountable those who use our city common areas as their personal bathroom. I am concerned that the taxpayer money will be wasted and the root problem will not be addressed. I suggest that the money for the navigation center be used towards recovery services and enforcing the law. We are not criminalizing being homeless. We must address bad behaviors, otherwise we say it is okay to behave poorly. Addressing these behaviors has saved many a life. We have empty buildings that we may utilize for a navigation center. If you want to use your own personal money to build a navigation center, please do. Then if it works, sell it to the city. but it may fail, just like San Francisco, LA, Seattle, and Portland. A building does not address the root causes. It's just a tool. We need to involve the whole community.
Thank you. Thank you for your participation. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Greetings, ladies and gentlemen of this respected assembly of Anchorage. My name is Amelia Lorio. I live in Northeast Anchorage area, and thank you for listening to me. I would like to address the issue in regard to the homeless in our present situation. Will the Navigation Center provide a program or programs that would help our homeless connect with the city? According to the track record, several attempts to help our homeless population, which means the taxpayer will end up bearing the responsibility of providing the homeless a license to keep living as they see fit. How can we depend on negative human behaviors such as using our city as their toilet? The obvious answer is no. It would be wise to make a law that encourages dignity with a healthy balance on both sides of the spectrum. We must find a better solution. I'd like to end with this here. When people do not accept divine guidance, they run wild. But whoever obeys the law is joyful. That's Proverbs 29:18. Thank you.
Thank you for your participation. I want to note that it's 5:56 and initial public testimony, the last person needs to start by 6 p.m., so we probably have time for just a couple more. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Michelle, and I'm in La France District and Randy's. I'm here today because I did something that I've never done before. Last month, I volunteered as an election observer, and I'm here today because I'd like to ask you to consider the removal of Barbara Jones as the city clerk, and it's not because she reminds me of my mother. The reason why I am bringing this up is I had never been involved in this, and within 1 hour of being there, it is run so poorly, leaving ballots out, not locked up, that were returned undeliverable, which were 14,000 on before the election even happened. But when you're a volunteer, you're giving your time, right? Miss Jones never runs on time. I'm told to be down there at 3 o'clock in Ship Creek. I live in South Anchorage. My truck gets 7 miles to the gallon. It's not your fault, but it is her fault for never ever starting on time. She's easily agitated and she is completely unorganized. As an example, the day prior to the election, or on election day, there were only 4 people opening envelopes and only 1 person operating one of the 3 tabulating machines. I asked if that was normal, what was going on. Yeah, it's normal. So I figured the next day, the day after the election, when everything's coming in, you would have everybody working. But again, 4 people opening ballots, 1 person running a tabulating machine. That is the equivalent to having a Black Friday sale at Walmart and only staffing 1/3 of your registers. Makes no sense. So I called into the radio station, and I think she must have heard, because the next day we had 8 to 10 people opening envelopes. But we still only had 1 person operating a tabulating machine. And this is why I'm sitting there as a volunteer at 3 o'clock, and the residents of Anchorage aren't getting results until 5 or 6, when they're supposed to have those results by 5. She is unorganized, she's easily irritated, and she's inept at her job. So again, I would like to call for that thought. And it's also a conflict of interest that she's running an election that 4 of you guys were running in. I mean, that just makes no sense, and some of you are bringing her flowers and stuff like that. So I'll kind of wrap it up with that, but Ms. LaFrance, meet Randy. Because we in South Anchorage voted him in, you're the next one to go.
Thank you for your participation. Again, I remind members of the audience, refrain from clapping. Welcome. You are likely our last participant in initial audience participation tonight. Please state your name for the record and the area of the municipality in which you live or your community council.
Good afternoon. My name is Mike Grunst. I'm a resident of East Anchorage and a member of large of the University Area Community Council. I am here to testify on the proposed homeless shelter, and I'm here as a private citizen. The views that I state are my own and in no way represent the views of the Department of Defense, the U.S. Army, or the Alaska Army National Guard. Let me start by saying thank you to both the Assembly and the Mayor's Office for taking the homeless situation seriously. Homelessness is a pervasive and challenging problem affecting every Anchorage and Alaskan resident. However, I do need to express my frustration with the process and the planning that has taken place for this critically needed infrastructure. As a member of the University Area Community Council, Dow Engineers and the Mayor's Office last week gave us a presentation of the proposed shelter. They spent approximately 40 minutes talking about the building design, but were unable to answer the most rudimentary questions about staffing, mitigation plan for effective neighbors, outreach that has been conducted to those neighbors, such as the University of Alaska Anchorage, Alaska Native Medical Center, Alaska Native Tribal Health Consortium, Providence Hospital, Alaska Providence, Alaska APU, Bureau of Land Management, or the State of Alaska Department of Transportation that owns Tudor and Elmore roads. When asked what the operation plan was, Mr. Trombley stated that they were requesting $2.5 million from the Assembly to operate for 6 months. How many professional staffers do you expect to hire to run this facility when everyone in this community is struggling to hire enough personnel? What makes this facility different? Are we going to use evidence-based counseling and treatment services? Has that even been addressed or answered? If so, where can we find those answers? The websites cited to us as a community council, www.moanavigationcenter.com, is a landing page with "Coming Soon" written on it, a logo, and a link to send emails to an engineering company. Finally, I want the Assembly to remember back to 2011. Mayor Sullivan requested and received $9 million to launch SAP, with it go live a year later in 2012. 6 years and $81 million later, we started using SAP only to then have to litigate with hundreds of employees over payroll errors costing an additional $16 million. For those with not enough fingers, that's $97 million. That is a rushed project with no clear plan, no operational guidelines, and no strategy. A wise soldier said to me that if he was given 3 hours to chop down a tree, he would take 2.5 hours to sharpen his axe. Let's take the time to sharpen the axe, spend the money, come up with a plan that includes the permits and the affected parties. Don't be a sap.
Thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much.
And Ms. Allard is in the queue for you.
Thank you for being here. So the Assembly voted to have 150 individuals be able to be housed at the Navigation Center with, I believe, a 50-person surge in case of emergency. Those who cannot get in will be on the outside. So now we're going to have consequences in your district. What would be your recommendation for those who cannot go inside the Navigation Center that will be outside of the facility, on the sidewalk, in the woods, and all around the Navigation Center? Do you have a suggestion for that?
I would go back to the permitting process, and I would actually go to subject matter experts. I believe Ms. Zalatel and some other members have been on the homeless committee and may have better suggestions than me. They need to be housed. I believe in housing first, and I know that housing first saves us about $35,000 per year per homeless person. I'll get you the data.
It's okay, I'm on the homeless committee. Thank you.
Okay. And so I would reflect on them and ask them that question. But if it needs to be built, let's have a plan for that. But right now, there is no plan.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allard.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And that concludes initial audience participation.
Oh, Randy Salt, I want
Sir,
to thank you for
you are out of order.
running the gauntlet.
This is a warning. Sir, you are creating an actual disturbance. Next, we will move on to the consent agenda. Ms. Clark, please refrain from any further outbursts. Okay, that is an outburst. Please stop. We are moving on to the consent agenda. Consent agenda items numbered 10A through 10F are typically routine or non-controversial items such as bid awards, new business, information and reports, and ordinances and resolutions for introduction. The items on the consent agenda may be approved by the Assembly by a single vote on a motion to approve the consent agenda. Prior to approval, items may be pulled by an Assembly member for discussion and separate vote on each of those items. Under the Assembly Rules of Procedure, all ordinances and some resolutions will have an opportunity for public hearing on a future date. So we'll now go down the dais, and if members want to pull an item, please state that item and any others. We'll start with Mr. Peterson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll pull 10A1 and 10A6. I'll be presenting those. Thank you.
Madam Chair, point of order. Point of information.
Mr. Constant, go ahead.
Mr. Peterson, for 10A6, the administration's notified us that the people to receive it aren't going to be here, and so we'll hold it for another time so we can let it pass. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. So for Mr. Peterson, I have 10 Alpha 1. Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items to pull this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Ms. Quinn-Davidson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10A5 and 10D17, please.
(10 Alpha 5 and 10 Delta 17.
Correct.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Dunbar, any items to pull?
Thank you, Madam Chair. No items this evening.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
10G1, please.
10G1. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Cross, any items?
Yes, 10D4.
10 Delta 4. Any other items?
No, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. My item's been pulled.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Solt?
Madam Chair, I have no items to pull.
Thank you, Mr. Solt. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. 10A3, please.
10 Alpha 3. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Price, any items?
Yes, could you please pull 10F2?
10 Foxtrot 2. Thank you, Ms. Price. Mr. Presverdy, I just want to confirm, did you want to pull 10 Alpha 4?
Yes, Madam Chair. Yes, I would like to pull that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Presverdy. I will go through the list. (10 Alpha 1), Mr. Peterson. 10 Alpha 3, Ms. Allard. 10 Alpha 4, Mr. Presverdy. 10 Alpha 5, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. 10 Delta 4, Mr. Cross. 10 Delta 17, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. 10 Foxtrot 2, Ms. Price, and 10 Golf 1, Mr. Constant. Are there any other items to pull? Okay, Mr. Vice Chair, could I get a motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of the pulled items?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, the consent agenda, with the exception of the pulled items, has been approved. For the public's information, the Assembly has now passed or accepted all items in 10A through 10F, other than the items that were just pulled, which we will take up next, or that have been introduced for a future public hearing, which are all the items in 10G. If you were here to see action on an item listed on the consent agenda that was not pulled, those items have been passed or accepted. We will now go through and take up the items that were pulled from the consent agenda. Ms. Demboski?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some of the items that were passed on the consent agenda, items 10 Delta 3, 10 Delta 13, and 10 Delta 14 are time sensitive, and we're asking for immediate reconsideration on those three items.
If I might, I believe you also had 10D4 on your list.
We do, but they've already, you can wait if you want, but they pulled that one.
Why
so-
don't we do them all at once?
Perfect. That would be great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can you say the numbers one more time?
Yes, sir. Through the chair, Assemblymember Constant, the items are 10 Delta 3, 10 Delta 4, 10 Delta 13, and 10 Delta 14. And as we go through some of the other items that I gave you on the list earlier today, we'll ask for those throughout the meeting. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Thank you, Ms. Demboski. So we will come back to those items and move the Vice Chair presumably will make a motion for immediate reconsideration for those items after we have taken them up. So we will move on to item 10A1. We now have before us item 10A1, resolution number AR 2022-156, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the National Association of Letter Carriers, NALC, 30th Annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on Saturday, May 14, 2022. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Seeking unanimous consent. Seeing no opposition, this resolution is approved. Who is reading?
I'll be reading, Madam Chair. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supporting the National Association of Letter Carriers 30th Annual Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive on Saturday, May 14th, 2022. Whereas the National Association of Letter Carriers Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive is typically held annually on the second Saturday in May and is the largest one-day food drive in the nation, with local efforts in more than 10,000 cities and towns across America, including Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. And whereas the NALC Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive stamp returns this spring on Saturday, May 14th, 2022, as the 30th anniversary. And whereas, with the help of local postal employees and volunteers, letter carriers will again collect and provide non-perishable food donations to local food pantry partners. And whereas, the last year the NALC Stamp Out Food Hunger Food Drive was collected was in 2019 and brought in over 75.7 million pounds of non-perishable food, contributing to more than 1.75 billion pounds collected since the pilot drive began in 1991 and has become the nation's largest single-day food drive. And whereas donations to the local food pantry partners generated by the Stamp Out Hunger Food Drive are critical to the operation of the partner agencies who provide food annually for an estimated 51,900 unique households or almost 155,000 people statewide. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly supports and applauds the cumulative success of the annual food drive. Residents of Anchorage are encouraged to join in this community effort through their donations of non-perishable food left at mailboxes and in U.S. post offices. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of May, 2022.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Tommy Deveros, and I am the president of the National Association of Letter Carriers, Branch 4319 here in Anchorage, Alaska. I'd like to thank the Anchorage Assembly for their continued support of our food drive. As mentioned, this is the 30th anniversary of the food drive and the first time since 2019 that we're collecting food donations. Letter carriers are in every neighborhood 7 days a week now. Carriers create special bonds with their customers. Carriers see the need and the struggles of families that have to decide whether they feed their family or pay that bill. That is why the food drive is such a natural fit for carriers to help out, and they're happy to do it. The food we collect this Saturday goes directly to our partner agencies and back into our community. This year we're paired with Alaska Behavioral Health, Alaska Workers Association, who's here with me tonight, the Fellowship in Serving Humanity, or FISH, Lutheran Social Services, Mountain Coast Vineyard, and St. Francis House. Our food drive's timing is critical. Food banks and pantries often receive the majority of their donations during the winter holiday season, and by springtime, many pantries are depleted, entering the summertime low on supplies at a time when many school breakfast and lunch programs are depleted, and there are still children in need. Participating is simple. Just leave non-perishable food donations in a bag by your mailbox or drop it off at your local post office this Saturday, May 14th, and your letter carrier will do the rest. Again, thank you guys for your continued support.
Thank you. Next, we have before us item 10A3, resolution number AR 2022-158, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 15 through 21, 2022 as Police Memorial Week and remembering and honoring those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Ms. Allard, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this resolution is approved. Who is reading?
I am, Madam Chair. As a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 15th through the 21st, 2022 as Police Memorial Week and remembering and honoring those who have made the ultimate sacrifice in service to our community. Whereas Police Memorial Week is an opportunity to pay tribute to the memory of the fallen law enforcement officers who have made the ultimate sacrifice for our community and to recognize those who currently serve by enforcing our laws, bringing criminals to justice, and making our communities safer. And whereas the citizens of the municipality of Anchorage fulfill an important civic responsibility by supporting the work of law enforcement in protection of our community, and whereas behind the name of each officer who died in the line of duty lies a story of courage and devotion, as well as a deep sense of loss for the service, the country, and above all, for friends, family, and partners. We can never repay these gallant men and women for their service and nor adequately comfort their families. We can only honor their memory and our determination to forge a stronger, safer community in which they helped purchase with their lives. And whereas since 1897, 68 law enforcement officers have fallen statewide, including the following Anchorage Police Department officers who gave their lives in the line of duty. Chief John Sturgis, 1921. Chief Harry Kavanaugh, 1924. Officer Benjamin Strong, 1968. Officer William Flammer, Jr., 1970. Officer Jonathan Flora, 1975. Officer Harry Keir, 1980. Officer Harry B. Hansen, Jr., 1986. Officer Louis Mazzell, 1989. Officer Dan Seeley, 1996. Officer Justin Woolham, 2001. Now therefore be it resolved that the Anchorage Assembly remembers and honors all those officers who have died in the line of duty by recognizing May 15th through the 21st, 2022 as Police Memorial Week. Be it further resolved that the Anchorage Assembly encourages all residents to thank the men and women who serve our community and protect our citizens, and to remember and honor the fallen who gave their lives in service. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly the 10th day of May, 2022.
I want to thank everyone for the recognition. I further want to invite all of you to attend our Alaska Police Memorial Day ceremony on Friday, May 13th, 2022. The ceremony will begin at 3 p.m. at the Alaska Police Memorial in front of the Scientific Crime Detection Laboratory, which is at 4805 Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue. On this occasion, we not only recognize those law enforcement officers who have fallen in the line of duty, but also those officers who are currently serving the citizens of the state of Alaska. The ceremony honors those who serve with the federal, state, and local police departments, in our courts, in our jails, with our military police, in our parks, and on our seas. This ceremony honors the courage and dedication of all law enforcement officers who serve this nation, our state, and our local communities. It is a tribute to those who have fallen and those who continue to serve. I expect to see you all there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chief. Next, we have item 10A4, resolution number AR 2022-160, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 15th as Hmong American Veterans Memorial Day in Anchorage. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Perez-Verdia, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this resolution is approved. Mr. Perez-Verdia, you are reading?
Yes. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizing May 15th as Hmong American Veterans Memorial Day in Anchorage. Whereas beginning in the early 1960s, the U.S. Central Intelligence Agency recruited and trained close to 100,000 Hmong tribesmen as special guerrilla units to engage the North Vietnamese armies in Laos. And whereas the United States relied heavily on Hmong special guerrilla units to conduct tactical guerrilla actions, protect U.S. personnel, guard U.S. Air Force radar installations, gather critical intelligence, fly thousands of combat and rescue missions, and fight in conventional and guerrilla combat. And whereas Hmong soldiers suffered severe casualties, including 40,000 killed, 50,000 seriously injured and disabled, and 3,000 missing in action. But due to the covert nature of the U.S. war effort in Laos, the full story of the sacrifices and service of Hmong veterans remains largely untold. And whereas thousands of Hmong soldiers and family members had to flee their homelands at the war's conclusion to avoid acts of retribution, and many of them eventually relocated in the United States, including Alaska. And whereas Anchorage is home to more than 6,000 Hmong who enrich the fabric of our community as they proudly share their history, culture, and tradition of service, and it's important for future generations of Alaskans to learn the full history of the Hmong people's honorable service to the United States. Now, therefore, the Anchorage Municipal Assembly recognizes May 15th as Hmong American Veterans Memorial Day and urges all residents of Anchorage to remember and honor the Hmong veterans for their service and sacrifice with appropriate ceremonies and activities, passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of May, 2022.
My name is Zuni Yang, representing the Hmong community here in Anchorage, Alaska. My father's right behind me. He's one of the war vets, and he's proud to be here today. We brought our second and third generation here as well to see where we came from, and we're really thankful to have this resolution passed so that the next generation can see and continue with what we came here for. Thank you all.
Thank you. Next, we have before us item 10A5, resolution number AR 2022-162, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of the Ukraine Relief Program by New Chance, Inc. to relocate Ukrainian refugees to Alaska and welcoming those displaced to our community. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera, seeking unanimous consent. Seeing and hearing no opposition, this resolution is approved. Ms. Quinn Davidson, are you reading?
I am, yes. A resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly in support of the Ukraine Relief Program by New Chance, Inc. to relocate Ukrainian refugees to Alaska and welcoming those displaced to our community. Whereas Russia invaded Ukraine on February 24, 2022, and whereas prior to the invasion, the estimated population of Ukraine was just over 40 million people. And whereas as a result of the invasion, an estimated 10 million people have been displaced from their homes within Ukraine. And whereas as a result of the invasion, an estimated 4.7 million Ukrainians have fled to neighboring countries. And whereas several million fleeing an invasion represents a humanitarian crisis. And whereas the United States of America has had a long history of accepting and welcoming immigrants. And whereas inside the pedestal of the Statue of Liberty is a bronze plaque inscription containing a poem with the words, "Give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free, the wretched refuse of your teeming shore. Send these, the homeless, tempest-tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door." And whereas New Chance, Inc. is running a Ukraine relief program to complete rescue flights and bring refugees to Alaska. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Anchorage Assembly supports the Ukrainian relief program to relocate Ukrainian refugees to Alaska and welcomes those displaced to our community. Be it further resolved that the Anchorage Assembly calls upon our state and federal officials, in particular those dealing with immigration and relocation issues, to work collaboratively with the Ukraine Relief Program and welcome Ukrainian refugees to Alaska. Passed and approved by the Anchorage Assembly this 10th day of May, 2022.
Thank you very much, Chair LaFrance and honorable members of the Assembly. My name is Mike Robbins, as most of you know, but I come here tonight not in my official capacity, but with these little glasses to try to read because I can't see. I come as an American and an Alaskan, the husband of a Ukrainian-born woman, the father of a Ukrainian-born son who I adopted when he was 11. I'm a supporter of the New Chance Ukrainian Church here in Anchorage and the Communications and Outreach Chair for the New Chance, Inc. Ukrainian Relief Program. I've watched, just as many of us have, at the horrors that have been going on over in the Ukraine. And it's hard as an American to really internalize those things because we're so removed from them. Even though we get the calls at our house from our relatives telling us what's going on, it's just something that is surreal at times. But I didn't come here tonight to talk to you about the horrors of war. Instead, I came here tonight to talk to you about the Ukraine Relief Program, an extraordinary effort by ordinary Alaskans from across the state. And they're doing extraordinary things. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you the Program Director for the Ukraine Relief Program, Zori.
Good evening, Madam Chairman and the Assembly. Thank you so much for passing this and welcoming Ukrainians into our city. I'm grateful to share before you and to share what we are doing. Our program is three-part. We are sending relief to Ukraine, we're evacuating Ukrainians to Alaska, and helping Ukrainians integrate into our community. Most of the Ukrainians that will be coming here will be housed with their families who are here. However, over 40 Anchorage homes have signed up with us saying that if they don't, they will open up their homes to them. We have over 30 employers who have contacted me within the past 2 weeks and said, I will give them a job and hundreds of jobs. Our community has been incredible and very supportive, and I just want to thank you. I'm very humbled to be part of such a great city as Anchorage and to do the work we're all doing together. The work we're doing together will impact the lives and forever change the lives of these Ukrainians and ours as well. So thank you for your support. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I have to make a special shout out to the Rasmussen Foundation that started it and made it happen for us. So thank you to the Rasmussen Foundation.
Thank you. I do have a member in the queue, Mr. Dunbar, if you all would stay around.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I asked to get the queue, though, before the speaker, so my comment is not directed to them.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Cross is in the queue. Mr. Robbins, if you all would come back again.
Well, just,
Go ahead, Mr. Cross.
as you may or may not, I'm married to a Ukrainian immigrant, and I have a large Ukrainian family, and they're just magnificent human beings, widely generous and hardworking, and I just appreciate all your hard work.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. We
Thank
appreciate
you.
it.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. And I want to note that this resolution, everyone on the Assembly, of course, and the mayor is invited to join, and I know that some folks may not have seen it as it went on the addendum. I know Mr. Dunbar added his name to it, so if there are others who wish to be added, I see Mr. Solt nodding and Mr. Cross. I think everybody? Okay, so we'll add everybody and
Madam
the
Chair.
mayor.
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we will move on to item 10D4. I will read that one into the record, and then I will go to Mr. Cross to speak to why it was pulled. So item 10D4, Assembly Memorandum Number AM 263-2022, increase to change order authority for contract C-2021-001-394 with Criterion General, Inc., CGI, for the Anchorage Senior Center Interior Renovations Project Phase 2 for the Municipality of Anchorage. Mr. Cross?
Yes, through the chair, I appreciate that. I wasn't on the Assembly when this bid was passed, and I don't see any direct conflicts, but I did want to make sure it was purely transparent. Criterion General Construction is actually currently doing a remodel on my house, and they're also building another building for me. So I want to make sure that everybody knows that although I would say I have a close personal relationship outside of this, that doesn't affect this, and I didn't know anything about this when I took Assembly, so this is all new information to me. I do want to make sure I'm perfectly transparent about that relationship. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. And Mr. Cross and I, and also Mr. Gates, discussed and determined that your relationship is one of a customer, and that it is the ruling of the chair that you do not have a conflict in this situation, and then you may vote on this item. Mr. Constant, you have a question?
Thank you, and I don't doubt their assessment is accurate, but I just would love to ask a couple quick questions. Do you do ongoing business with them? Do they do substantial, construction projects for you?
Yes, I'd say substantial. Yes, they built one of our buildings. They're currently working on another contract out in the valley, putting together a proposal for the building of another commercial construction, and then they're doing a remodel on my home, which probably won't be done for another month.
So the way I tend to make my disclosures, I have a brokerage relationship, and so whenever my broker has a deal coming before the body, even though I do no business with her, I declare a conflict and I just won't take a vote on those questions. So I don't know the nature of your relationships, but it sounds close to me, even except for the fact that you weren't involved with anything coming up before here, so there's no way you could have anything on this specific item, right? So I don't know what the analysis was with legal, but it sounds close if you do ongoing work with them.
Yeah, I'm fine just withdrawing from the vote or whatever they recommend. I don't think there'll be any issues with that passing, but I definitely want to avoid any conflict of interest, so thank you.
And I think the standard is not just a conflict, but the appearance of a conflict.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Go ahead, Ms. Allard. What is your,
I
what rule
didn't
do you
quite
believe
hear.
has been broken?
Thank you. I didn't hear quite what you said earlier about Mr. Cross, but if there's any questions from any fellow Assembly members, can we just go through the process?
We're going to go through the questions.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, point of information. Do
What
we
is
need
your
a motion
procedure?
on the floor in order to discuss this? No.
No, and actually, we want to have the discussion prior to the
Thank you.
motion. So I will go through the questions, and we will go from there. First question to Mr. Cross. Is the financial or private interest a substantial part of the matter under consideration?
No.
Does the financial or private interest directly and substantially vary with the outcome of the action?
No.
Does the financial or private interest, is it immediate and known or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action?
I want to make sure I understand the question correctly.
Yeah, this is an ongoing issue, honestly.
It sounds like it's a double negative, and I'm like, wait a second.
We can come back to that one, and we will engage counsel on it and try to get some plain speak.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm a simple man.
Okay, is the financial or private interest significant monetarily?
No.
Is the financial or private interest of a type which is generally possessed by the public or a large class of persons to which you belong?
No.
Are there any other factors that may be deemed appropriate under the specifics of the disclosure and the nature of the action?
No.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. We will go back to question number 3, whether the financial or private interest is immediate and known or conjectural and dependent on factors beyond the official action.
No. If I'm hearing that correctly.
Okay, so your answers were no to all the questions.
To all of them, yes.
It is the ruling of the chair that you do not have a conflict, though. Mr. Constant, go ahead.
So when you do work with these folks, do you jointly submit proposals to third parties?
Generally, but we did originally, but on the second project they worked for us because they had already done it and they were well experienced in the specialty of the construction. Mm-hmm. We didn't seek additional bids. I mean, they basically continue to do work for us because what we're doing is so specialized.
No, I don't mean, let me rephrase that slightly.
Okay.
Not do you seek bids from them, but do you jointly go together to third parties for bids for work?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, point of order.
Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I'm not accustomed to other members asking so many questions of individuals, so I would feel most comfortable if Mr. Cross worked with you and legal counsel, and if you've made a determination and he's satisfied, I think we should move on.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. I think Mr. Constant is trying to determine whether or not he wants to challenge the ruling of the chair.
And with the answer to that question, since you're not doing joint work like that, I think it's fine. Thank you. I will not challenge the ruling of the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Your point is well taken, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. I think we would need to have that motion to challenge the ruling and then engage in the questions to be proper. Mr. Gates?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was actually going to make the same point that Ms. Quinn-Davidson was making. We have a ruling from the chair, and if there's further discussion, that ruling needs to be appealed, and then the body would take a vote on the same question.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. With that, we will take up the item. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Ms. Allard and seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AM 263-2022.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
The motion passes 10-0. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. So now I think we can do the motion to reconsider. Question to the clerk, can we do them all at once?
I believe you can, Mr. Constant.
So I would move to immediately reconsider 10D3, 4, 13, and 14 and urge a no vote.
Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Constant has moved for immediate reconsideration of items 10D, Delta 3, 4, 13, and 14, and the motion has been seconded by Ms. Allard. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. I just want to make sure that we're bringing Ms. Price into the
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Allard.
Ms. Allard, I just want to confirm you're a yes vote?
The motion fails 0 to 10, with the youth member also voting no. Next, we have item 10D17 on the addendum. Assembly Memorandum Number AM 288-2022, Library Advisory Board appointments, Jesse Moody, Robin Branson.
Move to approve.
Move to approve by Ms. Allard. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Soltz. Ms. Quinn-Davidson, you pulled this item?
Yeah, I was going to recommend moving to postpone this to June 7th.
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson to postpone this item to June 7th. It's been seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion on the motion to postpone?
I could go ahead and explain why if you'd like, Madam Chair.
Oh, sure, go ahead.
Thank you. We've received, I would say, about a dozen emails from folks, many of which have a long history with the library, who have some questions about the candidates. We just got these on the addendum, was it Friday or over the weekend? I can't remember. So most of the folks either asked us to vote no or asked us for time to put a work session on the calendar to get to know these folks. So I'd like to postpone till June 7th so we have a chance to do a work session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not opposed to a work session, but I want to be really clear on the emails that I've received for moving to approve these individuals and to put these individuals into a work session, that some of the emails that have been coming to me are very discriminating and showing very wide range of bigotry. I'm not impressed with it, and to call out individuals just because of their skin color or their beliefs is astounding. That I can still receive emails today from individuals that say they care about the library, but these individuals, because of their race or their colors or their religious beliefs, are being separated in the sense of being discriminated. And I look forward that any of those individuals that I've responded to come forward at the work session, and please back up your emails, because I really am not impressed with saying that these individuals don't have proper ethnicity and they don't fall within the beliefs. But I'll support the work session, Ms. Davidson. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I was just going to quickly say that I didn't see that in any of the emails, so I just want to make it clear that I'm just, if we get enough requests, I usually am prone to think a work session makes sense where we can get to know people, but mine is not based on what Ms. Allard said, and I didn't see that, so I just want to make that very clear. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AM 288-2022 to the meeting of June 7.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
The motion to postpone item 10D17 passes 10-0, and the youth member votes yes. Next, we have item 10F2. Information Memorandum Number AIM 72-2022, Transmittal of Youth Advisory Commission Resolution Number 2022-02, regarding amending Anchorage Charter, Article 6, Section 6.01, to change from at-large school board seat elections to district school board seat elections. What is the will of the body?
Move to
Move to
accept.
approve.
It's move to accept.
So I heard a motion to accept from Mr. Constant. Is there a second?
Second.
And a second from Ms. Allard and Mr. Rivera. Ms. Price, you pull this item.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. As the youth representative, I wanted to start off by giving you guys a letter written by the commission on behalf of this resolution, and then I wanted to give some of my own thoughts and what I've witnessed within the youth community around school board and representation in the city of Anchorage. So first is their letter, which states, "We, the Youth Advisory Commission, propose an improvement on the manner of school board elections. Currently, school board members are elected by Anchorage at large instead of by district. We would like to change this. You all know that senators and representatives are elected by district so that constituents can have more direct representation in the Senate and the House. As you are all well aware of, we are part of different districts and are represented by you, the Anchorage Assembly. This makes governance more localized and representative. With this in mind, why should the elections of school board members be any different? Anchorage is a diverse area, and seen as proper representation is fundamental to American government. What better way to represent this beautiful diversity than by holding school board elections by district? The Youth Advisory Commission believes that elections by district provides a great opportunity for closer representation and better relationships between school board members and students. We ask that you consider our petition and have school board members elected by district. Again, we thank you for your service and your time, and we are excited about this piece of legislation and eagerly awaiting working with you all in the future." So that is the end of their letter to the Assembly, but I would like to highlight some portions of this resolution. One of the main things of the Anchorage Charter is in the preamble it states that everything should be done to secure maximum local control of local affairs. And in the founding of the Anchorage Charter, they found that district representation for the Assembly was the best mode of this. And since Anchorage was established in the Anchorage School District, it has grown 12,000 students, and the diversity of Anchorage has only grown both in ideas, beliefs, religions, race, educational needs, disabilities, whatever you could think of. Anchorage students have grown in all of those areas. And so we believe through doing so, this will now allow the school board to represent that diversity of educational needs. And so they found it very, very necessary to propose this to the body and for you to address it, hopefully. And they did want to draw attention to the resolved portion of this. They would like to see action on this item regarding school board elections. And as far as my own view of what I've witnessed in the youth community, many of them see local government and they don't believe that they are represented. They don't believe that they have someone that they can truly go to represent their ideas and what they're going through. And so through making these by district, every single student in the Anchorage School District in the city of Anchorage will have somebody they can go to express their needs and what they're going through. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Okay, seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept AIM 72-2022.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
The motion to accept item 10F2 passes 10-0, and the youth representative votes yes. Next is item 10G1, ordinance number AO 2022-60.
Move to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
I was in the queue.
I haven't even read it yet.
I was in the
Before in
queue.
the past where the members have moved to postpone indefinitely and you haven't read it yet either.
To be recognized.
Mr. Gates, would you advise on procedure? We had a member in the queue on the screen, and then another member made a motion to postpone indefinitely, and the motion was seconded.
And
Well, it doesn't need to be thirded. Because it's a motion to postpone indefinitely. The person... Go ahead, Mr. Gates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To make sure I understand, we had this item pulled by a member, and that member was in the queue to speak first, and we had a motion interrupted. And here, I guess, is where the chair recognizes which member has the floor, and I guess, if I understand right, you did that, and that person has the floor, shouldn't be interrupted by others. However, also speaking to introduction of an ordinance, our charter requires the first, the second, and third to introduce it. I don't think you can really have any other action until that's done first. And that's required before the clerk sets it for a public hearing.
Actually, I have two members in the queue now who I believe have questions for you, Mr. Gates. Mr. Constant?
I actually am in the queue to make a motion. However, the question is a more fundamental procedural one. Doesn't the item have to be read into the record for anything to be done with it?
Excuse me. Yes, we do have something there in our charter about that. I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it right now.
No, let's just get this done.
And Ms. Allard, you have a question for Mr. Gates as well?
I do, Madam Chair. Actually, it might be to you, Madam Chair. In the past, we've moved to postpone indefinitely, and it was the fastest one to the draw, even though I've moved to approve. You didn't get the whole thing out, but that's tradition, and we've referenced tradition of this body on several times. So I just want to make it clear that you violated charter then, and you probably would have to be violating charter this time if Mr. Gates finds in your behalf. But I just want to remind you, unless it's in your favor, you do violate charter. You've done it in the past. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Rivera?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. So I tend to be the one that speaks the most here about tradition, and so I'm happy to provide that authority here during this discussion. So traditionally, what will happen is the chair will read the item, and then after reading the item, one of two things will happen, and it depends on the chair. They will either go to the individual who pulled the item for them to make a motion, or the chair will ask what is the will of the body, in which case the sort of race that Ms. Allard describes happens. There is frankly no instances that I can recall in which motions were made prior to the item being fully read. And when motions were made, speaking when I was chair, I said, that's not appropriate. Let me finish the item and then you can make your motion. So I appreciate the arguments made by the member from Chugach Eagle River, but tradition stands that we let the item be read and then the chair does one of two things as I described. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. I am going to read the item into the record. We now have we have item 10G1 for introduction, ordinance number AO 2022-60, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly.
Waive reading.
Anchorage Municipal cannot
Motion to
waive
postpone
reading.
indefinitely.
Okay, folks, hold on, please. You all are out of order. Just so everybody knows, I have to read the section until it gets to the bolded part. So that's what counts as being read into the record. We have item 10G1 before us for introduction, ordinance number AO 2022-60, an ordinance of the Anchorage Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code, chapters 3.10, general provisions, and 27.20, supervisory boards, and sections 2.70.030 and 29.10.060 to fulfill the requirement of Anchorage Municipal Charter, Section 7.01B, that the Assembly by ordinance must establish specific procedures for removal of an elected official for breach of the public trust. Mr.
Move to
Constant.
postpone indefinitely.
I have the floor, and I move to introduce.
Second.
Third.
A motion to introduce has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Quinn Davidson, third by Mr. Perez Verdilla. That concludes our consent agenda. We will take...
Madam Chair.
Ms. Allard, do you have a point of order or a point of information?
Yes, I absolutely believe this is BS. I want to call on either the municipality attorney, the muni attorney, and also Mr. Gates to chime in. I have actually...
Hold on.
We have recorded evidence. You asked me.
I did, and I'm clarifying that that is a point of order. You believe a procedural rule has
Yes,
been
I
broken.
believe you violated the
So
charter.
to the point of order, we will have Mr. Gates speak first. Go ahead, Mr. Gates.
Thank you. As for reading the record, I'm not sure that's a real substantial issue, but that's been done and we're past that point. But I will say that for introduction of ordinances, we do have a charter provision. It requires first, second, third, as we've done. It does say that following introduction and upon approval of 3 members, the clerk should publish notice containing the text of the ordinance or an informative summary of its contents, the time and place for a public hearing on the ordinance, and the time and place where copies of the ordinance are available. And I read this because we also have some Charter Commission commentary or Charter Commission meeting minutes, which I've researched in the past. And I think that the Charter Commission was clear that the reason they require 3 members to introduce an ordinance is they didn't want to have it required to be introduced by a majority, where a majority would control an agenda and a minority wouldn't be able to bring a good idea forward for more vetting by the public and a public hearing before it was acted on by the Assembly members. So the intent was to protect a minority of 3 members to bring an idea, an ordinance forward. I believe that that intent is somewhat thwarted if the 3 members who first moved to introduce and second and third the introduction of an ordinance aren't able to set the public hearing for it. Ms. Allard has points about some occasion in the past where I think that intent was thwarted, and that's unfortunate. That's in the past, but it's really my view that the sponsor who introduces an ordinance and the members that second it and third it to introduce it should be able to have a public hearing set. The charter doesn't say, it says the clerk sets the public hearing, but that intent was clear, so I hope that addresses the concern and the question here. Let me know if I need to clarify.
Thank you, Mr. Gates. I will go to Mr. Burke.
Patrick Burke through the chair. I think I've seen in the last 10 months the intent thwarted. I do agree with Mr. Gates, but I think here in the last 10 months we have seen a rush to move to continue or postpone indefinitely before the introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Burke.
Madam
And I
Chair.
will, one moment, Ms. Allard, I will clarify that I believe the instance you were referring to was when 3 members introduced an ordinance and they were not the original sponsors, and the public hearing was set out several months.
No, Madam Chair. Also, I'd like to say, 1, you're biased, and 2, can you please put the 3 people up, that first, second, and third, so the public can really recognize who's moving this forward?
Ms. Allard, you are out of order when you make those statements.
You could put it in the minutes.
concerning
Put it in the
bias.
minutes.
Point of order,
Ms.
Madam
Allard,
Chair. Point of order. Point
There
of
will
order.
be no shouting.
I think that
One moment, Mr. Constant. I need to rule on the point of order that was raised by Ms. Allard. We have heard from the 2 attorneys, and I believe we are in accordance with process and tradition. As I have noted, the instance to which has been referred to was one where the public hearing was pushed out to August. The item was introduced. We do
No,
not
you're
have
biased.
Ms. Allard, you are out of order.
I'll say it again.
Ms. Allard, you are out of order.
Then
and
put it
you
in the
do
minutes.
not
You're
have the
biased.
floor. We do not have a motion on the floor. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would like to ask the attorneys a follow-up question, so it's a point of clarification, point of information. I believe the wrong question was asked and answered by the attorneys. The question that I have is, when the chair recognizes a member, do they not have the floor to make a motion? Because that's what in fact transpired tonight. All of this conversation about who knows what. I was in the queue, nobody was recognized, there was a shouting match, the chair recognized me, and then they tried to shout over me. Do Robert rules not state that a member who has the floor is able to hold the floor until their time is yielded back?
Yes, that's in Robert's rules, and the chair controls the meeting that way by recognizing who has the floor to speak. So that's correct.
So I think it would be fair to say, you can clarify if I'm wrong then, that when the chair recognized me and I made a motion, there was nothing about anything out of normal that happened in that process. That's actually standard Robert's rules. Is it not?
We can come back to this issue, Mr. Gates.
I'm sorry, I missed the question at the last part.
Let's come back to this procedural issue later. This is something that has been coming up and raising questions. Ms. Allard, we do not have a motion on the floor. Do you have a point of order or point of information?
I don't believe you recognized Mr. Constant when he made his motion. I'd like to review the tapes. I could be wrong. I just didn't hear it.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. We will go ahead and take our 20-minute dinner break now. Could please take their seats. We will go ahead and resume the meeting. And we have Mr. Dunbar on the line. Okay, welcome back, everyone. We now have before us item 11B, Information Memorandum Number AIM 56-2022, Heritage Land Bank Wetlands Mitigation Program Update, First Quarter 2022. Action was postponed from April 12, 2022 and April 26, 2022. There is no motion on the floor. What is the will of the body? Is there a motion to accept?
Move to accept.
Second.
Second.
A motion to accept has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to accept AIM 56-2022.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
It's just not showing up, but yes.
Ms. Allard, yes?
Thank you.
The motion to accept passes 10-0, and the youth member votes yes. We now have before us item 11C, ordinance number AO 2022-42, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly waiving certain fees established in the Anchorage Municipal Code as an economic stimulus measure in response to the COVID-19 public health emergency. Public hearing was closed April 12, 2022. Action was postponed from April 12, 2022, and also April 26, 2022. No motion pending. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Move to postpone to June 7th.
Second.
A motion to postpone item 11C to June 7 has been made by Ms. Quinn-Davidson and seconded by Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Sure. Thank you, Madam Chair. So Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Dunbar and I brought this a while ago in the hopes that we could get this going for this building season to be able to waive some fees. Now that we're considering ARPA in the coming weeks and how we'll spend the bulk of the second tranche of funds, we plan to vote on that on June 7th and think it makes sense to consider this alongside that larger package and take them all up together. So I think it makes sense to postpone consideration of this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Cross?
Seems to be working. There we go. Thank you. And through the chair, you know, I guess I can support postponing it again. We postponed it once again, but I would like to point out a lot of these fees, like you said, for the construction, time is of the essence. Most of this work's being done now. And I really was hoping that we would see some fees and some relief to the private sector. We did lots to fund lots for nonprofits and a lot of things, but you know, very little money savings went to the individuals who were hit hardest, which was private business. And as long as we get around to this next time, but I mean, I'm really hoping we can get this passed soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant, on the motion to postpone?
Yeah, thanks. Just a little note on the relief that was actually passed. Mr. Cross, we spent millions in relief to restaurants that were all private businesses, and we did also provide permitting relief before. So this is a reiteration of what we had done before.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to add that our understanding is that if we were to pass it now, it would mostly apply to folks in the fall because people have made their plans. At least that's what we understood from the planning department. So I think at this point, either taking it up now or in a couple meetings from now would be similar. But I agree with Mr. Cross. I wish we could have done this earlier, and I obviously, as a sponsor, support it. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Solt on the motion to postpone.
Yeah, I was just curious if this has been approved before. Do we have data to support the outcome of that prior amendment?
Thank you, Mr. Solt.
I don't understand the question, but is it really?
No, I was just asking, so maybe it's not related to the postponement. What I was asking is last time when this was passed under Berkowitz, we had to have seen an effect. Do we have any data, or where can I get that data to see the effect of this?
Thank you, Mr. Solt, for the clarification. And since this is just on the motion to postpone, we would take that up during debate of the actual item. Thanks. Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to postpone AO 2022-42 to the meeting of June 7, to postpone item 11C to the meeting of June 7.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Item 11C is postponed by a vote of 10-0, and the youth member votes yes. Next, we have continued public hearings. Next is item 13A, resolution number AR 2022-111S, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage reappropriating not to exceed $4,900,000 within the area-wide General Capital Improvement Project SIP Fund 401800, previously appropriated on AO 2020-99 as amended for property acquisition, and appropriating not to exceed $1,300,000 of alcoholic beverages retail sales tax fund 206000 fund balance as a transfer, and appropriating said transfer to the area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401800 Maintenance and Operations Department to be used for construction of an adult shelter and/or navigation center. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which.
Hi, my name is Noria Clark. I am represented, or lack thereof, by Austin Quinn Davidson and Cameron Perez Verdilla. No offense right now. Sorry, KPV. Not feeling super represented. If we're going to talk about how we're going to actually use all of these expenditures, we've been paying for this for a long time. What I can tell you right now is that, and she's not here to represent herself, so I'll leave her alone for the most part. Assemblywoman Zelatel claims to be the homeless expert. You know what's funny? I wonder if she's actually ever stayed at the Sullivan, because I did the other night. I did not take up one resource. I didn't take up one bed. I brought my own water. I brought my own food. And then I helped the women who were in there. I felt like the mayor has actually done a very good job of cleaning this up. In comparison to the filth that you guys have imposed upon our hockey rink, we used to be able to enjoy spots. Same thing over at Ben Boeke, and I know because I spend a lot of time in the hockey community. I'm embarrassed to say that this is my city. I'm embarrassed to say that you guys spend the money the way that you do, because to you, $25 million is nothing. And somebody who makes a six-figure income, plus $67,000 a year, I would love to make any kind of money like that. I went in there, I did not take up one resource, not one. How many of you can say that you've actually spent any time with homeless people here? Oddly enough, I say this again, I actually have quite a few homeless friends who I try to help get off the streets, yet you keep holding them down. And by you, I mean very specific people here, and I think you know exactly who you are. I'm sorry. Mr. Constant, I know it's very hard to pay attention because you don't really care how other people feel because you're very selfish. But at the end of the day, none of you have actually spent time there. I sat there with a pregnant woman. Where is her care? Why is Zalatel not answering these emails when she is a homeless expert? I went in there pretending to be homeless. And after what the mayor has done, I got any kind of help that I would have needed. Thankfully, I didn't actually need that help. So you should be embarrassed right now with what you do with our finances and who you are as people. Because for you, it's lining your pockets. You want to continue to take people out because you don't like what they have to say. Well, guess what? Until you take me out, I'm always going to have a lot to say. And right now, I am wholeheartedly embarrassed. Spend one night with a homeless person out in their tent and tell me how you feel. Go ask them why they're homeless. Try and experience with them that pain for just a few moments. And then you tell me that you're some kind of homeless expert and continue to spend my money.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Perez-Verdia is in the queue.
Gloria. Come back for just a second.
Also, I'm tired of this no clapping
Stop.
thing because I have a First Amendment right.
Hold on. This is a limited public forum, so there are rules that apply, and I'm going to
Are there
ask
rules that apply
folks
to you as well?
in the audience to please refrain from clapping so that we can hear
Perfect.
everybody. Mr. Perez-Verdia is in the queue. Go ahead, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you for your testimony. I wasn't sure about this particular item. Are you in favor or against this item?
I'm against anything that you keep spending money on right now when you're getting no results. So far, you guys have been putting money forward, but there are no results. The best results that I've seen actually is since the mayor has taken office. Those people, the food that they had was absolutely incredible. I wish I had pre-made meals like that.
So this item...
And I didn't
just
eat
wanna
one
make
of them.
I understand. I'm just trying to understand. This item is being brought forward in combination between the mayor and the assembly. Is this an item that you're in favor for or against?
I'm against anything. Okay, so let me just tell you my Facebook status when it comes to politics. And you're not going to like this, so I won't say all of it.
I just
Stop
wanna know whether you're
spending my
for
money
this.
a-holes.
Thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
That's my
Perez-Verdia.
Facebook.
Okay.
Mr.
Status
Soltz has a
politically.
question for you. Go ahead, Mr. Soltz.
So, Ms. Clark, I commend you for spending the night there. I drive by almost every day, and I feel for the neighbors in that area as I see people in their yards, on their fences. How did the Sullivan look? How do you feel as far as your safety? How do you think 99+1 is doing?
Inside, fantastic, actually. Like, I've stayed in worse Motel 6s, so I've stayed in crappier places, unfortunately. I felt like it was actually very clean. I didn't have any issues until I was outside of the perimeter, actually. That was the only time that I was threatened by somebody. So it was people on the streets, not people who were inside of the shelter. I felt very protected there, actually.
And just real quick, the woman you were with, did she say why she was there?
She was pregnant. Well, I spent time with quite a few women, actually. But the one that I happened to share a lot of food with and spend more time with, she was currently pregnant by some random dude, and she just needed somewhere to live. So I gave her food and water and just spent some of my night with her. Just trying to help.
Thank you, Mr. Soltz. Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you all.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
Hi, my name is Yarrow Silvers. I live in East Anchorage. First, I want to say thank you for your work on this issue and for passing the amendments to limit capacity and utilize the Golden Lion as a treatment facility alongside the Navigation Center. Secondly, I want to say that I remain very conflicted on this Navigation Center due to new information that has come out in the past couple weeks. While on one hand, I know that we need this type of facility and that it needs to go somewhere, I have two specific concerns to address. The first is that we heard that other than a site with prohibitive costs and traffic configurations, or the $40 million UMed extension boondoggle that would only be partially funded by the state and which has strong public opposition, including 15 or so community council resolutions against, there are no other proposals for where to put the bus barn. I've heard the municipality has spent at least $1 million on the current location, money that would be tossed down the drain, while the municipality would need to start over again with no guarantee of finding a suitable location. I think that in order to vote yes on this, you would need to be satisfied with leaving the bus barn where it's at and possibly investing in the technology to lower the emissions for the neighborhood. If not, I think you need to answer the questions of the bus barn before you pass this. Looking at the costs and knowing that we could have purchased and renovated the Alaska Club for around $5 million makes me wonder, why does the municipality want to spend $7 to $10 million more of my tax dollars on this location with this sprung structure, a company that the mayor has been working with since before he became mayor? I'm also having difficulty when I'm looking through the estimates that I've seen, being able to tell if profit and overhead are added to those estimates, if erecting the structure is added, if the bathrooms are added. It's like all these back of the envelope calculations, and you can't tell what's included, what's being spent, but it looks like stuff is being left out. Jamie, early on in this process, you told me that you believed you had found a suitable building for under $2 million, but that you didn't think you had support for it, and then you never said anything more about it. I don't oppose this, but if you vote yes on this, please make sure that you can look your constituents in the eye and tell us that you know that this is the most fiscally responsible decision you could have made with regards to this navigation center. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward, state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
My name is Sherry, and I'm in South. I want to tell you a story. When I grew up in Nevada, and 2 blocks from where I lived was, we called it the Indian Village. There were Paiute Indians in my hometown, and they had their culture. They lived in teepees because that was their way. The government came in and they said, oh, well, we can't have this. We got to build them a house. So they spent a lot of money, and they built houses for the Paiutes. And they put their cows and their goats and their chickens in the house, and they slept in their teepees. That is an absolute true story. That was my reality. I am so tired of you guys trying to think that you look at these problems with a one-size-fits-all. Nobody has ever talked about helping the people that can be helped. You're bunching everybody in together. There are some people that are not high risk. They might be homeless because maybe they lost their job because you guys shut our business down for 2 years. Maybe there's some people that just need employment training or something. They don't need all of this. We have beds already in this city. Why do you guys, if you are so believing in this, spend your own money, not mine, not my taxes, and see how it works, because you're doing the same thing that's failed in every other city they've tried it. You cannot lead a horse to water and make them drink. They only drink if they want it and when they are ready. I haven't heard anything about how to find out, why are these people homeless? You're putting people that are felons, drug addicts, people that have all kinds of other problems with people that just need a simple fix. You have to look at the problem. You can't fix a problem with money and brick and mortar that's as complex as this problem is. Where is your common sense? Where is your creativity? Where is you always say, we care so much, we care so much. No, you don't. The proof is in the pudding. You guys have to get real, and you have to find out, why are these people homeless? And you need to provide something for them so that they no longer are homeless. Do not do this. Do not vote for it. This is not the answer because it's failed everywhere. We have the data. You don't need people living in the teepees.
Thank you for your testimony. Ma'am, I've got a member in the queue for you. Mr. Perez-Verdia has a question. And again, folks, please refrain from clapping. It's hard to hear.
You don't listen anyway, sorry.
Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Yeah, I
I'm
think
sorry, I can't, it came out.
I think you answered the question at the very end when you said, please don't vote for this. So you're against this? Is that what I'm hearing?
Absolutely.
Okay.
It's not,
Thanks.
you know, Mr. Perez, you guys get so caught in the monkey, you can't see the forest for the trees.
Okay.
You've got to start looking at solutions, especially when you're talking about spending the kind of money you did. What's going to happen when you guys are responsible for the money that you misappropriated with our CARES Act? We still have a homeless problem. People have still suffered, lost their business, and we still have a mess, and we're still having this conversation that should have been happening 2 years ago.
Thank you.
So yeah, I'm very against it.
Thank
Be
you for your
clear.
testimony.
Can I say that again 5
No,
more times?
thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your area of the municipality in which you live, or your community council.
For the record, my name is Sean Williams, and I'm from the Turnagain area. I first want to say thank you for the correspondence I've had in the last few days with Ms. Quinn Davidson and Mr. Perez-Verdia. Last night and today, I watched the Assembly special session from April 28th. I was extremely impressed with the conversation, and it may have been what I believe is the most productive meeting that I've ever watched with this group of people. At the meeting, there were 3 amendments that were supported by the Assembly. The first was equitable distribution of surge capacity, and that was introduced by Mr. Dunbar. That passed with a 10-by-10 vote, 10 out of 10 for. There was a second amendment, asked the Bronson administration for a firm commitment on the Golden Lion as a treatment center. That was introduced by Ms. Quinn Davidson, and that was also supported 10 out of 10 votes. The bed limits, the third one, of 150 with an additional 50 for surge capacity limit was introduced by Dunbar and passed by 7 out of 10. So all 3 of those were voted for and supported by this body. I believe all major concerns were addressed, mostly more time to review the 300-page proposal, except for Ms. Quinn Davidson's concerns about cost. Although cost can be evaluated in terms of total CapEx, ongoing OpEx, cost per square foot, and or cost per bed, acceptable standards can never be met if we don't know what those numbers should be. In essence, the goals must be discussed and set in advance. I myself am convinced that most Assembly members' concerns have been addressed with these amendments, and we are closer than ever to a reasonable plan. As Voltaire is quoted, "Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good." I'll say that one more time. Don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. We will never find something that's 100% acceptable to everyone. Oh, Mr. Constant, are you falling asleep? I'm sorry, I'll try to speak louder. Please consider voting in support of the resolution that you helped shape and stop being obstructionists.
May I pause you for a moment? I've paused your time. Do you have a point of order?
Mr. Williams, Sean Williams, West Anchorage, closer than ever to a reasonable plan. Don't let the perfect be the enemy. And then you pointed to
Of
me.
the good.
So
Wow.
I just was writing down actually what you
That's
were saying.
amazing. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Mr. Constant. Go ahead.
Are we ready to continue?
Yes, go ahead.
Please consider voting in support of the resolution that you helped shape and stop being obstructionists. Resolution AR 2022 111S as amended. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony.
No questions. Wow.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Yeah, my name is Terry Drake, Chugack Eagle River. Seeing as I'm not allowed to ask questions of you folks, I do know we need this, but I do not support this particular bill, or this AO. This housing first thing, we aren't going to have anybody stop drinking. We're not going to get them into treatment, but we're going to house them first. How's that going to work out for the people that are housing them? From what I've seen, they usually trash these places, and you guys end up having to have them repaired. The Aviator Hotel, how much money did you dump into that for repairs? Was it the Creekside? I believe they had problems. Alex Hotel, they had problems also. So when you get this thing up and running and you have this, these landlords that are going to help with housing these homeless people, are you going to repair their houses, upgrade them for all this? Are you going to, once these places are damaged, are you going to take care of them? Yeah, that would be my question. You know, I've been here for 58 years now, and when you guys were talking about tradition, it's not like it was. It is not even close. I wasn't politically motivated until you guys came into office. When you guys spent that CARES Act funds, I called the Treasury General, the Inspector Treasury General. I wanted to see them, I still want to see an audit of this. I also want to see a forensic audit of the last election. This is a brand new system.
Sir, please speak to the item before us regarding the navigation center.
Okay. You need to stop this. The young lady before me said it perfectly. How much money have you spent on this problem, and where are the results? This has been tried in every major city in the U.S., and it has failed. Are we going to try it again here? Are we going to reinvent the wheel? I don't believe you guys are capable of taking care of this problem by yourselves. And if Meg Zalatel was here, I'd ask her about her lobbying. I mean, she's making 6 figures with the Anchorage Coalition to End Homelessness. I see her at the work meetings. I think she's a paid lobbyist. Yeah, this needs to stop. This needs to stop. I'll relinquish my time.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Dustin Sherman, South Anchorage, District 6, Mr. Salt and Ms. LaFrance. I don't support this either, but I might if we actually, as a general public, I got kind of an idea. Next meeting you guys have is on the 24th, maybe even the one after that. Why not put out a big thing? We can get Ms. Zalatel and Mr. Dunbar and you know, people on this side and everything from the assembly. Go out and invite the homeless population to come in here and let the public hear from them. Find out what they want. We're sitting here making all these decisions for them, and I'm sure that there has been some input, but have a dinner out here in the foyer and invite them in to have dinner and have them tell us in person what they want. I think that's how we need to go about this. Their opinions are what's going to matter. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the community in which you live.
Roger Branston, a long-time mental health advocate out of Eagle River. I just want to speak to the process of the last several years since the city has started getting involved in homelessness and actually investing in solutions. We've come a long ways, and we're sitting here, we're talking, the mayor has proposed $4.9 million, and we got here through a collaborative process. And the Assembly has been working with the mayor's office for the last 9 months on a negotiation process. I am so impressed to see this much money on the table being talked about. What's the best way to use it? What's the best way to spend it? As an advocate for the homeless, as one who spends quite a bit of time with them, including in the shelters, as well as people in recovery. The other 4 pillars in the plan, when we fund those and as we bring those pillars online, we will start draining the population, the zero barrier population, and we can find out how big of a shelter we actually need. We will need a zero barrier shelter though, and I so appreciate all the work that's gone into getting us to where we are now. This is huge. This is another milestone, and the work that's going to go into getting us to where we have a better city that is healed, that people can find restrooms, and I appreciate everybody's hard work. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Hello, my name is Mary Weiss. I'm in the University Community Council, and I live within a mile of this possible thing. And I heard about a meeting a while back, and I went to it, and I was absolutely astounded at the lack of real information or exchange that I heard. It was given by Dowell, and they had a very nice glossy presentation, but it sort of told us what they were going to do, and that was the end of it. And I kind of got so amazed at this that I attended another meeting. And the second meeting, actually the mayor was there, but he did refuse to answer some questions. But once again, I felt like what was happening was they were just checking off the box to say that we have now had our community meeting. And then finally, last week, we had a community council meeting. And what came out at that point was that this building is going to be a membrane permanent building. And it sounds like the advantage is that they can put it up quickly, and that's it. The other thing I heard about, and I'm really not sure about it, is something about a conditional use permit, and I'm not sure what that all is. But anyway, the other thing is they were very, well, how should I say it? I feel like there is no planning to this thing. They're just going to throw money at it. We're going to have a nice big membrane building. And when they started asking questions about who was going to manage it and how is it going to be managed and how are they going to get staffing and how much staffing, everybody was like, well, you know, we haven't really focused on that yet. And that kind of scared me. And so what I'm here to say is, I'm opposed to this because I think we need to just slow down, take a deep breath, and really get a plan where there are actually details. And the other thing that was amazing to me was I watched how carefully and deliberately you considered Mr. Cross for being able to have any kind of conflict of interest. And that is exactly the opposite process that I saw from these community council meetings and that. So I think we need to go back and really pay attention to the process. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
My name is
Chair,
Andrew
point of
Gray,
order.
and I am on the Campbell...
Hold on one moment, please. I believe, do you have a point of order?
Yes, Madam Chair, and I may be wrong, Andrew, but I believe Mr. Branson already did too. Have they already testified in regards to this? Whether it was maybe...
We did the information meeting on Thursday, but we weren't actually talking about the funding.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Let me confer here with the clerk.
I don't know if that's relevant with the S version or not. She'll check, Andrew.
I'm going to speak in support of you, Ms. Allen.
So we're needing to go back and take a look at the agenda. There's a little bit of confusion because we had a special meeting, and so the question is whether or not there was an S version, so we're looking that up. So at that special meeting on the 28th, the body amended the ordinance, and then reopen the public hearing after amending it. So the practice has been, when that's the case, with the public hearing reopened, folks can testify on the amendments. So you may continue, Mr.
Thank you. My name is Andrew Gray, and I'm on the Campbell Park Community Council. However, I will speak for myself. I just want to say that once we pass this and we commit this $4.9 million, I feel like we're kind of reaching a point of no return. And I have lobbied hard to get the capacity restrictions reduced, and they've been reduced, and I'm grateful for that. And I feel like I would be a total hypocrite if I said we shouldn't do this after you've basically done what I've asked for, which is bring it down to a more manageable level. But I think there are many questions about how this will be paid for into the future, how this will be paid for now. I think, last summer, we talked about numbers as high, well over $20 million. And so the fear in the back of my hand is that's going to come up. 20 million is going to come up, and we're going to be back here asking for more money. And so I'm impressed listening to so many people speak tonight, and I'll just say that I think many of them not usually on the same side as me, but tonight we're all on the same side. We all have a question about this $4.9 million and what it's going to pay for, and knowing that it's not enough to pay for everything, and you're going to come back for more to build a structure that may not be the best location in Anchorage. Because, it's something that's been all along. I'm Campbell Park. This shelter is in Campbell Park. And the thing is that we do have a shelter in Campbell Park. We have the Gospel Rescue Mission. We service a number of homeless people there already. But we don't have 200 more unhoused individuals in that area. They would need to be brought in. I think that a more centrally located homeless shelter would make more sense. I'm not opposed to a shelter. I'm opposed to a shelter that is a money pit, that is going to continue to ask for money from the taxpayers of Anchorage, from me and my family and the people in this room forever and ever and ever. And I think getting the answers and getting a financial plan for how this will be paid for and how we will continue to pay for it into the future is really essential. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live in. Oh, actually, hold on one moment. Ms. Allard, I see you were in the queue. Was that from before? Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Jason Delosier. I reside on the east side of Anchorage. During the last meeting, the special session, the Assembly had many questions and comments after the administration presented its plan for the requested $4.9 billion for a total cost of $11+ million for the Tudor Elmore shelter. I don't know about each of you, but I had left with feelings and a lot of questions from the overall plan. Knowing that our city is short thousands of housing units, why is the administration not looking into investing in low-income affordable housing? That doesn't mean free housing. During the April 28th listening session, when asked how many units are available in regards to housing in Anchorage, Mr. Rivera stated that he did not have an answer to the question. If the homeless work group and the mayor's staff do not answer the question, how can the proposed goal of 2 years for this navigation center be accomplished? And then we would no longer need it. A better use of taxpayer dollars would be to invest in low-income housing and more inpatient treatment facilities similar to the Golden Lion, the amendment that you all passed. Thank you very much. Furthermore, to derail things in regards to getting individuals that are unhoused or houseless into treatment and facilities, the $900,000 contract, $499+1, was, and I could be wrong in this, but it was stopped. It was vetoed. The homeless and houseless need treatment facilities. In reference to Mr. George Graves' comment on the 28th about the interim plan to move homeless from the Sullivan Arena out with no intentions to just moving them onto the street, but the intention to get them to the right facility. And the following question by Mr. Perez-Verdia, on slide 55, the interim plan shows that we could house and shelter all of our homeless without a need for a navigation center. There should have been a plan developing before and in unison for the structure and focus on recruiting staff and providers, as well as the programs that should go on this proposed shelter. That has not gone on. That is one of the most important facts that we are still missing. The Homeless Committee spoke at the University Area Community Council last week, spoke about 40 minutes and proposed the same slides that they did on the 28th. The previous plan that I saw did not show mitigation plans for neighborhoods, apartment complexes in the area, and UAA. They also again failed to show where staffing for the shelter and the services would come. I watched the meeting yesterday, and it was proposed that that would come in phases 2 and 3, but I didn't see when that actually come. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry, maybe I'm hitting on the wrong thing, but
You're in there, Ms. Allard. Sorry, I was taking some notes and I didn't look up at the screen. Sir, I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm going to ask the other individual who was here before you to come back up as Ms. Allard has a question, and then we'll have you speak. Sir, would you come up, please? Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. Did you want these same answers to the guest house and the sockeye that we are putting into place too, that's going to cost more in operational dollars to run?
Could you say that again? I'm sorry. It was kind of
Did you want these answers that you're asking in reference to the navigation center that the Assembly and the Mayor have brought forth? Do you want these same answers for the sockeye and the guest house that the operational dollars will cost more to run?
Yes, I want all answers, because as we know, the plan that was presented looked like a piece of Swiss cheese.
Right.
If this goes down, it's going to be the Swiss cheese incident.
Right, along with the sockeye and the guest house. I'll get you all that information. Those are all the same answers.
Okay.
Thank you.
And to Mr. Sean Williams, good intentions but not well thought out actions leads you down the same road.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Allard. Welcome. Please state your name for the record and your community council or area of Muni in which you live.
Julie Lindberg, and I live in Fairview. I really didn't come to speak about this, but as I've been listening, it's just been getting a little more intense for me. I actually enjoy living in Anchorage. I live here on purpose. I moved from the valley into Anchorage because I like living in cities, but I feel like my city is expecting me to pay for everything for everybody, forever. And I'm working, my husband goes to work every day to pay for people who have chosen, a lot of people have chosen not to work and to live on the street and to have everybody else pay for them. And I know there's people there that are there because of problems and incidents and losing their jobs, but I'm still paying for people who choose to live on the street. And since COVID happened and we moved people in to my area in Fairview, I bought a house on purpose right next to the bike trail. And since COVID has happened and we moved all the people up to my area at the Sullivan Arena, now when my grandkids use the bike trail, they have people chasing after them with hatchets and knives and saying, "Get out of my house, get out of my way, get out of my room." And this is a little disturbing to me because this is my city too, but it's been taken away from me because we've moved people who don't have homes, don't have any, they're not invested. They have no skin in any game, no game, no skin, no game. If you don't have skin in your game, you don't care about that game. You only care about what people are going to give you now. And so as we move people into where we live, these people don't care about our game or our skin. I think we need to keep the people. I'm sorry. I might be prejudiced against homeless people because I'm not homeless and I'm paying for it. I think we need to keep them down by the tracks, move them into where the hospital used to be, the native hospital. As we move them into our neighborhoods, they're just going to take over our neighborhoods. And then we're going to be moving out and paying for them to live in my house. I'm done.
Thank you for your testimony. Welcome. Please come forward and state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the Muni in which you live.
Garrett Spargo, University Area Community Council. Thanks for the information presented in the last two meetings that addressed this topic. It's been informative, and I do appreciate the hard work everyone's done on this complex problem. to Mr. Rivera, Ms. Selatel if she were here, the administration. Thank you all for the hard work on this. Now, there were really nice photos and presentations and renderings, architectural drawings as a part of what we'd seen. But I still feel the community is missing a lot of really pertinent data. Functional zero as a really big, exciting goal, but it's hard to see how we get there from where we're at right now. Help sell the community on it with hard facts and a clear plan. What are the needs for our homeless population in terms of housing units and services? What is the capacity across the city? And what is the delta between the two, the unmet need we're trying to fill? How well does the proposed shelter and navigation center meet those needs, and where will there still be gaps? I'm assuming a single building won't solve the homelessness issue, and I'm wondering how other pieces will fit into the puzzle here. It would be nice to see a map of all the facilities that will be used as a part of the project towards functional zero, where the facilities are in the city, their capacity, the services they'll provide. When I mapped the sites listed in April's implementation status update, the 11 sites with known addresses fell within a 2-mile radius. A map in the latest meeting included facilities not listed in that implementation update, so it'd be really great to understand the full network of care we'll be providing. Related to locations, I'd appreciate more information on the criteria used to exclude properties from consideration for this project. It would be helpful for the public to understand the process and the metrics used, the scoring for the sites that were in consideration. It's not pertinent just for this shelter, but for any other shelters that might be required to meet that unmet need. Regarding patient care or client care, what are the services that are going to be provided for $5 million a year? It's unclear what will be delivered, how many employees will be hired, what the ratio of client to staff will be. This isn't to make an argument over costs, but to understand, again, what is this, how does it fit into the broader plan for what we're trying to do? As a resident of the neighborhood, I am curious about the idea of day use, which was brought up in the last meeting. It's a warm place to sit, maybe a cup of coffee, a meal, a bathroom, a shower, social space, other services. All great basic human needs and well-deserved by anyone, but it's unclear what happens when those individuals without a bed for the night are turned away when the day use portion of the facility ends. Where will they go? How will they be supported? And how will the neighborhood be supported? I've heard a lot of concern in previous meetings as well as this one about what the shelter might bring to the area. So to ask that the administration also provide data before, during, and after the shelter navigation center will go in. For the community, perhaps data on property crimes, illegal fires, illegal camps, police and ambulance calls, number of crimes committed by individuals in the center, just those kinds of things to understand what's happening in the community. And for those concerned about the population and the clients, we'd look for information about effectiveness of the program, data on client duration, rate of return through the navigation center, daily census counts, et cetera. Let's provide solid data and not let anecdotes define the success or failure of this effort. Thank you all.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? If so, please come forward. We do have one person on the phone list. Welcome. Please state your name for the record, your community council, or the area of the municipality in which you live.
David Nordland, East Anchorage, Eagle River.
And please do speak into the mic.
Okay. Well, so they say a picture is worth 1,000 words, so may I drop these pictures off to you folks?
You can just give them to the clerk here.
Those pictures don't actually pertain to what we're talking about right now. Those are for you to chew on for about a week till I come back next week. If you have any questions, talk to Pam Weiss. This, good idea, but these people on the streets need to deal with their root causes first. Why they're drinking, why they're homeless. You can't just put them in a house, expect them to change everything, otherwise just keep going downhill. There you go. Right on.
Sir, are you done with your testimony?
Oh, yeah, sorry. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Okay, thank you for your testimony. We do have one person who's signed up for phone testimony. Let's go ahead, Ms. Camacho, and give that individual a call, please.
Yes, hello?
Hi, is this Ms. Anderson?
It sure is. Let me go ahead and turn off the streaming meeting. I'm guessing I'm next.
Yes, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for phone testimony on item 13A, AR 2022-111S. And if you go ahead and state your name for the record, your community council, and the area of the municipality in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
You can go ahead and get started.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Kristen Anderson. I am in the UMed area. I have proudly called myself an Alaskan for about 20 years, and I'm thrilled for this effort to create a long-term solution for our most vulnerable people. I really like the idea of housing first model, and also of using functional zero as a solid benchmark and an ongoing key performance indicator. My greatest concerns about this project are regarding the project planning. I hear the word design and I see money being allocated towards design when based on it. Hello? Okay.
Go ahead.
I'll continue.
Yes, we can still hear you.
Thanks. So based on the previous meetings, it seems like we are solidly still in the early planning phase, middle at best. I just hate to waste that money. As the old project management maxim goes, an error during the initiation phase costs $1, an error during the planning phase costs $10, one during the execution phase costs $100, and beyond that, monitoring and controlling, and even after closeout, is $1,000. I was relieved to hear that Bronson's administration has a plan in place for the Sullivan Arena to relocate people to a scattering of different shelters while their temporary navigation center is being constructed. My timeline on the first potential move-in into that temporary navigation center is November. Other things that I'm worried about with the project plan is, even though I've heard work packages being talked about a lot, I can't find a work breakdown structure online. I'm also not seeing the critical path schedule that I've been looking for. And where is the risk register? This entire project itself is nothing but a contingency plan and a risk mitigation plan. Seems to me like that project risk management seems very elemental. If we have more time available, if we are able to rehouse people and buy some more time, maybe we can deal with problems such as lack of a grocery store, maybe look into the zoning laws that prevent us from utilizing big box stores that are currently empty. And maybe we can even skip the soft-sided temporary navigation center completely. In closing, a big thank you to everyone involved with this project. It's very apparent that the Assembly, other government members, NGOs, businesses, and citizens care deeply for our vulnerable people and are committed to the success of this project. This is a tremendous opportunity for us to make a huge difference. Let's get it right. Let's have a plan we can solidly get behind, even if it takes additional time. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? If so, please come forward. Seeing no one else, public testimony is now closed. Okay, if there's anyone else, I'm going to ask the body to reopen the public testimony here, but if there's anyone else who wants to speak, please come forward and queue up so we can keep things moving along. Madam Clerk, can I just ask for unanimous consent to reopen the public hearing? Okay, I'm seeing heads nodded. Unanimous consent. Please go ahead, state your name for the record.
My name is Kyle Samber. I'm from the Turnagain area, but I grew up in the East Anchorage area where you're planning to build this. And I just want to say I agree with what a lot of people have said today. But one thing that hasn't been said is that that area has never been built on. There's forest there that not a lot of people go there. There's not like a lot of trails or anything, but it's important, I think, just on principle, not to just be building stuff, especially if it's not well planned, but not to just be tearing down our forests that are not just going to grow back overnight. So, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. We have a motion on the floor, a motion to approve. The item was amended at the special meeting of April 28. And before we enter into debate, we will go ahead and take a 10-minute break. Go ahead and get started here again. If folks could please take their seats. So before we take up debate of item 13A, may I ask who was the mover and who was the seconder? On the motion to approve?
I believe it was myself as the mover, and I don't remember who the seconder was.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera.
Okay.
Ms. Allard, did you second the motion to approve this item? Do you recall?
I did. Felix said I did. I did.
You did?
I did.
Okay, thank you. We just need to make sure we have that here. Okay, so we have a motion to approve on the floor, and the item has been amended. Who is first in the queue? Mr. Rivera?
Thanks. I'm actually going to turn to Mr. Baker and see if he can provide some introductory remarks before we get going.
Madam Chairman, members of the body, perhaps as one of the initial people that participated in this facilitation process from the administration side, I'd like to, first, I'd like to thank some specific members of the Assembly that has helped guide this action along with us. I'd like to thank, obviously, Admiral Barrett for the leadership that he's provided in the facilitation, and specifically to Mr. Constant, Mr. Rivera, Ms. Zelatel, and now Mr. Perez-Verdia, for their participation in getting us to this point. Perhaps there's been questions, and as I've listened to the public testimony, there's been a lot of questions about this specific piece of the four-plank plan. And I think that maybe we should take just a moment and reflect upon how we got here. And this is not the end. This is only the beginning of the major issue to address homelessness in our community. As we have been meeting, and collectively those members that I just pointed out from your body that have been meeting with the administration since August in the development of addressing this issue. It's a monumental issue. It's never been addressed in our community before at the level that we've seen. And I, for one, having sat in your shoes many years ago, appreciate the time, the effort, the thousands of hours that have gone into development of this. And the first plank of the plan, I guess I forgot Mr. Weddleton. He was an integral part of this as well, and I apologize for that. But the development of this plan has various component parts to it, and we tried to bring we couldn't bring all those together at the same time, and so we tried to schedule them as to what issues could we address quickly, which issues could take a little bit longer, and always with the impact that Housing First was a model because it's been a policy model of this body. So the first thing that the facilitation group addressed, and as Ms. Allard pointed out just a moment ago, was the purchase of the SOC-IN. Collectively, tax dollars went into that purchase along with philanthropy dollars. You might recall, some of you will recall that you made a decision back 4 or 5 months ago to invest $6 million of taxpayer dollars in the effort, along with a match of $6 million from philanthropy. So it was not just government that was participating, it was philanthropy in our community, recognizing that it was an issue that absolutely we should address. And so the first plank was the medically fragile, those that were most in need of direct services. And there was no place in our community that would do that. The next step in that plank was workforce housing. We thought we had a deal on workforce housing, and then it didn't produce. And so now we're looking at an alternative location. All of this through facilitation and with working with philanthropy. So I think that those that have unanswered questions, those questions need to be answered, and they will be answered as we move through the process. You know, it has been an objective of the administration and the Assembly to restore the Sullivan Arena to its use and to make way for it to be a hockey arena once again and house concerts and other groups and organizations. So we're well along that plan, and we've worked hard. All of you have worked very hard, and we're very thankful for that. And you know, Mr. Weddleton, Mr. Constant, and Ms. Zalatel as the originators from the Assembly side. Now we've had transition, and others of you have come, and Mr. Rivera and Mr. Perez-Verdia as people have moved on to other things. But I, for one, having worked with all of you for the past 10 months on trying to improve this situation in our community, I think this is another plank forward in our effort to address the total issue in our community, and it's monumental. We've never done it. This is the first, and this is one of the steps in the plank that we've all collectively agreed upon. And we can debate locations, we can debate a lot of things, but just to say that we wouldn't be here tonight, and taking another step forward, hopefully, with it, had I not had, along with the others on my side of the field, the assistance and the participation of those of you that have worked so hard towards this. And with that, Madam Chairman, I just say a huge thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Rivera?
Sure. So I guess there's a few questions, and I don't know how much folks want to get into this, but I do want to try to address a couple of the questions that have been brought up in testimony, and then some outstanding questions. So first, I will ask Mr. Weddleton if you can come up and speak to some of the site selection criteria. You did, I think, a really good job painting a canvas of that yesterday. Yeah, that was yesterday. So if you could do that again, that'd be great.
Sure, thank you. So I'm John Weddleton, and I've been working on this since August of last year. And you know, we started out, the view was initially that we were, how do we get out of the Sullivan, where do we send people? And we were also looking at how do we augment the existing system by what we do. And the initial view was we need something that would handle you know, 400 to 800 people who were in mass care. But pretty quickly we figured out we needed something different to augment the existing system, and that was to build a system and not just have, you know, another low barrier shelter. And Mr. Baker spoke well to that this is a component of a system. This is not a standalone. So we did a fairly extensive look. We started out with the list of places and due diligence reports from the previous administration when they were looking for shelters prior to moving people into the Sullivan. Then the current administration and the facility group started looking at you know, multiple listing service, any place that we saw that was vacant or might, or even just look like it might work. And that got a list of over 70 locations. Then we, just to make sure we got everything, we did a request for information that went out to realtors all across the city and said, show us if there's anything else that we might have missed. And we got a few more from that. And ultimately, we got a list of, it worked out to over 80 locations, but many got knocked out pretty quickly. We had like go, no go. If it wasn't for sale or for rent, it got crossed off the list. If it was in downtown, it got crossed off the list because we made a commitment not to put more in downtown. Are there utilities, and is there sufficient space for the need? Once we knocked out those, we looked at the others, and it was about a dozen or so at that point, and we looked at, are they available, utilities available to build or configure the building for what we need. We avoid areas that have a high density of mass care operations already, conflict with adjacent uses, building condition, capital costs, operation costs, the dollars per client, proximity to where homeless people are, proximity to medical and health services, police, personal supports, transportation. We were looking for places that were within a quarter mile of public transportation. Do they have safe ingress and egress, space for services, exterior recreation space, room for daytime activities? Can they accommodate couples, pets, surge capacity? Are they buffered from the neighborhood? Do they have place for storage, separation from schools, and so on? The list was extensive. And we looked at every one of these, remaining dozen or so locations based on that. Then we hired the Boutte company to go and do rough order of magnitude costs on sites. And we looked at Sullivan Arena was kind of the base case. We had 252 Arctic Universal Building, Johnson's Tire in the heart of Midtown, the old Pacific Northern Academy on Brugas near Northway Mall. Then the old Tudor, Alaska Club on Tudor that's been batted around quite a bit. The old proposed National Archives site on Denali, and then two places at Tudor Elmore, one where the Tozier track used to be, and the other one where the evidence lot is. We deleted the Arctic Boulevard one because it was being sold. Archives had wetland issues that made the footprint too small. During that time, we also added the Sears warehouse. We took a look at that, and we took a look at the Salvation Army at 660 48th. So it was fairly fluid. The market is, some buildings were coming in and out of play. Some, had contracts on them, and then those failed. We looked again. But we ultimately did get some costs. And when we did that, the, Sprung shelter at Elmore came out the lowest cost per person. There were other good sites. The old Tozier track was similar to that. The Johnson Tire, which had a lot of appeal, came out at $35 million. Is very expensive to purchase, but also to remodel. The old Alaska Club was bought and sold, and then sold to someone, not the city. So it was, so anyway, this was a very extensive search, and ultimately the location we chose came out best. And then when the administration looked closer, and as we shrank the size of the facility, we realized it would fit in between the existing police headquarters and the evidence lot, which saved quite a bit of money, millions, for not having to move the evidence lot. Plus, where it fits, it's already graded. It's got asphalt there, so there's really effectively no wetlands issues. So it was a very extensive process that led to this location.
Thank you. Madam Chair, may I continue?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So I don't have any other questions for you, Mr. Weddleton. Thanks. Okay, so then my next two questions are for...
Madam Chair, I'm just wondering, if I have a specific question about what he was just speaking about, would it be helpful to have it now or wait until you're done? And Felix, I'm open to have it either way.
We have a number of members in the queue.
I'll just wait. Thanks.
So maybe we'll just, if Mr. Weddleton just can stay close. Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll try to be quick. I just want to get through some of the things that I know have been brought up. So my next two questions are for Mr. Baker. So first is, can you speak to the costs? Are they comprehensive? Do they include overhead and contingency? And as I understand it, there was a meeting today about costs, so have they changed since presentation yesterday? Thanks.
Madam Chairman, Mr. Rivera, yes, we have a very extensive line-by-line cost for the entire facility. There was a further meeting today with the contractor looking at other alternatives in terms of reducing cost further. They, one of those alternatives, what the contractor indicated, and I did it. I was on that meeting. I did not participate too much, but I had a couple of questions. One of those, there looks to be that we can shrink the building a little bit further as a result of what your action was 2 weeks ago. So that will reduce some cost. There was a discussion about showers and restrooms and locations, and the contractor felt that, and this is, we haven't seen the final numbers, but there was about $1 million budgeted, give or take, for that particular mechanical piece, and by a change, that number he felt would come in closer to $500,000. So we right now, we're, I think, in answer to your question, is the overhead, the contract, and the contingency in there? Yes. The answer to that question is yes. Might we engineer the building even to be a little more cost-effective by moving some mechanical things and other things? The answer to that question is also yes. Now that we have the upper limit of cost, now we're looking at what we call value engineering, and that process started today.
Great, thanks. And then I may ask one more, because I know there's a lot of folks in the queue, and then I'll get back in the queue. So my last question is, and this has been brought up several times already. So I requested in a one-on-one meeting with you, Mr. Baker, to have a dialogue with people experiencing homelessness about the Navigation Center. I also made that same request at the second listening session. So I'd just like to hear on the record now, will the administration be amenable to organizing such a listening session with people experiencing homelessness specific to the Navigation Center?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. So next I have Ms. Allard, and then Mr. Solt, and then Mr. Dunbar. So Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If Joe Gerace, I have some questions for him. I think he's here.
Is Mr.
Perhaps, Madam Chair, I think he may be upstairs, but I can attempt to answer those if you want.
You probably can, maybe. It's about costs and operations for the sockeye and the guest house.
Yes, I'm aware of those.
Oops, can you say that again, Larry?
I think with the question, are you aware of the costs for the sockeye and the guest house, correct?
Yeah, I want it to be broken down, Madam Chair. Can I go ahead and ask the administration? Whoever wants to answer, that's fine.
Sure, that's fine.
Thank you.
Yes, in terms of let's first address the sockeye. As I recall, and I was involved in in looking at the operation cost, some portion of the cost of the sockeye, I believe the estimate is 25% will be covered by Medicaid, Medicare, because they're medically fragile people and qualify. And I think the operating cost, I believe, was $3 million. That's the number that I recall.
Madam Chair, Joe's here. Can I go ahead and direct those directly to Joe? Because thank you, Larry. Joe and I have been discussing it a little bit, and I just wanted to make sure I had the numbers correct. I was looking at
Sure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was looking at the cost to purchase the sockeye, operational costs for the first 3 years, and then the same with the guest house, please, and everything that would be included as far as do we have, I think it was a gentleman that testified earlier in regards to the staffing, the medical, how many people it's going to take, everything to up and running. I just want to get a comparison to what we're looking at with the Navigation Center.
Okay, so a lot of questions there. I'm going to try to get them all if I miss any. So around the sockeye, the purchase was roughly $4.65 million to procure that property. that property has asked on the pro forma, they envision and have received 1.3 of $3.3 million needed to operate it for first-year operations. There's a pro forma that shows that decreasing to 2.8 with Medicaid offsets, Medicare offsets, and down to 2.2 third year for operational dollars, being the city's intended support of that location, the request for support around the sockeye. So that would be the initial purchase cost, and then followed by 3-year operational forecast. And
Madam Chairman, also I'd like to speak about the guest house, because that is still currently under negotiations. There's a transaction for only 120 days, and that is actually workforce housing, so that will be voucher related in terms of the costing of that operationally.
What's the capacity that we're looking at the
131.
Say that again, the capacity for the sockeye?
131. Oh, at the sockeye? No, the number is 61 rooms, and it's 131, assuming that the acquisition of the guest house goes forward.
Okay, Madam Chair, can I do one last question then?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so you're saying 60, wow. Okay, that's low. The other question that I would have for you is, with the sockeye, where is the fund, who's going to be running the sockeye? And does the administration know?
yes, ma'am. The answer to that question is they received a sole source contract for Catholic Social Services to operate that facility.
Who did the sole source contract?
This body did, ma'am.
Yeah, but when I say who led the charge on that as far as putting that information through before it was put forth to this body?
The ACEH team had negotiated with Catholic Social Services, and then I believe they brought forward that. I don't know who the sponsor of that AR was. I apologize,
Okay.
but that was arranged through ACEH, had lined up Catholic Social Services based on their history at the Brother Francis shelter.
Madam Chair, just one last quick question, please. Then I won't ask anymore.
Sure.
Are you saying that that's the executive director, acting executive director, Meg Zolotel?
It was arranged, she was the interim director at the time, and she had arranged that facility to be operated by Catholic Social Services, then brought forward an AR for the body to approve.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Mr. Soltz?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's probably for Mr. Baker. So do you know what the current cost of the Sullivan to operate is per month?
$6 million.
$2.2 million at that location.
$2.2 million per month.
So,
Okay.
do you want to clarify?
Yes.
So I'd like to clarify, there's multiple operations going on. It's about $6 million to $7 million a month for the FEMA response, but there's a lot of other items on that agenda. So the actual sockeye piece is about $2 to $2.2 million. Sorry, Sullivan, not sockeye. So on the response, we have hotels, we have other support services, case management. Those things combined for that aggregate total of between 6 and 7, and that's hard to pin down because depending on how many people get help, there's a dynamic there depending on how many people get transitioned, first, last, security deposits, stuff like that can come in and affect that total.
And to follow on to that, for
the
navigation center, what's roughly that cost per month or per year to operate?
Yes, Mr. Salt, through the chair. Our projected cost based upon delivery of services that is projected for July 1 through December 31 is $2.5 million. Annualized, that number for 12 months is $5 million. Now, the programmatic piece of that is still being developed, as we did with the sockeye. We purchased, with philanthropy, we purchased the property, and then we began to put together the operations piece and the delivery of services. Similar, it was a parallel track. This is a similar approach, but essentially Our best guesstimate for operations and cost is 2.5 for 6 months.
Madam Chair, can I have
Anything
a few
else?
more? Just a few
Go
more?
ahead.
Okay. So let's say this completely fails. What do we do with that building? Does it have other purposes or other uses after this?
The answer to that, Mr. Sully, is yes. This is a structure that could let's say worst case scenario, in our efforts to improve the homeless situation fails with a navigation concept, which has proven to be successful despite some of the testimony. We have examples where it's been very successful around the country. But in the worst case scenario, if it does, right today, we are leasing multiple properties that we could repurpose that building and use it for storage. So we are spending money in multiple facilities around the municipality that it could be repurposed. We could use it as an evidence storage. There's a lot of things that we could quit renting buildings and we could put inside the facility but it certainly is not the concept of the facilitation group that we believe navigation to the property, to housing or to medical fragile or special populations, whatever it might be, these clients will be navigated. So the answer to the question is yes, but there is additional opportunities should it be needed.
You have a follow-up question?
Uh,
Or a new question? It's fine. Go ahead.
Yeah. Sorry, thanks. So fairly short. So I heard some comments on what the occupancy date would be. So what would the initial occupancy date of this facility be?
Until we get a final date from the contractor today, we talked about that it may well push us till the end of July before, and would all the landscaping be done and all the other items? No, but the building itself, under the schedule that we talked today about, we're looking at the end of July.
End of July to occupy?
To
have clients in the facility?
Yes.
Okay, and last question, if we don't build this, what do we do?
Well, through the chair, Mr. Soldier, I can't answer that question because I don't know, because it was an integral part of the facilitation group that we collectively agreed that this was a necessary part, a necessary function in order to carry out the facilitation plan. So if the Assembly decides in their wisdom not to move forward with this, I don't know the answer, because this was one of the 4 pillars on which we built our homeless plan on.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Baker. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Salt. And Mr. Dunbar has pulled himself out of the queue for now, so we will go to Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, and as my colleagues have done, I'll just limit to a few questions and then hand it over, and hopefully we'll be able to come back. I did have a question for Mr. Weddleton, specifically about the selection criteria. What I didn't hear in the selection criteria was, does it need to be built where the people are? And I know that there has been comments about, the other facilities that you had mentioned. One of the good parts about that is the location of them and how central they were, that people would be able to walk to it. I guess I'm curious about in the selection, in the criteria, was that a part of it? Is that it needed to be within walkable distance of where the majority of people who are houseless are, or not?
Yeah, a factor, and that was, I think initially with the previous administration, when they looked at the old Alaska Club, it was kind of right there in Midtown where we've had a real issue, and the Johnson's Tire, of course, right there as well. So that was an issue. We could not find a place that met it, so that's one of many criteria. This location is, a couple miles out of that core Midtown. But it also has advantages that it's near hospitals, and there's a lot of people. So, it's on a bus route, so it met and the land is available, so it met other criteria that got us there.
Okay, thanks. That was very, very helpful. I think that was the only question I had for you, sir. Thanks. Another question for I think either Larry, you probably would answer this one. In the other facilities as a part of this process, the sockeye, the guest house, there was, in all those cases, there was someone else who was buying it, someone else who was owning it, and we were supporting that. And so we as the city wouldn't be responsible for owning that building or running that building, but could be a partner in making sure that it was successful. Was that considered as a part of this project, that the city wouldn't own it, that maybe somebody else would? Was that something that was investigated as was done in the other sites?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Perez-Padilla, we looked at that, and that would have been possible had we selected a site that was not on public lands and institutions. So, so there would have been additional cost had we gone out and we looked at, as John will recall, we looked at some properties that were private land, but they didn't have utilities to them. Or they weren't on a bus route. So there were other considerations, but the big consideration when you start buying land is you not only now have the cost of the building, but you have the cost of the land. Well, we can't sell the public lands and institutions. You can't sell that type of land. So it was but now in terms of operating it, we will probably follow, well, I think, according to what we talked in facilitation, we will follow the same model. And likely we will have an operator that will go through the process and operate it. But so where you come down to a public building, we can't sell that public building on PLI land.
Okay, thank you. And just to clarify, I think my Google Map says that it's about over 3 miles from Midtown Mall, for instance, to this site, and so it's a significant difference. And just the last one on this round, there's been some conversations of, one area I'm continuing to get puzzled is how people are going to get there. And we've heard over and over from homeless advocates, people who've been working with this population a long time, that the bus doesn't work. They don't typically use the bus. So the bus stop access it seems to be not necessarily the most frequently used way to travel. And so I guess that's a question, is I've heard a little bit about transportation, but we don't have anything in place right now. We don't have any buses or vans or any way to transport people either there. And if we did transport people there, would we transport them back to where they want to go after they've eaten and had some coffee? So has there been a transportation plan that's been developed around this, knowing that it's 3+ miles away from the city center?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Perez-Padilla, yes, we have looked at that piece, and there likely at the Sullivan there will be a transport service available to assist in that, and that's been an integral part, and I concur with you wholeheartedly. Public transit probably is not the vehicle that most of these clients will use. However, as a condition, that was one of the things that the facilitation group insisted on, that it couldn't be remote where there was no public transportation. So that was one of the, but will the majority of the clients use that? I would imagine they'll use the more frequent transportation system that the facility will have.
Thank you. And just one last comment before I cede my time. When the question was asked about a plan B or another option, Mr. Baker, you said that this is a necessary part of the plan and this is part of the 4 pillars. The necessary part of the plan is a navigation center and a low barrier shelter, but it doesn't necessarily have to be in this location. So I guess my point is that I would agree that a navigation center and a low barrier shelter is an essential part of this plan. But I guess my challenge is, does it have to be here? Could there be a plan B that would still hold 90% of all the work that's been done, but just do it in a different place that's actually where people are. So I'll cede my time. Thanks.
Mr. Perez-Rodilla, perhaps I could address that
Yeah, sure.
that specific question. Before we started looking around our community, as many of you know, we had a national consultant here giving us input on the homeless situation. The consultant had participated with 330 communities around the country and given them advice and counsel. He came back to us early on, perhaps in August it was, or early September, and told us of communities that he had looked at in the last several years, that this site, because of its location to medical facilities, transportation, public safety, was the second best site that he had seen in the entire nation. That was his statement. Now, whether and he gave me who number one was, and frankly, I've forgotten, but he had looked a lot around the country at a lot of different opportunities and a lot of different sites, and it's the way it's just the second best in the country is what he said, what he told the facilitation group.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Rodilla, and thank you, Mr. Baker. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had sent a follow-up email after the work session to a couple of folks over on the dais about the interim plan and didn't receive a response yet. So I was wondering if we could talk through that a little bit. What was presented at the work session looked a little different, but I was on the phone, and so it might be that. Can you talk through what folks are going to do between tonight, if this project were approved, and October or whenever the final date is that everything's finished? Yeah, could you just start there, and then I probably have some follow-up questions.
Ms. Quindez, and I did see your email later today, and my apologies for not getting back. For some reason, the day kind of got away from us today. But
I've been there.
You've been there. You understand, don't you? In the interim, we will obviously continue to operate the Sullivan. What we don't want to do, and this thanks to Ms. Zalatel's counsel to us in the facilitation group, is you don't want to be moving people multiple times because you lose population, especially in the summertime. You know, that's if you had different, well, if we don't do this, we do this, and then we do that, and then we end up here, that's probably not the best practices that we're told by the people the people that really know this business and advise us. So our intention would be to continue to provide the services at the Sullivan until we can transition them to this facility. And full range of services, I should say. In terms of, I want to talk about specific programmatic things. That may have been one of your questions, as I recall. And that, like the sockeye, is we're reaching to subject matter experts. We've now, Ms. Zalatel, before she departed, we had a session with subject matter experts. What services do we really need to provide in this facility to be able to transition people to the right portal? Do they just need assistance with housing, for example? Well, then they're directed and helped and assisted in the housing area. Are they medically fragile and they really have to be in the sockeye? They shouldn't be in the navigation center or shelter? Then that's the navigation part of the answer. So.
Can I follow up?
Sure.
So to summarize that, are you saying stay in the Sullivan until the end of July and then move all of the folks to the shelter at that point? Before I remember, I mean, there were nonprofits on the board. There was a bunch of stuff going on. So,
yes. Ms. Davis, I'm not saying move all the people because, currently ACEH, working with HUD, is working on housing people very aggressively between now and then. We have people currently in the Sullivan that have employment, have cars, but they're just down on their luck, and they need rental assistance to get them into housing. And ACEH has a very aggressive plan that they have developed with HUD to accelerate that. So to state all the residents in the Sullivan, hopefully by June 30th or July 31st, a lot of those people will already be relocated into housing.
Can I continue?
Sure, go ahead, Ms. Quinn Davidson.
I'm just trying to square what you showed last Thursday with what you're saying now, and it feels really different. So is there a change? I mean, if I recall, you had partners up there, Brother Francis or others, taking on extra folks if needed in that transition. But I don't hear you saying that now. So I'm just genuinely confused what.
Okay, perhaps I can clarify. There's a couple things in the works. For example, Salvation Army recently decided that they could reopen Booth Memorial Home. It takes a new hood or new kitchen. That will, and they're going to do that for the veteran population that may be in the Sullivan currently. That's, I believe the number is 31 additional beds available. The annex downtown off of C Street has just been reopened. It took them 2 months to hire staff, but now that is reopening for 16 additional people that can be housed there. Women, that's specifically women. And moving the women from Clitheroe opens up another 18 beds, I believe it is, in Clitheroe. So there's a lot of moving parts. In addition to that, the 660 building that you heard of earlier is just received a state grant. I believe it was for $2.7 million, and in that state grant will restore that building from the earthquake damage, and that's 68 additional beds. So there's all these various component parts, and where people are going to be best served, that's work in progress. And if the chart yesterday didn't completely answer it, I apologize for that. That was not the intent, because there was another chart that you might have seen on the previous slides that had numbers on it, on all these different specific options. So, thank you.
I don't feel like I understand where everyone is going and have a great idea of the numbers or an idea of the Third Avenue Navigation Center, which I've repeatedly asked about too. So I think I'm going to give up because I just feel like I can't figure. I understand it's complicated and people are coming and going, but we also just need to know that we're ready and we have the right facilities and we have the right partners to help us when the time comes. And that's the piece that I don't feel sure about based on the answers. So, and then I just wanted to note quickly one more thing, that last Budget and Finance Committee meeting, Mr. Frisk stated that the cost to operate the Sullivan to the Muni per month is just over $1 million, for the Sullivan, and it's just over $2 million a month for non-congregate care, which would be the hotels.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I too have a slate of questions. I'm going to get to my slide deck here. I apologize that I was unable to attend that kind of pop-up work session that happened yesterday. It was announced on Friday when I was out of town and didn't have a chance to get there because I was still out of town. I'm looking at the slide deck. It was slide 17, and I couldn't quite understand what the costs were addressing from the operational costs. It was $24 million that were listed on slide 17.
Sir, that slide is a overview of possible operational fund sources. We wanted to give you a grand total of what was available that we'd identified. We're not asking for that, but we had identified, basically they'd been asked for everything that was possible as a fund source, and that's what we provided on that slide, sir.
So when we met on the 28th, I'd asked for a document. Because looking through the slide deck, this is the only document that's relating to operating costs or revenues or expenses for an operations plan for 5 years, so we could understand the actual cost of operating the navigation center. Was that delivered?
Mr. Chairman, Madam Chairman, excuse me, Mr. Constant, we did discuss that in the work session, because that question I heard, the operating cost, the annualized operating cost is $5 million per year. If you roll that out 5 years, that would be $25 million. However, with that caveat, at functional zero, per the resolution that you passed 2 weeks ago, that would be $10 million over 2 years.
Okay, so a very big chunk of money. It would have been nice to see, one thing I've been asking for since the very beginning, and now that Cheryl's gone, I'm afraid it will never come, and that's a simple spreadsheet that demonstrates the operating costs in detail for this operation. And I don't have that information still. And I did ask for it on the 28th. I thought I was going to have to feel bad for missing it, but I didn't. Good to know. So, next. There have been some really gross insinuations that crossed this dais tonight about potential conflicts or self-dealing by members of the body. And if we're going to talk about that, let's talk about what really happened. I seem to recall that we had a deal that was not a deal, but suddenly we had a 30% design from Sprung. And it's never been revealed how that deal was made, who paid, and how that money came to be, and how that plan got onto the table. And so if we're going to be throwing insinuations across the table, let's keep them where there's actually signs of issues of ethics at stake. But that said, I'm not going to make you answer for that, because that is a bridge whose water has crossed a long time ago. I'm not a fan of Sprung.
If members of the audience would please refrain from shouting. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
I am curious what happened to the timeline. On the 28th of April, 2022, the timeline for implementation was November. And on the 10th of May, 2022, the timeline is 60 days from now. I am curious, what is the methodology that we managed to squeeze 4 months out of the deal? Because that's a massive change, November to July.
Thank you, sir, for the question. That original timeline was proposed back on April 6th. Since that time, we've done a significant amount of refinement in partnership with Saxton and his team, and we've received that updated timeline that we shared at the work session tomorrow with the envisioned planned early usage, particularly because we reduced the number of people too. So a lot of that is factored into earlier temporary occupancy of that space, sir.
So it was asserted that you can't sell PLI, or that we can't have buildings that other people own on PLI. But I understand that PLI buildings do in fact exist that have third-party ownership and long-term leases, like 99-year leases. In fact, Catholic Social Services, Brother Francis Shelter, is on a 99-year lease owned by Cook Inlet Housing Authority, and then the building is actually owned by Brother Francis Shelter. The same with the building next door, which there's been some transactions about. And I think we literally just sold PLI land to the Sled Dog Association like within 60 days. And so I think it's a pretty common practice. I'm not sure that's germane, but there are so many questions and items that just haven't really been clarified, and the insinuations have really hit to my heart. And I've been on the fence over the last week, watching the veto and watching kind of how all of this gameplay has been going. It seems like a game coming across the dais. And so I haven't yet made a decision. And I feel like I was liberated from my promise when the veto happened, because the agreement was those funds were going to be appropriated to immediately start moving people out. And that promise was marked with a red pen. We're at the crux. I have to make a decision. The good faith of Larry Baker and Alexis Johnson is the only thing holding me, and I don't know where I land yet. And so I look forward to hearing more questions from people, but it would be wise for members of this body not to be hurling accusations across this dais if they have an investment in this project, because it doesn't help your case. It just reminds us of all of the things that have happened in the last many, many months.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Baker, I have a couple follow-up questions regarding the finances, and you and I have talked now for a little while about some of these issues. And regarding the contingency for overruns, and earlier you had mentioned that there's potential to further shrink the building and reduce the construction costs, and also to do some value engineering, which may further reduce the costs. The number we were given yesterday, $10,007,929 for construction. Can you provide assurance that that number will not be exceeded for construction?
To the best of my ability and the discussions I had with the contractor today, we discussed that number at great length, and it was their assessment today with contingencies and a couple of the items that I mentioned that would reduce costs, that they felt that we could come within that number. Now, until we get to the final, but I think that under the best information that we have today, yes.
Okay, thank you. I am a little uncomfortable, but that there isn't a specific contingency line built into it.
Well, there is. I'm sorry if I misspoke. There is a contingency line.
On the slide from yesterday?
Yeah, I don't know if it's on the slide, but on the detail, there is, I think, Saxon, correct me if it was at 7%? What was the contingency number?
We had a 10% contingency in there, and we consolidated those numbers from a very detailed, Larry, you spoke on it at the listening session, or the work session, but it was, we consolidated 9 pages to, I believe, like 10 categories. So for the ease of reading and the presentation, we just consolidated everything to those categories.
Okay, so those figures already included 10% contingency, and this is additional contingency, the potential to shrink the size of the building and value engineer.
Correct. I mean, some of the ideas that we discussed at that meeting was bringing the bathrooms inside, reducing the modular construction outbuildings, and also the reduced occupancy that was agreed upon. Those are great ideas to help reduce those costs, so shrinking the building somewhat. So we're exploring those efficiencies as part of the meeting we had today at the 35% design.
Okay, thank you. And we've talked before about the analogy with the SAP project and how those costs continue to increase. And so I think it's very important, should this pass, that there's adequate contingency in that construction budget. I want to be very clear, too, that if this were to pass, I would not support any future allocations that would take funds from services to constituents, like whether that was reducing the library operations or any other area in general government. So that's, again, something I want to be clear about. I have a couple more questions, and we've talked some about the operations cost, and as you know, that is a very big area of concern. I don't want to see a situation where there's an overrun where it's expected that taxpayers will have to pick that up, and again, an area in the budget would need to be cut if there was no external funding, like through the federal government or the state or some other grant available. So that remains a big concern. Not just for that, but also I have some worry that there could be an impulse to cut services in order to fit the operations budget of $5 million. And I know that to do navigation services and to properly provide emergency shelter, that's very labor intensive in terms of staffing. So that is also a concern. I did want to ask, what date is the administration able to commit to for an operations plan or an RFP?
Madam Chairman, you know, assuming that we get this completed this evening, that as we go back to the facilitation group and as we talk to the subject matter experts, because that has not been completed yet, at that point, tonight I can't tell you that because that's going to be part of the process, and they will assist us and help us in developing that. Meg's back here in a couple of weeks, and then she'll be an integral part of that and assistance in that. So date certain, I apologize, but I can't give you a date because that process is ongoing. So, but it will definitely, just like the sockeye, it'll be running in parallel with the construction to meet the needs and the clients and when the transfer takes place.
Okay, thank you. And Assembly members can expect the facilitation process to continue during this period, and we would receive ongoing updates, which those have been really helpful.
Well, I think in retrospect and looking back, and Mr. Constant was one of those that really helped us along this process, is that when we began the facilitation process, we were just for, I think, 2 months. We were just kind of doing our thing and trying to reach consensus and build the process and everything. And the internal workings of everything that went on, although we had internal minutes, we just didn't share that out publicly. Then, to Mr. Constant's credit and several other members, and we had a public process, and the Assembly members said, please bring us along with you. And then we began the minutes that you now are seeing every time that we meet, and the actions that we take. and it's a collaboration. You know, we talk about that as those members that have been in the facilitation process. You know, we discuss, okay, let's put this in terms that others can understand, not just because we're sitting there for 3 hours once a week. And so I think that process will continue because I believe that's been very helpful to members of the body, and I certainly know that it's been helpful to me. And Mr. Weddleton pointed out, he just tonight, he went back into the history books and pulled out what we did way back when with the Boutte Company and all the various things that went on. But, I guess in summation, I'm sure have already exceeded the debate time that was allowed under the charter, but I guess in summation, I'd like to close with like I started tonight. Do you have any more questions, Ms. France? Or?
I actually do have another, but Mr. Constant, perhaps there might be a motion to extend debate because there are other members in the queue.
You have the floor right now. You can make that motion.
Oh, okay, thanks. I move to extend debate.
Second. Motion has been, you didn't say for how long?
For a half hour, additional half hour.
A motion has been made to extend the debate by half an hour by Ms. LaFrance and Mr. Rivera. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing seen none, the debate is extended.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I promise I'll be quick. My final question, and thank you, Mr. Baker, I appreciate the information, has to do with the subject matter experts, and I understand the commitment that has been made to be a part of the communities of practice. Those are the experts who will help guide the operations plan when it comes to the emergency shelter and the navigation center. Can you talk a little bit about that commitment? What will that look like? Do you have people lined up who've agreed to do that should this pass?
Madam Chairman, we've actually worked with Ms. Alatel on that because she's connected to that community. She also is not only relying on subject matter experts within our community, but external to our community as well. other communities and she's aware of, and we're looking for best practices, no matter where they are, for delivery of navigation services to help address this problem. So it's not only internal, but we're really looking to her to give us a hand, because she has connections in other communities that have best practices. So our commitment is steadfast, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Thank you, Mr. Scher.
Madam Chair.
Next is Mr. Cross.
Thank you, through the chair. Question, Mr. Baker. The statement was made that this is a piece of a larger puzzle to solve the homeless issue, right? And we've been working on this actually more than 10 months because we have years of failures that we've now analyzing and now saying we've growing with 10 months on top of years of making mistakes addressing the homeless issue. I guess my question is, let's say this is up and operating and it's functioning and functioning well. What is the next piece? Are we going to be surprised with another facility or something that's going to need more millions of dollars in order to address the issue? What does that Hubble telescope view look like from the administration's perspective?
Madam Chairman, Mr. Cross, the next critical piece in this plank and these plans is workforce housing. That is absolutely integral part of the plan. That's why I think perhaps Mr. Constant actually led us and helped us, and we thought that we had an answer to this several months ago. Then as we employed the use of engineering professionals and whatnot, we found that it was cost prohibitive to move forward with that segment of the plan. So the next most critical piece, and is in our pillar, this is, if you go back and look at the pillars of the plan, that workforce housing is absolutely a critical piece. I believe it's our intent that will be a cooperative effort between philanthropy and the municipality, and it will be basically based around a voucher type of system, because these workforce housing, whereby the operating cost, unlike the navigation piece and unlike the medically fragile piece, will be principally paid by the voucher system. So that the capital costs will probably likely be shared between philanthropy and the municipality, but the operating piece will be primarily through the voucher program and serve. Currently, what our estimate is it's 131 rooms. If that transaction goes forward, that would probably serve as someplace up to 200 residents. But housing is absolutely a critical part, and that's been part of the Assembly's actually anchored home plan. That is a piece that we have not addressed in the community, but it's a piece of this puzzle.
And if I may continue, and beyond that?
The next special part is special populations, and that's a plank, and we simply have not gotten to that, but that is an integral part as well. So there's many, it would seem like we've been at this for 10 months, and between the Assembly members and administration, I don't know how many thousands and thousands of hours that we've gone through, but we're not done yet. We're not done yet, because we recognize it's a comprehensive way to look at trying to solve this problem in our community.
Yeah, and this is, and forgive me for taking liberties, more of a statement than less of a question, but coming from the private side, it just feels like it never ends. You know, it kind of just, okay, then we got special housing and we got stuff, and then what's on top of that? And I feel for our seniors who are struggling with transportation just from their facilities, and oh my gosh, it's just such a mess. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. So we'll go back through for a second round of questions, and maybe members can also make any final statements, and we can get to a vote. So next is Mr. Perez-Verdia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In your calculations for operations, what staff to client ratio did you use?
Mr. Perez-Verdia, I can't recall that. That was, it came out of the report, but I don't, that's an operational question on the, and I don't think that we had on it, truly, I don't think that we finalized that. We have a pro forma model, if you will, but until the subject matter experts tell us what is the best practice, I can't answer that.
Okay. I mean, I could just say that the three subject matter experts I spoke with over the last week had said that it's, somewhere between 1 to 15 and 1 to 20, which is, my concern is that that's a much higher staffing ratio than you have likely used. So the second question is really around the surrounding area and the idea that we have 150 residents who can come and go, and we have a day/navigation center that can fit easily 100 people, based on the estimates that I've seen so far, and we have yet to have a transportation plan in place of how to get people there and back. My real concern is that with lack of infrastructure in that area, where do people go? And that's as I imagine this, knowing that area really well, someone gets in a bus and they go the 2 or 3 miles there. They get out, they have a cup of coffee, they get something to eat, maybe they take a shower, they talk to a navigator of some kind. Where do they go? And so every example of this, whether it's Brother Francis Shelter or the Sullivan Arena, and we can argue that those weren't run well, but I think they, in some cases, they were. We put some pretty good folks in there to run those. We still have surrounding areas that are completely filled with folks, and that surrounding area in particular, as was mentioned by some of the public testimony, is heavily wooded. So is there a plan in place at this point, at least an initial plan, for how we're going to manage that surrounding area and the impact that will have to the businesses and the forest area? I know that's been discussed, but I just would like a little more detail about what the plan is to mitigate the impact of that surrounding area.
Mr. Perez-Verdia, I think that is absolutely a critical part to the success of a navigation center. I would point to, as a reference, the navigation center in Embarcadero, California, and that coexists in a very wealthy part of San Francisco with very little, if any, impacts. Not that this will be an issue that I think it's our obligation to manage and manage properly to mitigate any negative impact on the immediate area. Unfortunately, I think that if you look at people in their minds have a vision of what took place on 3rd Avenue, and that's their vision of what this would be, and that simply is not the way that I believe, and what we've talked about in facilitation group. That's not our vision of how this should be managed properly by the agency and the operators and the municipality. So that simply, there are examples around the country, as Mr. Weddleton has traveled the country and gave us many examples where it runs very efficiently and effectively and still addresses the homeless problem. So that's an obligation that we will take on as a municipality, to manage it properly so that you don't have that impact.
Thank you. Just a couple more, and just as a response to that, I am really struggling with that piece, because a vision of a very open and accepting and welcoming place where people can come and go as they please, and nightfall comes and they don't want to stay there. Yeah, I think that's a real challenge for us. I wanted to bring up one other thing. The two big issues for me here are the reality around that location and the cost. We're back to the $10 million number, and I know this has been addressed before, but that's not the number all done, because there is the FFE question, which I understand in normal project planning, the construction cost doesn't often include the FFE, but it's going to cost more than $10 million for this to be finished. There is the cost of the furniture and the furnishings, and even if we get some of those moved over from Sullivan and repurpose some of those, I just want to hear there is more cost beyond that construction. Just one other real small piece. The mayor mentioned the other day that he was very excited about the fact that every person would have a USB plug or a plug in their bed. That seems pretty nice, right? So you've got electricity running through the entire place, and every bed has its own electrical port. So that FFE question, I think, is still on my mind. And as we say to the public, the cost is X. If we say 10 million, then the expectation is it's 10 million. But if it's 10 million and then we have to buy some more things, it'll go up. So maybe we could just talk about the FFE one more time and what we think that cost is going to be.
Mr. Perez-Verdea, we have actually been approached by other entities in the community that have expressed an interest in helping us to make a contribution to the municipality to help with the FF&E costs. Now, that takes work, obviously, but it also took a lot of work to work with the philanthropic group to get $6 million in matching dollars to start this process. I think that if nonprofits come forward and say that, you're exactly right. We can repurpose a lot of the facilities, the FF&E that's already in the Sullivan Arena. We can absolutely do that. Can we step it up a level and get more help from nonprofits and more philanthropy and other groups that have expressed an interest? We're going to take that opportunity.
Thank you. And just one last thing before I let my time. That last point you're making, I think, is really a challenge for me. One of the things about the sockeye that was so exciting to me, and a lot of these other projects, whether it was the Barrett or others, that we didn't own it, and we didn't run it. But people that knew and had run these things, they were involved in owning and running, and that the philanthropic community and the private business community stepped up with millions of dollars because they were so excited about these projects. And we knew their names, we knew how much money they were going to give us, we had a list of these people, and that was really exciting. And we don't have that here. I mean, maybe there's going to be some of that, but I don't have a list of names to say, I can name 5 organizations that think this navigation center is a fantastic idea, and that they're willing to come in and give us money, or that Siri is going to step forward, or Rasmussen is going to give us $5 million just for this facility. Those are other pieces that I'm struggling with. Is that we don't have that same kind of community circling around this particular project. It feels like we're here by ourselves, and so that's I guess a piece that I would love to see more. Is I'd love to have people coming up and testifying from the business community saying this is a great idea, or from the philanthropic community, or from the nonprofit community. I haven't heard them come forward and say this is a great idea, this is the right move. So that's missing for me as well. Is this doesn't feel like we're in partnership with a lot of others as we were some of the other projects. So I'm happy to get a response if you'd like, but I think I'm done. Thanks.
The only response, Mr. President, when we first began the sockeye, we realized we were $250,000 short, and a entity came forward and volunteered to help. And that $250,000 helped close the gap of what was necessary. So it seems as if projects like this, like the sockeye, you know, as the community becomes engaged and involved and believes that we're really trying to address and solve the problems, people come out and they offer to help. So do you have a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tonight? No. But as we have seen, we didn't have those lists when we started the sockeye either. And then people stepped up with $250,000 to close the gap.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdia. Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Peterson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. You know, one of the testifiers this evening brought up the subject of SAP. And of course, that's a very sore subject for pretty much everyone in the municipality of Anchorage, because it ended up costing about 10 times or more than what the original estimate was. But, you know, my question is, where are we going to get the employees to run this facility? They got to have experience, they have to have expertise if they're going to make the navigation center work. And there's help wanted signs in every window. And it's not just here, it's like this in the lower 48. So trying to recruit them from the lower 48 could be problematic at best. And one of the areas of expense that was not anticipated when SAP was started was that we didn't have the technical expertise here in Alaska to do that, to convert over to that new operating system. And so we had to recruit people from out of the state, and it was expensive because to get them to stay here, we had to put them up in hotels and fly them up here and back and forth. And so, you know, I worry that even if the shelter is built, will we have the people to actually run it, to make it function the way it should, so that we can get to functional zero in a couple of years or however long it takes. And I know that's kind of a rambling question, but just moving the people over that have been running Sullivan, I don't know if that is going to be a solution, a long-term solution to making the navigation center work. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Peterson. Mr. Baker, did you want to respond, or Mr. Drace?
Well, Madam Chairman, Mr. Peterson, I hear what you're saying, and it's not just this industry, it's multiple industries in our community and across the town, across the nation. And that was precisely the reason that we were not able to open the annex 2 months ago, because they had to locate people, train people, and get them. We have to solve that problem. It's not an option. Whoever is the operator of this facility, it's going to be a challenge for them. And anyone that says it is otherwise is fooling themselves. It's a challenge for every industry in this community, in this state, in this nation right now. And we'll have to do the very best we can, because we know we have a need that we have to solve. How we get there, how the operator gets there, I couldn't tell you tonight, but you're absolutely 100% correct. It's an issue that whoever operates this facility is going to have to address immediately.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. So we've gone through the queue twice, and Mr. Perez-Verdia?
Thank you. I just didn't make a final comment, so I'm going to do that because it looks like we're close to voting. I just want to, first of all, thank all of the members of the facilitation group from the administration and from the assembly for an incredible amount of work. I also want to thank the mayor who called me today, and we had a conversation about this. And I really appreciate that, and really appreciate him reaching out to talk more about it. And I, more than anything, believe in the work that's happening within this facilitation group and want it to succeed, and believe that a navigation center is vital, absolutely vital, and that a low barrier shelter is absolutely vital, and that we need them. And I've been asked to participate in this process, and I'm looking forward to that and want to continue to work on finding solutions to these challenges. However, I can't vote yes for this. There is too many questions outstanding for me. The financial questions are still unanswered for me. The operations questions are still unanswered for me. And the location seems really problematic to me. And I spent the week talking to as many people as I possibly could who have been involved in this and done this work. And there's just too many unanswered questions for me to vote yes. It does not feel like a responsible choice at this point. I'd like to get there. I wish we felt like we had more time. I think that the Sullivan has pushed us to trying to make a decision faster than we probably should. So I will just say that I will continue to commit to being involved in the process. I can continue to commit to working on solutions, but tonight I can't vote yes for this. It's just not a responsible choice for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Perez-Verdilla. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. So I've been listening to this conversation tonight, and I listened to the testimony as well, and I really appreciated some of the questions that Mr. Perez-Verdilla made about transportation and about, where this facility is being placed. They had, if you think back 2 weeks ago, we were told that, even if the shelter eventually is closed, the navigation center would remain. But this is, for reasons that Mr. Perez-Verdilla laid out, this is not a particularly good place for a navigation center. It is not near where the people experiencing homelessness currently reside, or they can easily access services. I'll say also about the site selection process, and I remember very early on, one of the first meetings of the facilitated process, when they opened it up to everyone, I asked the question about, okay, you're going through all of these different locations and you're eliminating some, but are you eliminating the ones that are too small? Because at that point, they were looking for, I believe it was for 400. It might have been for 330, but they were looking for very large facilities. And so you heard from Mr. Weddleton. They were looking at the old Johnson's Tire site. They were looking at the 7-acre facility on Bragaw. They were looking at this site. They were looking at the archive site. And what all of those have in common is that they are very large and could house a very large facility. And it was only 2 weeks ago that we finally were able to pass an amendment to reduce the size of this facility. And had we done that in the beginning, there would have been many more facilities that would have survived that cut. There are many more places in town that could handle 100 or 150 people versus 400, and would have been much more affordable than this. This ultimately is going to be a very, very expensive solution, especially if it's only going to be temporary, which I don't really believe. I'll say also that the mayor's justification for this facility keeps changing. Initially this was crucial to closing the Sullivan, but we again heard 2 weeks ago, and it was reiterated last week, that no, the Sullivan is going to be closed even without this facility being open. That there is an interim plan to use aggressive housing solutions to get out of the Sullivan, which I completely support and completely agree with. But if that's the case, then why are we building this very, very expensive facility? Now, they've also said, this might be temporary, the shelter will be shut down, and then it's like, well, what are we going to do with this $12 million, and I don't think it's going to end up being $12 million, I think it'll be more, this facility. And the mayor said, okay, well, maybe it'll be an emergency shelter. Then maybe it'll be a warehouse for emergency supplies. And then just on Monday, I heard for the first time, no, this could be an evidence storage facility for APD. And I'm sort of skeptical whether this could be brought up to the security standards needed. I think you'd need to have fairly hardened facilities to be evidence storage for APD. But regardless, I mean, it just seems like we're throwing things against the wall and seeing what sticks. The impression I get from all of this is basically that the mayor made a commitment during the last election that he wasn't going to use the plan that the assembly wanted to go forward. Someone brought him this idea, or he had it, and they've been pushing for this now for a year. And this is a good example of path dependency. We're very far down this road, and so it feels like we can't change course. There's no plan B, and if we change course, perhaps people lose face or what have you. But what we're talking about ultimately is a very expensive facility in a not very good location. There was a slide at yesterday's work session identifying $24 million in operating costs and or potential operating sources, and that was brought up again tonight. And I don't think that all of those sources were actually accurate. I think this, CBDG, that acronym, I think that was sort of overstated how much money was available there. But I think it illustrated a good point. We are going to be asked again and again to put more money towards this facility, towards its operating costs. The folks that were upset at us for using, 6 or maybe 8% of the CARES Act total to purchase facilities for homelessness, the administration is asking us to use 20% of our second ARPA round just on operations costs for this for 2 years. And the problem with that is if we are directing so many of our funds, alcohol tax funds, ARPA funds, eventually property tax funds, towards this, that's money that isn't going to be available for real solutions. It was asked a couple of times at the work sessions. At the public testimony by members of the public. Navigate to where. And that's really the crucial thing here. We have a navigation center going into 3rd Avenue, but it has to be able to navigate people to real solutions, to treatment, to long-term housing. And if we are consuming ever more of our resources with this facility, then that money can't go to those actual solutions. And I'll say you can already see it in the mayor's vetoes this past week. He vetoed funding for mental health first responders in our alcohol tax budget. So we could dedicate more money towards shelter. So again, we can see already this project starting to consume our other priorities. And finally, I'll just say I am skeptical. And Mr. Baker, I think you have put a lot of effort into this, and I know others have as well. But I am skeptical that the political will continue to exist for additional workforce housing, which we know we need. For the Golden Lion, I do not think that amendment we passed last week is actually going, or 2 weeks ago, is actually going to get this administration to take meaningful actions there. To the special populations facility, which we haven't even identified a site for, I am very skeptical that after this mayor gets what he's been pushing for since summer of last year, that those other pillars will go forward. And so I appreciate that the community has worked so hard to try to reduce the impact of this facility, but I think it is still far, far too expensive. It is not well planned out, and I cannot support it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. We have 3 minutes until our time for debate expires. I'll move through the queue, and maybe we'll have a motion to extend. Could I get a motion to extend?
Move to extend the debate until another 20 minutes.
Second.
So a motion to extend for 20 minutes has been made by Mr. Rivera and seconded by Mr. Solt. Any opposition?
That was Cross.
Oh, Mr. Cross, second. Thank you. Seeing and hearing none, we are extended for another 20 minutes. Next in the queue is Mr. Solt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm pretty conflicted on this here in the testimony and what I've seen from my district in favor and in opposition. It's hard for me because I get it. Homelessness, these are non-contributing members of our society. It's hard to spend money on them. But if we ignore a problem, I guarantee you it only gets worse. So we have to do something. I'm not really a housing first person without deep counseling. These people have already proven to have made, for whatever reason, bad decisions, and providing them a house is going to lead to another bad decision. So we absolutely have to have this counseling component for mental health, for drug addiction, for alcohol addiction, to rehabilitate them. vagrancy and homelessness has a cost. It has a cost on our emergency services, a cost for when we do put them up, because they do need a shelter, has a cost on our businesses, and a cost of our city. We've seen that. I guarantee people do not come back to Anchorage because of what they've seen. We need a purpose-built facility. What I do like about this is, one, we own the land. Second, we'll own the building, so we're not lining the pockets of others. If it doesn't work, we can repurpose the building, which I think the land's 1.3 roughly, I think, for the land, and almost $3 million for the building. Those are assets we can continue to use. The other thing that really hits home for me, again, as a fiscal conservative, is the operating cost. So Sullivan's, again, is costing us, from the numbers I heard tonight, $26.4 million annually. This will cost us $5 million annually. If we're out of the Sullivan by the end of July, we can darn near have this thing paid for by the end of the year. And within 2 months after that, we could almost have the operating cost for the next year covered. So that's probably really driving my decision. And I'm in favor. I'll probably go in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schultz. Ms. Price?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't reiterate what Member Schultz said. He was completely correct on the finances and the logistics of it. And while not everything is figured out yet, it is important to realize that a government and a country and our city is going to be defined not by how we treat those who are in the middle class and upper class. It's those who are at the very bottom, those who are in need. That's what a city is defined by. And so I think you have to keep that in mind in these decisions. And as Member Schultz so eloquently said, homelessness does not come without a cost, and it has not come without a cost for the youth of Anchorage. I've lived here for the large majority of my life, and if there's one thing I've seen in the youth community, it is that safety in Anchorage has become a big concern. Parents often do not let their kids out and go into Anchorage to have fun. Many parents don't even allow their kids to come to the library anymore because of the homelessness problem. And so we cannot continue to postpone this issue. It will only get worse. And one of the communities that's getting affected by it is the youth. We're continuing to be run out of different areas of Anchorage because it's become a safety issue. And on top of that, the Sullivan used to be a center for our community. It used to be a center where the entire community, whether it's Eagle River all the way to Girdwood, would come together just to watch hockey. And it may sound simple, but it was a pillar stone of our community a few years ago, and we've lost that. And we need to focus on regaining pillar stones on the social aspect of our city, such as that. So only furthering, postponing the Navigational Center just postpones the true change that we have all continued to say that we want to see. So I would strongly suggest, for the safety of the youth of Anchorage, don't keep postponing the issue of handling and helping our homeless population. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Price. Mr. Cross?
Well, that was impressive. Thank you. I went in, when this was handed to me, I felt like it was a dumpster fire, and I wanted everything in my conservative body to say that no, no. And I had 3 pages of no's and why no's, and I immersed myself in every work session, and they know I've been there, and went back and watched all the videos on YouTube if you want to go back, and I came up with these, and it really, it's a horrible situation we're in, but we have a grave responsibility that can't be ignored. The Sullivan Arena can't continue to be a homeless shelter. It can't. It wasn't built to be a homeless shelter. That's part of the reason it's so stinking expensive, right? They're just hammering the building. That's why the sockeye is so expensive. They weren't built to be homeless shelters. One of the things about this facility is purpose-built. It has to be built like a tank, because anything else we try doing, they just hammer it. It just gets hammered. So there was concerns about location. I didn't like the location, but it's close to police, close to mass transit, close to medical facilities. Guys, as a construction, there's utilities on site, okay? That's huge expense. Soil tests have been done, the site is prepped, and it wasn't just that they didn't pick one. According to the work sessions, there was actually 78 different locations. Now, if anybody's tried to buy property lately, we'll realize that to have 78 even on your list is a huge list.
I didn't even think there would be 78 spots to pick in all of Anchorage to build something like this. But they looked at 70 different sites and then examined it, narrowed down to 11, and then finally on right next to APD, right? The other question we have is how are you going to staff it? How are you going to service it? Well, it's not going to be Muni's responsibility. Okay, we're going to subcontract. We're basically buying a lawnmower, a really good purpose-built lawnmower. We're going to hire someone else to mow the grass. It's growing everywhere we go. It's a problem. This weed's just growing, so we need someone to take care of it. I was really concerned about low barrier, because low barrier to me just means that it's anybody, they're going to trash it. But low barrier does not mean that there's no criteria. I mean, it's low barrier because if you're like, you think about construction, we need a staging area. All your materials come in and then you need to know what goes where so that you can articulate and solve the problem. Without a staging area for your materials, then you don't know what you have and you get inundated in the problem. Okay, and so think of this more like a staging area, which is why they call it a navigation, where as these individuals come in, then we can identify, and you need a hub so that you can identify and talk to all the other agencies so that you can redirect people to the appropriate. Otherwise, they're just showing up on the doorstep of any facility and it may not be the right place for them to be. So then it ends up being convoluted. Then we can make sure they get into treatment, because treatment is critical. The housing first, I really believe it's almost treatment first, but we need to get them somewhere so we know what kind of treatment they need. It's a huge cost savings. You know, Randy just mentioned it. Also, I will tell you, I know business owners in Midtown, and I will tell you, ever since the sockeye went up, anybody on fireweed near there, that has been a nightmare, okay? The amount of human feces and trash, and every dumpster about every 24 hours gets torn through, and it's horrible. There's just trash and just debris everywhere. We got to do something. The sockeye needs assistance. They need a staging area to make sure the right people go. And I'm just telling you, I've been through Midtown. Just last week, I took my 3 kids on a bicycle ride down Chester Creek. Wasn't that an adventure, right? Almost got accosted, and that was like, I can't do this. So that's another thing, because I went down there saying, how bad would it be? No wonder nobody wants to take their families down there and go on bike trails, right? As far as the private sector, as landlord issues, I will tell you that a lot of people don't know this. I was really surprised to find this, but there's actually a program they're working with United Way to provide a landlord support system in order to get these people into regular housing and out of short-term treatment housing. So there's actually a landlord program through United Way that gets people in. It provides additional security deposits, rental assistance, and things to landlords, because we don't want them on the public dole forever. We want them getting into private property, getting into rentals, becoming responsible human beings, and there's actually a whole program that's in the operation system for this. I was impressed by that. And I've got tons of the transportation plan for seniors. The biggest argument I have as far as what I've heard is we can't do this now because we could have done it cheaper 2 or 3 years ago when we identified whatever building. Maybe, but if we hadn't shut down a bunch of businesses and took people who could have worked because we overreacted to something, perhaps inflation wouldn't be as bad as it is now, and the problem wouldn't be as bad as it is now. We kind of created the problem. We created this cost overburden. We ran crazy with other spending that I don't think was redirected. So yeah, everything's a lot more expensive. Everything. Go buy milk. And if you went back and said, well, we can't buy milk today because if we had bought it 2 years ago and froze it, it would have been cheaper, that still doesn't feed your kids. So, as far as when I go through this and I look at it, as much as I went into this, tell you what, it made me angry, gave me angry 11s, and I didn't like it. It's a lot better than the alternative, so I'm going to support it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Mr. Constant?
So many things. So, Mr. Salty, the $6 million, the $24 million you quoted, more than 2/3 of that isn't operating costs for the Sullivan Arena. It's costs for the non-congregate housing, where we've been putting people up in hotels and various other entities. So the math that your decision is based on is somewhat not based on the actuals. The argument that the Assembly's COVID policies are what led to this homeless crisis, that is a deeply hurtful thing to hear.
Correction, I didn't say it led to the homeless, I said it led to the cost, the increased cost.
The United Way program, the rent program, and the landlord program that was mentioned was actually funded by this body as a response to COVID. the discussions about trash on fireweed and debris and feces and all of that is true, and yet there's nothing demonstrating, nothing, not one thing in any of these documents demonstrating that this will be any different over there than it is over here. This is very difficult. I love all the grumbling. It helps me make this decision. Thank you for helping me make this decision. I'm going to lean now towards the people who've been respectful and decent in this argument of trying to protect their... And that means I have to vote no on this item.
Thank you, Mr. Constant.
Ms. LaFrance, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There is no question in my mind that our community needs emergency shelter. I believe very strongly that it is part of the duty of the municipality to provide that as a part of public safety, and providing navigation services is best practice. So I appreciate the model that's being brought forward. I'm not convinced this is the best solution. I agree, though, that we can't move forward with proposals that were placed in front of us a year ago, though I believe we should have had several options before us. We are being asked to take a big leap of faith here. The project is in its conceptual phase in many ways, and I don't believe it'll be $5 million a year to operate. It's too soon to say it's a cost savings. There are not programmatic details available. However, despite all this, I find myself leaning in support of this item to support the facilitated process. The size has been reduced. The golden line appears to be back in the picture. The sprung shelter is largely the mayor's plan. I'm skeptical it will all come together because there are a lot of details to work out. There's a lot of work to be done with it. I'm willing to give it a try. And it's not been just the months of effort of the folks who have been involved with the facilitated process. And thank you all very much for your work in that, because I believe that you have really delved into this issue and moved us forward. But there have been years of work on homelessness. There has been movement as far as changes in code with zone abatement and licensing and freeing up more land. And so I think it's important to recognize that this isn't something that just started a few months ago or last year. There has been ongoing progress, and because of that and because of the facilitation process, I'm willing to vote no, but willing to vote yes, but I have reservations. So please, if this passes, please do not disappoint. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Seeing no other members in the queue, a 5-minute pause has been requested before we vote. Okay, let's go ahead and resume the meeting.
Larry first and then me.
Mr. Baker?
Madam Chairman, members of the body, this has become a very emotional issue for me. And we've all invested, many of you, this body, as well as myself, and I know there's a reference to thousands of hours, and it has been, but I think it's the right thing for the community. I'm humbled and honored to have been a part of the process. I listened intently to each of your concerns. If by some chance that we pass this evening, which I hope, I'll commit to each and every one of you that I will do my utmost on behalf of the administration. I'll do my utmost to fulfill your confidence to deliver what this community needs and what you all want, and to address the issues that have been raised here this evening by your colleagues. You have my word on it. I know how difficult positions like this is. It's extremely difficult. But I've invested a lot of my life in this community, and this problem needs to be solved. And I'm committed to do it. I would ask for your vote, your support. I know many of you personally. I know you love this community as I do, and I want to address the problem, and I've worked diligently with each of you to try to achieve this for our community. It's an emotional issue to me, and I would ask you to, for those of you that might have indicated that you were opposed, I give you my word, and I live by my word. And those in this room that know me know that I live by my word. If I tell you something, you can take it to the bank. And I will work as hard and as long, as many hours as is necessary to improve this situation. So I respectfully ask you to consider carefully. I think this is a major step forward for our community. And please, please consider supporting this so we can, once and for all, continue the process to solve this problem. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I truly appreciate all of the community feedback that we've received. It really did make a difference, and it will continue to make a difference if this is approved today. I want to thank my colleagues for their engagement throughout this process and asking all of the tough questions, because those are important. I want to thank the members of the facilitated process and administration for working many, many hours over the last few weeks to get us to a point where we can take a vote on this proposal, and really months. It took a lot of blood, sweat, and tears from both the administration and the Assembly to get this proposal that we have before us today, even with all of its weaknesses and its faults. Although people are giving me kudos for getting us here, I want to be clear that the work to craft the Navigation Center proposal before us today started well before I became a member of the facilitated process. And I want it to be abundantly clear that there is still a ton of work to be done to make sure that this navigation center will function as committed to by both the Assembly and the Mayor. And I've already committed myself to being a thorn in the side of whoever I need to make sure that this happens the right way. Although I know that some are still skeptical about whether the navigation will work or not. And although I know some prefer prior plans that this body had before us and that I've supported, what we have before us today, in my opinion, is the best possible plan that we could come up with considering the current set of circumstances that we have. Despite all of the unknowns, unanswered questions, and frustrations, which I share. We've been working towards this moment for years. We now have a goal to achieve functional zero for single adults within 2 years. And now we have more than ever before an enormous amount of federal resources to achieve this goal. This can be truly a transformative moment if we work together as a community towards it. The vote today isn't the end of the work. It's continuing a journey that's been stalled for years. It's part of the package that will start bringing back hope to a part of our community that's been left behind. And it's a chance to do right by a community that's been historically wronged. I sincerely urge my colleagues to vote yes. And for those who are unsure or maybe were convinced throughout the proceedings to go one way or the other, or vote no instead of yes. For me, what this truly comes down to, I have a deep frustration and moral indignation, not for the process that we've gone through, not for any of the negativity that's in the room, but my indignation is for the people experiencing homelessness, that we continue to fail. And I really hope that we can work to make this a success for them. And the administration is committed to doing that. I am committed to doing that as a part of the facilitated process. And I hope today we can take that step, even though some of us are really nervous, take that step to support this navigation center so that we can truly make transformative progress in our community. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-11S as amended.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
The motion passes 6-4. The youth member votes yes.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Allard?
I'd like to move for immediate reconsideration.
Is there a second?
Second.
A motion has been made by Ms. Allard for immediate reconsideration with a second by Mr. Cross. Is there any discussion? Okay, seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
The motion fails 2-8. Next, we have item 13B, resolution number AR 2022-113, a resolution providing for revisions to the 2021 general government operating budget to provide 2021 appropriations commensurate with 2021 expenditures for various departments and funds, and appropriating an amount of $298,000 and $298,000 and $26.57 from additional convention center room tax and operating revenues to the convention center operating fund. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Move to approve.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Ms. Allard.
Second.
Any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-113.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Item 13B passes 10-0. We now have before us item 13C, resolution number AR 2022-114, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $380,000 to the Maintenance and Operations Department for A-Warren infrastructure upgrade, $300,000 to the Anchorage Fire Department for ambulance replacement, and $500,000 to the Traffic Department for school zone safety, all within the Anchorage area-wide General Capital Improvement Projects Fund 401100, and appropriating $1,200,000 to the Public Transportation Department for transit fleet support equipment and support vehicle replacement and expansion. Thank you. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peters. Or a motion to approve has been made by Ms. Allard, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-114.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera has stepped out.
Okay. Item 13C passes 9-0.
Madam Chair, the municipal managers asked we immediately reconsider, so I move to reconsider this item.
Second.
I urge no vote.
A motion for immediate reconsideration of item 13C has been made by Mr. Constant with a no vote urged and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to reconsider item 13C.
Mr. Dunbar?
No.
Immediate reconsideration fails 0-9. We now have before us item 13D, resolution number AR 2022-115, a resolution of the Municipality of Anchorage appropriating $500,000 to the Maintenance and Operations Department for AFD facility improvements and appropriating $1,600,000 to the Anchorage Fire Department to replace a fire engine. Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Peterson and seconded by Ms. Allard. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-115.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Madam Chair, my system isn't working right now, but I vote yes.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Item 13D passes 10-0. We now have before us item 13E, resolution number AR 2022-116, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $34,870,000 to the Anchorage Roads and Drainage Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund 441100, Project Management and Engineering Department, from general obligation bond proceeds to pay the cost of road and stream drainage capital improvement projects. Thank you. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony in this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-116.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
And I vote yes.
Madam Chair,
Item 13E passes 10-0. Mr. Constant?
I think I'd move to immediately reconsider this item and urge a no vote.
Second.
A motion for immediate reconsideration of item 13E has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson with a no vote. Mr. Constant, did you want to speak to the motion?
Just the municipal manager has requested it.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion for immediate reconsideration of AR 2022-116.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
No.
Immediate reconsideration of 13E fails 1-9. We now have before us item 13F, resolution number AR 2022-117, a resolution of the municipality of Anchorage appropriating $3,875,000 to the Anchorage Bowl Parks and Recreation Service Area Capital Improvement Projects Fund 461100, Anchorage Parks and Recreation Department, from general obligation bond proceeds to pay the cost of capital improvement projects. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-117.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Item 13F passes 10-0. Mr. Constant?
Thank you. I would make a motion to change the order of the day to take up 14E, F, G, 15C, D, E, F, G, H, I. So C through I in the 15s, and then return back to the normal order. So 14E, 14F, 14G, and then 15C, D, E, F, G, H, I.
Was there a second on the motion to change the order of the day?
purpose of the motion is to take care of the must-pass items.
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Peterson. Did you want to say anything further?
Yeah, just these are the number of the items various parties have said need to pass tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. And the proposed motion is to change the order of the day to take up item 14E, 14F, 14G, and then items 15C, as in Charlie, through I. Is that correct?
Yes.
Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day. Is there any opposition? Seeing and hearing none, the order of the day has been changed to take up item 14E next. We now have before us item 14E, resolution number AR 2022-137, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving deteriorated property tax exemption under Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 12.35 for improvements renovated on Block 23A within the Fairview East Downtown Revitalization Area, 002-104-46-000. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-137.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Item 14E passes 10-0, and the youth member votes yes. Next, we have item 14F, resolution number AR 2022-138, a resolution adopting recommendations to be forwarded to the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions AMATS Policy Committee regarding an amendment to the AMATS 2040 Metropolitan Transportation Plan, MTP, Planning Department. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak?
I'm John
Welcome.
Thurber, and I live in South Addition. I'm very fortunate to live in a neighborhood
Quick interruption,
that has
please.
sidewalks.
John, are you speaking on behalf of yourself or the community council?
I'm speaking for myself.
Okay, thank you.
I live in a neighborhood that has sidewalks, and I'm very fortunate to be able to take my dog for a walk every day. And today, I took my dog out for a walk on A and C streets, and she was not happy. Those sidewalks are very unsafe for pedestrians. They're built right next to very high-speed lanes of traffic. Some of the sidewalks have telephone poles in the middle of them. Some of the sidewalks are not continuous. They just stop, and you go for a couple blocks, and there's no sidewalk. The area under consideration is between the Park Strip and Fireweed. That's 16 blocks, where sometimes there are not even one, one stoplight, and there are no crosswalks. It's very difficult for pedestrians to cross over on A and C streets. Sometimes you have to cross over to get to a bus stop, and there's no way to get across the street.
And Sir,
In the metropolitan plan.
I apologize for pausing your time. I just wanted to confirm that, okay, you did say the metropolitan plan, item 14F. I just wanted to make sure.
Let me clarify if I
Okay,
might.
go ahead.
So, John, I think that the item 14F that we're discussing right now, or that we're having a public hearing on, if I'm not mistaken, this project has to do with cold storage.
Oh, sorry.
Am I right? Aaron, are you out there? And so it's the next item I think you're testifying on.
I apologize.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Mr. Constant?
Yeah, Aaron, could you come up quick? So I read through all of this, and I was trying to understand what the transportation nexus is of this project. It's a great project. I think it's awesome, but I just can't quite wrap my head around why it's in the MTP.
Yes, thank you. So I'm Aaron Yolganilin. I'm the AMATS coordinator. So this project is being funded in part by a BUILD grant, which is an FHWA, Federal Highway Administration, so federal funding. And part of that requirement is that it has to be consistent with the AMATS long-range plan, which is the MTP. So basically, in order for AEA, the applicant, Alaska Energy Authority, to receive this grant, it has to be in the MTP as well as the TIP. So at your guys' last meeting, you made recommendations on the TIP version. So this is the MTP version. So it's a two-prong thing that needs to be done.
So I can't remember, since I've been on the body 5 years, us ever having a building be part of the TIP.
It is a very odd thing. It's not unusual, but regardless, FHWA has said if it's not in the MTP, they will not receive the funding.
So is this something that could be precedential? I mean, it seems very interesting to have buildings, linked into the TIP that then draw funding to them by various vehicles and mechanisms, right? So the MTP, as I've understood it, has always been flat construction for horizontal construction. And so does this mean the egg is now cracked, that you can't put Humpty Dumpty back together again, or is this something that I should not be thinking about as a vehicle for future projects?
It's always been this case. It's just we've never done something like this. So it's kind of a new process for us as AMATS, but it is pretty common in the lower 48, relatively speaking, for this to happen. Because build grants haven't been around super long, which are now other grants. There's not hundreds of different examples I can give you, but yes, there are other examples in the lower 48 where buildings have been incorporated into the Metropolitan Long-Range Plan.
I have just enough information to be dangerous now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Constant. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-138.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Still not working? Mr. Rivera?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I haven't said the vote yet. The motion passes. Item 14F passes 10-0, and the youth member votes yes. We now have before us item 14G, resolution number AR 2022-139, a resolution adopting recommendations to be forwarded to the Anchorage Metropolitan Area Transportation Solutions AMATS Policy Committee regarding the draft federal fiscal year 2023-2026 Transportation Improvement Program TIP. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Welcome, and if you could also make sure the microphone is close. Thank you.
I am testifying on the Metropolitan Transportation Plan, and in that plan is a study to upgrade A and C streets.
And if you could state your name for the record and your community council again, thanks.
I'm John Thurber, and I live in South Addition. And in the Metropolitan Transportation Plan is a study to upgrade A and C streets, focusing on pedestrian improvements, and funding's required for this study. And that's my request, is that that study be funded. Currently, the streets are very unfriendly for pedestrians. Some of the sidewalks aren't complete, they just stop. A lot of the sidewalks are built right next to very high-speed lanes of traffic. Sometimes there's telephone poles in the middle of the sidewalks. And the area in question is 16 blocks. It's between 9th Avenue, which is just on the north side of the Park Strip, down to Fireweed. And we are hopeful that a complete street would slow down traffic. It would make the areas between A and C Street more attractive for infill housing, for pedestrians using the neighborhood. It's very hard to cross those streets because there aren't any crosswalks except at 15th. And so it's not a friendly area for pedestrians. But as we try to encourage more housing downtown, and as we try to encourage people not to use vehicles as much, providing a safe, attractive pedestrian environment is really important. And that's what this study is supposed to do, is to look at what options are available and what costs could be incurred to make A and C streets much more friendly towards the pedestrians and not just facilitating high-speed traffic between downtown and midtown. And so we're just looking for your support in helping fund that project. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. We have 2 members of the public who have signed up for phone testimony on this item. Ms. Camacho, would you call the first person on the list, please?
Hello?
Hi, Ms. Pease?
Yes.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony on item 14G, AO 2022-48, AMAT's Policy Committee Draft Federal Fiscal Year Tip. If you go ahead and state your name for the record, you'll have 3 minutes, and unless you are speaking, are you speaking on behalf of Rabbit Creek Community Council?
No, on my own behalf.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Assembly members. I've emailed you earlier this evening with a proposal to amend the tip, so please look for that email because I can't cover everything in 3 minutes. But I have 2 main ideas and 2 specific actions you should take to amend the tip. First idea...
Point of order, please.
Ms. Pease, may I pause you for 1 moment? Go ahead, Mr. Constant. What is your...
I think we need to make a motion here real quick, otherwise the meeting's going to close on us.
Oh, thank you. It is 10:57. Go ahead, Mr. Constant.
So I would make a motion to extend the meeting to 11:30.
Second.
Motion to extend has been made by Mr. Constant to extend to 11:30, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any opposition? Seeking unanimous consent, seeing no opposition, we are extended to 11:30.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Go ahead, Ms. Pease. Sorry for the introduction or interruption.
Yes, the first main idea is that the Anchorage Assembly has the duty to ensure that TIP spending supports local plans. AMAT staff say they aim at federal highway targets and they're not accountable for municipal plans. So we see that the draft TIP fails to prioritize our land use goals of infill, redevelopment, reduced vehicular travel, equity. It doesn't mention the goals of Vision Zero, and it totally ignores the Anchorage Climate Action Plan goal to reduce citywide greenhouse gas emissions by 50% by 2040. Therefore, it is incumbent on the Assembly to redirect some of the TIP spending so that we implement our land use plan, Vision Zero, ACAP, and equity goals. Idea number 2, there is a specific mega project, we call it the $200 million mile,
that the Assembly needs to downsize. It's really three related projects centered on the unneeded underpass for the Seward Highway south of Diamond Boulevard at 92nd Avenue. This proposed 92nd Avenue underpass would be located so close to the Diamond Boulevard interchange that a federal highway variance would be required. The underpass was conceived 20 years ago when Diamond Mall was the only regional commercial center. Traffic patterns no longer warrant it. The underpass would necessitate new collector roads through low-income neighborhoods east of the highway. In addition, the shortcut created by the underpass will induce vehicle travel demand and, of course, parking demands, congestion, and greenhouse gas emissions. So that's the second idea to plant. Now we come to two actions you can take. And that is, the first is to downsize the components for the $200 million mile. Those are projects, highway project number 4, remove the underpass, roadway project number 13, delete the money to buy up right-of-way, and planning project number 6, say no to further extension of 92nd Avenue. And congratulations, you've just saved at least $35 million in misguided projects. And finally, action 2, reallocate this $35 million to invest in what our plans call for: compact neighborhood centers, fewer vehicle miles, safe, low-carbon transportation. And here are some projects that can accomplish that. Complete streets along A Street and C Street from 3rd Avenue to Midtown. Low-stress pedestrian amenities along Spenard Road and 40th Avenue, as called for in our non-motorized plan, and especially a plan to measure and monitor greenhouse gas emissions from our transportation system so that we can meet our ACAP goals. And you probably know projects in your districts that your constituents could really benefit from. So I hope you will downsize the $200 million mile project and reallocate toward projects that support our land use plans and our other adopted local plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Pease. I don't see any members in the queue. Have a good night.
Thank you.
Ms. Camacho, could we call the second person, please?
This is Cheryl.
Hi, Ms. Richardson.
Yes.
And here are some projects.
Hi, this is Suzanne LaFrance with the Anchorage Assembly, and you are on for public testimony for item 14G, AO 2022-48. If you go ahead and state your name for the record, your community council, or area of the community in which you live, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. My name is Cheryl Richardson, and I live in South Addition downtown. I just heard part of Nancy's testimony. We all know that AMATS is complicated. It takes time to learn all the acronyms and the rhythms and the rules of developing the required documents and plans. So it's unfortunate that this hearing to develop recommendations on the draft transportation improvement program is being held at a time when your most experienced AMATS representative is out of town. I hope you can wait until she is available to you before making your recommendations. We just learned something as citizens that was surprising, and we need to share with you. We're still trying to understand the full effects. For years, citizens were told the Alaska DOT could construct anything they want within their own right-of-way. Now, staff has clarified that state projects that use federal highway dollars are not automatically approved. They are open to review and amendment by the AMETS Policy Committee, just as our municipal projects are open to review and amendment. Therefore, it's clear that the municipality has a voice on the $1 billion the state has budgeted for freeway expansion in the next 4 years. Most of us don't, that's a lot of money. For years, we were told we did not have a voice, and now we find that we do. Again, the state is budgeting $1 billion. AMETS had about $40 million to budget. Because much of AMAT's decision-making has been pro forma, we are largely out of practice when discussing the pros and cons of transportation investment. So the big question is, how and when will the municipality discuss how these freeway projects do or do not implement Anchorage's foundation plans, the ones that Nancy just mentioned? The comprehensive plan, land use plan, climate action, and Vision Zero are just the beginning here. We are very concerned that they do not. The dollars will not implement these plans. Nancy has provided you with draft language to consider when making your recommendations to AMATs. She told you that she would take $35 million from the 92nd Avenue project, freeway project, and spend it on rebuilding A and C streets, downtown to midtown, measure and model greenhouse gases from transportation sources, a bike and pedestrian network for midtown, which is long, long, long overdue. This is a much better way to spend $35 million than pushing high-speed traffic through a lower-income neighborhood. And again, the issue is that now you have a real voice in how the state spends its money within the AMAT's boundaries. And I just hope that you take this opportunity to think that over very thoroughly with your folks who have served on AMATs for a while.
Thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Have a good night.
Good night.
Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera. Mr. Constant?
Thank you, Aaron. Could you come back up? So of all the testimonies and emails and whatnot that I've received, the one that resonates the most with me is our primary member of AMATS is not here right now, and I would really like her input. What would be the ramifications of waiting?
Well, as it's listed in the AM, the Assembly has 30 days to provide recommendations to AMATS, or AMATS will move forward with action on this item. So I believe the next Assembly meeting is 2 weeks from now, so it'll be the 20-something. And our policy committee meeting is the 25th of May is when we'll take action on this item.
So when does that 30-day clock begin?
The day of our policy committee, or it begins the day of introduction to the Assembly, so it would have been April 26th. And the problem we have as AMATS is we are against a very strict ticking clock. We have to get our TIP program approved before the end of the federal fiscal year, which is September 30th of this year.
No, I understand that part of the challenge. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I can't hear Mr. Constant very well, and I can barely hear Aaron. But I think that they answered my primary question, which was, what can we do what Ms. Richardson is asking and postpone until the meeting of June 7th when Ms. Zalto will have returned? And frankly, I'm the other member on AMATS now. It's going to take me a little time to get spun up on it, and as you can tell from my voice, I'm sick this week. So it doesn't seem unreasonable to postpone until June 7th, but it sounds like Chris's question, I think, was what the effect would be. And Aaron, are you saying that if we do that, that essentially we waive our right to comment on this, we being the Assembly?
Yes, that's correct. Unless the policy committee and the Assembly come together and extend the deadline, but since we've already introduced it, the clock is ticking at this point.
And who created that clock?
It's actually in municipal code and the AMATS operating agreement.
Okay, well, that's interesting. If it's municipal code, then we have the ability to suspend it, I think. If it's the AMATS operating agreement, does that mean that it's the federal partners are also involved?
That's correct.
Okay. All right, so then that to me means that practically speaking, we can't postpone. What are your thoughts on the actual substantive comments made by, particularly by Ms. Pease, but also echoed by Ms. Richardson, which is, you know, the $35 million in savings she identified, and then the idea of using them on complete streets on A and C, perhaps improvements to Spenard, or other programs that more closely fit our actual municipal goals for multimodal transportation as opposed to highway expansion?
Well, I'll go through some projects that do help to meet the goals. Fireweed Lane rehabilitation is in the TIP program. 2 Spenard Road rehabilitation projects are in the program. Both will include non-motorized improvements as well as possible road diets. The one portion from Benson to Minnesota is being worked on right now. So when people say we're not meeting or helping to implement local plans, I'm not really sure what they're talking about. So I would need some more information in that regard. In regard to the federal money that's shown in there, that's DOT's federal money, while AMATs can make recommendations on changes, sitting there and saying that we don't want to include a project in our TIP doesn't free up the money for other uses. It's still DOT's to decide what to do with. So I don't know where they're saying they're freeing up $35 million, but I'd have to review their comments.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant?
Yeah, I have 2 questions. One, I think it's for Craig if he's listening. He's not, okay. I think we heard that time pressure gives us till the 24th. And so I think I'm going to maybe, I'll decide in a minute, move to give ourselves that kind of time. Sorry, I'm hearing my microphone isn't working right. I believe that Mr. Youngenellen said that we could extend to the 24th, which might give us some time. Now comes my second question. Mr. Welton, could you come up, please? So, a judgment call. You heard the great testimony of Nancy and Cheryl, and you have spent as much time as any of us on the AMAT's board, and you know all of these constraints. Do you think we can do anything with their input in 2 weeks worth waiting, or should we just pull the trigger?
Well, the frustration with the AMAT system is that if you make a change that follows the public, it has to go back to public comment and will delay things for months. Am I right, Aaron? I got a nod, yes, there. You know, it's most things, to get changes, you have to be there day one when these things start and work it early. And when you get there at the last minute, you really are kind of stuck. It's hard to make a change.
Okay, thank you. So, okay, I understand Mr. Dunbar couldn't hear you, so what John said is it's tricky to make changes at this time in the process, and that you really need to be there earlier if you're going to be effective at making the change. So I guess it's kind of a conversation between Mr. Dunbar and I right now, but do we wait 2 weeks with maybe some input but not a lot of opportunity for change, or do we just land the plane? And Aaron, come on back up.
If it wasn't more complicated, I'll throw another wrench in. So we have a requirement in our public participation plan to make sure everything is posted a week in advance, so similar to the assembly agendas. So if comments are made on the 24th and our meeting is on the 25th, your comments will have missed the time to be posted for the public to be able to review them before the policy committee's meeting.
The net effect of what you're suggesting is that the code doesn't matter. That AMATS has yet again stacked the deck towards DOT, and we have 7 days less than we thought we might.
It's kind of up to you to decide how you want to interpret that.
Right. Fair answer, fair answer. I'm going to wait for Mr. Dunbar to make one more comment before I make a decision. What are your thoughts, Mr. Dunbar?
Mr. Dunbar?
I'll just say, practically speaking, I'm going to be traveling later this month and actually will probably miss the 24th meeting. My first meeting missed since 2017, I think. So from my perspective, I don't think I'm going to be able to make substantive amendments or vote on the 24th. So I'm sort of agnostic. And, it's unfortunate. It's just I got appointed to AMATS following the election in April, and, it just so happened this came to a head right then.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Mr. Constant, did you want to?
Yeah, with that, I would just say I urge your support.
Okay, so there is no motion to postpone. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-139.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
The motion passes 10-0. The youth member votes yes. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So at this time, I'd like to see if we can take up the late on the table item that everyone should have in the red folder. It's printed on yellow paper. So, Madam Chair, if you could remind me of the proper motion here. Do I need to lay this on the table?
Yes. One moment here. So I think you can go ahead and start with a motion to lay the item on the table.
Thank you. So I move to lay this unnumbered AR 2022 on the table.
Second.
Who was the second?
Perez-Vidia.
Seconded by Mr. Perez-Vidia. Go ahead, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you. So on the merits to lay this item on the table, this is extremely timely. We can't get an RFP out until this resolution is approved. So as soon as we are able to approve this, we can get started on getting an RFP out the door so we can put these $900,000 to use to house individuals in support of the mass care exit strategy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. On the motion to lay this item on the table, Ms. Quinn Davidson? Never mind? Okay. Is there any discussion on the motion to lay the resolution on the table? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to lay this unnumbered AR on the table.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
The motion to lay the resolution on the table passes 10-0 with the youth member voting yes. Mr. Rivera?
Move to approve unnumbered AR 2022.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Rivera, seconded by Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you. So while I appreciate the mayor mayor's administration working with me to do this, I still wish that the mayor had not vetoed the original resolution so that we could hopefully be doing this work by now. This resolution will delay the work by some 2 to 4 weeks, but we're at least here. Hopefully we can approve this, get the RFP out, and then start housing individuals in support of the mass care exit strategy. I do want to apologize because I know this keeps coming up again and again about these late on the table last minute items. And so I do want to apologize to my colleagues for that. Hopefully you were able to get some communications about this in advance, because I know that was something that was also requested. But I want to encourage my colleagues to support this, and let's get to housing folks. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Next is Mr. Dunbar and then Ms. Quinn-Davidson. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a question for the sponsors, so I guess for you, Felix, but also for the Mayor's administration. So I remember 2 weeks ago when we passed that resolution, I sort of asked a question about why we were sole sourcing it, or how we had come to the conclusion that that was the right person to sole source it to. And I don't really recall your answer, Felix. I remember that the resolution came from you and perhaps from Mr. Weddleton, if I'm remembering right. And usually sole sources come from the administration, unless we are doing something like our own personal contract within the Assembly. So I guess my question is, how did we settle on 99+1 in the first place? Was the administration involved in that decision? And if so, then why did they turn around and veto it? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thanks. May I, Madam Chair? Thank you, Madam
ahead.
Chair. So the decision regarding 99+1 was done in consultation with HUD. HUD is actually the party that requested these funds be allocated. And I believe they specifically called out 99+1, and then also in consultation with the Coalition to End Homelessness. I previewed this to the administration, but this $900,000, but it did not go through the facilitation process. There was no agreement from the administration on this. Still, disappointed in the mayoral veto, but this is not something that in advance the administration agreed to.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Anything else, Mr. Dunbar?
No, thank you, Madam Chair, though it's an interesting illustration, right? When things don't go through the facilitated process, sometimes we on the Assembly are asked to still approve them. The mayor reserves his right to veto things if we try to do the same, and he obviously will use that power. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Ms. Quinn-Davidson?
I had a similar question, but I guess I'll just ask the administration to answer the same sort of question. From your perspective, why did the mayor veto it? And then can you speak to your support of this? In general, I think that when the Assembly is waiving any procedural or any procurement rules on behalf of the administration, who then wants to use that waiver, or whatever the right word is, you all should be asking us for it, not members of the Assembly. So I will only support these when I hear from you that you want them and why.
Through the chair, Assemblymember Quinn-Davidson, I have to apologize in advance a little bit because there was a sidebar conversation, so I'll start, but if I miss something, please guide me. Originally, the mayor issued the veto on this because, let me back up. There are numerous vendors or entities within the municipality that had reached out to the administration. Last I was told there were potentially 6 that thought they could do the same amount of work. So typically when we enter into a sole source arrangement, that's because somebody has a specific subject matter expertise, or there's maybe only one vendor for a certain type of tractor or something. So because we got such backlash from members of the community and we heard about it and the mayor said, why are we going outside of the Title VII process? We think we could get this RFP out on the street relatively quickly and we could have a competitively bid product. So it's my understanding the mayor vetoed it specifically for those reasons stated. I hope that answers your question. Did you have a second part to the question?
Yeah, and that's really helpful, Ms. Domboski. So you all support this. I saw the mayor's name on it, right? But you've coordinated and you both support this.
I do believe the mayor does support going out for a competitive RFP with this. I will just say, frankly, this type of AR is not really necessary simply because the RFP goes out on the street And then once it's won, then that appropriation comes back to the Assembly to approve it. So you guys are going to see it anyway. I think, and I won't speak for Mr. Rivera, but my understanding is this is just a signal that everybody agrees to this and this idea or this concept. So maybe that's the point to it. But from a procurement process, it would not be necessary, just simply because we typically don't go to the Assembly for, hey, we're going to put our RFP on this. You get to see it when it's been won, and you get to approve it or not approve it.
Yep, that totally makes sense. Thanks. And Mr. Rivera, I assume that's your...
Madam Chair, may I extend?
Oh, he's in the queue, sorry.
Is that a motion?
Yeah, a motion to extend, please.
You move to extend to what time?
12 o'clock.
Okay, a motion has been made. Is there a second?
Second.
So a motion has been made to extend to midnight by Ms. Allard, seconded by Mr. Soltz. Is there any opposition?
I oppose.
Okay, we will take a vote.
Can I ask, is this a debatable motion, Madam Chair?
Yes. It's debatable.
I would ask that the administration identify the must-pass items before we take a vote on this. Perhaps we could extend by 10 minutes or 15 minutes rather than the full half hour.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. Actually, Mr. Constant can speak to that.
Thank you. I have 15 C, D, E, F, G, H, and I already listed as must-pass items for the night. And those aren't for the administration. Those are on behalf of the clerk. They're alcohol licenses.
Those are, those are all liquor licenses?
And yeah, they're timely, time-sensitive items.
All right.
Anything else, Mr. Dunbar, on the motion to extend?
No.
Thank you. Any other discussion? I see several members in the queue, but I believe Mr. Constant, Mr. Rivera, and Ms. Allard were in for the resolution. Is that correct?
No,
Ms. Allard?
Madam Chair. Did Mr. Constant mention 13 Lima?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Did Mr. Constant mention 13 Lima?
Did you mention that one?
It was not an item that was sent to me by any member of the administration or the clerk's office.
Dean just sent it through for an amendment, so that's another reason why I needed to extend for tonight. We have it classified as urgent.
We're not going to get... So far we have 7 more items to get through than this one, plus possibly another one, but I don't know how many of these we'll get through before the night.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Members may proceed to vote on the motion to extend to midnight.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
The motion passes 10-0. The youth member votes yes. We are back on the debate for the unnumbered resolution. Ms. Quinn Davidson, had you finished your remarks? Yes, okay, so I'll go to Mr. Constant.
Mine were just lighthearted remarks that our record of having no late on the tables items this meeting is ruined, Mr. Rivera.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. Mr. Rivera?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Constant. I guess in response to the comments made by the municipal manager, I agree that I don't think we need this resolution, but unfortunately the Department of Law does not agree, so that is why this resolution is before us.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve the unnumbered resolution.
Mr. Dunbar?
Yes.
Mr. Rivera, I believe we had a glitch with the system. Were you the mover of this motion to approve?
I believe it was, yes.
Thank you. And can I get a confirmation on who the second was?
I think it was me, but I'm not sure.
Thank you.
The motion passes 10-0, and the youth member votes yes. So we will now take up 15. 15C through I. We now have before us item 15C, resolution number AR 2022-145, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit for beverage dispensary license number 3971 for Fresh Ale Pubs, LLC, DBA Moose's Tooth Pub and Pizzeria in the B3 General Business District.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
To approve.
Move to approve by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-145.
Mr. Dunbar.
Yes.
Item 15C passes 10-0. Mr. Dunbar?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just ask to be excused for the remainder of the meeting. My condition is deteriorating a little bit, and I think I need to sign off.
Thank you, Mr. Dunbar. You are excused for the remainder of the meeting.
Thank you. Have a good night.
We now have before us item 15D, resolution number AR 2022-149, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new package store liquor license number 6035 for Northern Hospitality Group, Inc., DBA 49th State Spirits and Gifts at the Rail.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-149. The motion passes 9-0. Next, we have item 15E, resolution number AR 2022-150, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of restaurant eating place liquor license number 5705 for BMK LLC DBA I Love Sushi.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
A motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-150. Item 15E passes 9-0. We now have before us item 15F, resolution number AR 2022-151, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary tourism liquor license number 5455 for JSJ Group, LLC, DBA Sushi on the Fly.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Thank you, sir. We have extended to midnight. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Rivera. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-151.
Mr. Presberdia?
Item 15F passes 9-0. We now have before us item 15G, resolution number AR 2022-152, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding a new restaurant eating place liquor license number 6034 and restaurant designation permit for Northern Hospitality Group, Inc., DBA 49th State Brewing at the Rail.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there any discussion? Seeing no one in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-152. Item 15G passes 9-0. We now have before us item 15H, resolution number AR 2022-153, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the transfer of ownership and location of beverage dispensary liquor license number 1090 and restaurant designation permit for Birch Tree LLC DBA Yes International Bistro.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Cross. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-153. Item 15H passes 9-0. We now have before us item 15I, resolution number AR 2022-154, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly stating its conditional protest regarding the renewal of beverage dispensary liquor license number 4109 for BK LLC DBA Burrito King.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved to approve by Mr. Peterson, seconded by Mr. Constant. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-154. Item 15I passes 9-0. We are now back to item 13G. Ms. Allard?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can I change the order of the day to 13 Lima to be held first? Mr. Weddleton is here, and I know it's running late, and I know we need to get this passed, and I'd like him to be here to speak on behalf of it, please.
Okay, so first we need to make sure we have a second. So the motion is to change the order of the day to take up item 13L next. Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Mr. Cross. Did you want to say anything further, Ms. Allard?
I think I covered it. Thank you.
Thank you. So a motion is on the floor to change the order of the day to take up item 13L next. Is there any discussion? Seeking unanimous consent, is there any opposition to changing the order of the day? Seeing none, we have changed the order of the day to take up item 13L next. We now have before us item 13L, ordinance number AO 2021-74S, an ordinance of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 21.08.050, improvements, and 21.08.060, subdivision agreements to adopt a cleanup standard for contaminated soils similar to the state's for new subdivision applications. Public testimony on this item is now open. Please state your name for the record. Oh, the button is on the box there.
Thank you. My name's, good evening, Madam Chair, members of the Assembly. My name's Bill Taylor. I'm owner of Colony Builders, and I'm here tonight representing myself and also the Anchorage Home Builders Association. It's late, I'll be very brief. I know many of you already know the story about what happened to me on Abbott Road at my subdivision. Oddly enough, the municipality does not have any soils cleanup standards on the books, and so I got caught in that whiplash when I had some soil contaminated by an old fuel tank. And the fuel tank leaked over the years before he converted to natural gas. And so we discovered the contamination. We notified the proper authorities. We started the process of cleanup. And since the municipality didn't have any cleanup standards, we asked that they use the Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation standards of 250 parts per million. And that wasn't satisfactory for some reason. So we started out at 35, which is wildly unrealistic because you can't even detect that level of contamination with the equipment that the engineers had. So long story short, I ended up with about a $10,000 cleanup that turned into $95,000. So that motivated me to come forward with this ordinance, and Mr. Weddleton, who will talk after me, gave me a lot of help putting this together. So this is a real simple solution. It takes care of the problem. It will prevent developers and builders in the future like me from being subjected to, some unnecessary and wildly expensive cleanup costs. So I'm speaking in favor of the ordinance tonight, the S version, and there will be an amendment forthcoming. So I just want to close by saying this is very needed. It's a simple fix, and it's been a long time coming. And I'll answer any questions.
Thank you. We have Mr. Cross in the queue, actually.
Well, excuse
Hold
me,
on,
thank you.
Mr. Taylor.
Wasn't this matter before the plating board about 6 months ago? Was this a similar?
Yeah, it made the route through the plating board, and
Yeah, I think, in just so your defense, the only reason the plating board didn't pass it is because at that time there wasn't anybody who could explain it. And I think most of the plating board didn't want to pass something that they didn't understand or there wasn't good, strong representation for. So I'm glad that you're here this evening, but when I remember that case coming before the plating board, and I appreciate you being here this evening to add Creed. Thank you.
yeah, and when I testified before the plating board on this, it passed 9-1, and then it got twisted around the axle and lost its momentum. Any other questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Bill.
Actually, Mr. Constant is in the queue now. Bill, if you don't mind sticking around.
I don't know if this is the right question for you, but I had noticed internally in the files that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommended not passing this. And I haven't gotten a really good explanation why the difference between the Planning and Zoning and the Planning Commission or the planning staff, and what happened?
Well, there's a bit of a discussion, we'll call it, about institutional control. And so our amendment tonight will handle that. institutional control is not built into it, but the amendment will allow it to be effected if it's needed. So I think we've gotten past what the objection was at the planning board.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record,
Hi there.
your community council, or the area of the muni in which you live.
John Weddleton, Abbott Loop Community Council, and I support the S version with the amendment that I expect to see. This has traveled, we saw this originally in August, or you saw this originally in August, and it went to the Planning Board and the Planning and Zoning Commission. I just want to address those a little bit. They both voted to deny, and one reason, and they shared many other reasons, was that they felt it might inhibit flexibility for developers, which it does not, because with no standard, they have to meet at least the state standard. If a developer wants to clean it up 100%, they're free to do that, no matter what happens. There's also comments that it would inhibit the municipality, and in its current form, it does somewhat, because it says they cannot accept a property that would have contamination with institutional controls to maintain it. So the amendment would say that the city may do that. It's also, they said it's duplicative with the state of Alaska, but we know it's not, because they have to at least meet that. Any developer would. But we can see, as Mr. Taylor spoke, the city can impose a tighter standard, more strict standard as well. So it's not really duplicative. Then there's also a comment that this was based only on one case, and certainly Mr. Taylor's case was a catalyst for this, but there were other examples as well. As far as this being an appropriate standard, obviously the state standard covers the whole state, but the city has a piece of property that has contamination, and they have an RFP out for a company to come and clean it up, and they are asking that it be cleaned up to the DEC standard. So that's something the city is comfortable with. We also, you got some emails from some people referring to Spruce Park and the cleanup there, and they were opposed to this based on that. That was a very different scenario, and I think you got emails from Mike Travis that explained that in depth. Those were different kind of contaminants than we're dealing with here, and that was a state and federal cleanup and not a city project. The amendment that you will see addresses the Planning and Zoning Commission and the planning boards and the developers' concerns that the city should be able to accept something that has institutional controls if they choose to. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Rivera is in the queue.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate you bringing up Spruce Park, because those are my constituents that are bringing up that issue. So I guess what I'm hearing you're saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that this ordinance wouldn't recreate that issue if approved and amended?
Would
not.
It'd be different. In that case, the city could accept it with the institutional controls, which exist on Spruce Park, where it's tested every couple of years. Or the city could say, no, we don't want to accept it. And then the developer would have a choice on whether to clean up more or just not dedicate the land to the city.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Mr. Cross?
Yeah, one last item through the chair, and I appreciate this, Mr. Weddleton. The one thing I want to make sure goes on the record is that, the unfair standard by which subdivision contractors are treated, because the state knowingly owns dozens of contamination sites down by the railroad, which they're in no hurry to do anything with. But yet subdivision developers and everything are held to a completely different standard. And so I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Sure. Thanks. Misunderstood.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Thank you, Mr. Weddleton. Are there any other members of the public who wish to testify? Ms. Allard, you're in the queue? No, okay. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve the S version.
Madam Chair. Now I'm in queue, sorry.
Okay, I heard a motion to approve the S version. Ms. Allard is in the queue. I didn't hear a
Yes.
second.
And Mr. Weddleton, if he wants to speak on it again too, but I second the motion to move the S version, Amendment 1.
Okay, so you are seconding Mr. Constant's motion to approve the S version?
No, I want to move Amendment number 1.
Okay, we need to get the main motion on the floor first.
I'll just second it to get it on the
second.
floor.
Okay, thank you. So a motion to approve has been made by Mr. Constant and seconded by Mr. Rivera, and now we will go to amendments. Ms. Allard?
Thank you. I'd like to move amendment number 1.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Allard, seconded by Mr. Cross. Go ahead, Ms. Allard.
Thank you. I think Mr. Weddleton and Mr. Taylor spoke about the amendment already, but if they wanted to further speak on behalf of the amendment, nope, we're good. All right, I just urge the body to pass this amendment. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Allard. Is there any discussion on proposed amendment number 1? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on amendment number 1. Amendment number 1 passes 9-0. The youth member votes yes. We are now back on the main motion as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2021-74S as amended. Item 13L passes 9-0. The youth member votes yes.
Madam Chair,
Mr. Constant?
I would ask to make a motion to change the order of the day to take up items 15A and to B. There was an issue that we addressed at the last meeting that put a bunch of items back into the regular areas on the agenda, but these 2 items have already been carried over from a previous meeting.
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Constant. A motion to change the order of the day to take up items 15A and B next has been made by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Mr. Constant, you already spoke?
Yeah.
Okay, any discussion? Seeking unanimous consent on the motion to change the order of the day. Hearing no opposition, we have changed the order of the day to take up item 15A and B next. We now have before us item 15A, resolution number AR 2022-132, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving an amendment to an alcohol special land use permit for the retail sale of alcohol with brewery license number 5766 for On-Site Brewing Company, LLC, DBA On-Site Brewing Company in the B3 General Business District.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-132. Item 15A passes 9-0. We now have before us item 15B, resolution number AR 2022-133, a resolution of the Anchorage Municipal Assembly approving a marijuana license and special land use permit for Caribbean Dreams, LLC, a marijuana cultivation facility with license number M27854, doing business as Ganja Guys of Alaska.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve. Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve resolution number AR 2022-133.
Ms. Allard?
Item 15B passes 9-0. We are now back to item 13G. Ordinance number AO 2022-47, an ordinance authorizing the non-competitive disposal by non-exclusive lease of portions of HLB parcels 6-074A and 6-074B, legally described as Tracts 28A and 28B, Section 28, Township 10 North, Range 2, East Seward Meridian.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Ms. Quinn Davidson?
Yeah, I'll try to make it quick for Patrick and Amy. I had a little bit of back and forth with Adam Trombley. It doesn't have to be specifically about this item, but I'm just wondering, and since we're pressed for time, if you guys want to get back to me, that's fine. What are the general standards for when you can dispose of land under fair market value, or it has to be fair market value? Sort of relates to a project in turning in right now, but in general, I think would be helpful for the Assembly to understand, because we often get requests of different sorts. Would you guys be willing to just commit to sending me some info later about that? And
Through the chair, Ms. Quinn Davidson, absolutely.
Okay.
I think, well, I'll get with Tiffany Briggs tomorrow,
Okay.
and she's in real estate, and we'll see if we can hammer something out for
And
you.
I think Adam might be working on it too, but I want to hold this up. Okay,
Thank
thanks.
you.
Thank you, Ms. Quinn Davidson. Thank you, Ms. Demboski. Seeing no other members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-47.
Mr. Presberdia?
Item 13G passes 9-0. The youth member votes yes. We now have before us item 13H, ordinance number AO 2022-50, an ordinance authorizing the disposal of HLB parcels 3-078A through 3-078D, legally described as lots 13A and 13B, Urbanic and Kirkove subdivision.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-50. Item 13H passes 9-0. The youth member votes yes. We now have before us item 13I, ordinance number AO 2022-51, an ordinance authorizing the non-competitive disposal by non-exclusive lease to the State of Alaska Department of Public Safety for the operation of an emergency use heliport at less than fair market value of a portion within HLB parcel 3-065.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-51.
Mr. Presberdia?
Item 13I passes 9-0. The youth member votes yes. We now have before us item 13J, ordinance number AO 2022-52, an ordinance authorizing the non-competitive disposal by perpetual, non-exclusive telecommunication and electrical easement to Alaska Communications, LLC, of a portion within HLB parcel 3-064.
Waive reading.
Thank you. Public testimony on this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AO 2022-52. Item 13J passes 9-0. The youth member votes yes. We now have before us item 13K, resolution number AR 2022-104, a resolution appropriating a transfer from the 2022 operating budget Heritage Land Bank Special Revenue Fund 221000 to the HLB Capital Improvement Project SIP Fund 421800 for Anchorage site preparation projects within the Real Estate Department. Public testimony in this item is now open. Are there any members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing and hearing no one, public testimony on this item is now closed. What is the will of the body?
Move to approve.
Second.
Move to approve by Mr. Constant, seconded by Mr. Peterson. Is there any discussion? Seeing no members in the queue, members may proceed to vote on the motion to approve AR 2022-104. Item 13K passes 9-0. The youth member votes yes.
One last item.
It's 11:59. I'm just going to talk really slowly.
One item left. It's amazing. 13 L's. Oh, we did that one.
Actually, where did we leave off?
I think we finished.
No, we've got, okay, it's midnight, and those of you who are familiar with our processes know that we automatically adjourn at midnight. So thank you for being here through the end. Thank you all.